up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Good evening. Welcome to the show. We're high above you, 250 miles above your imagination, in the imagination station, the international fake station, engaging in mental masturbation. So how is everyone doing out there this evening? Who do we got with us this evening? Let's take a look-see over here. I got CJ Mobley, Mike Finningen. Did I say that correctly? Renee's is with us. Let's see. Sob's Place is with us too. Who's that fella? I just wonder. Well, we've got 14 watching, just a few participating in the chat. So that may be very well due to the fact that, oh, there's a few more. There's another one. Annette's here. Good to see you, Annette. So did you guys hear? Another one of our damn Saddaloons came down. They're going to say it's a spy balloon, but now they're running that bullshit on us again. So what do y'all think's going on with there? We're going to open this up for discussion here in a little bit. I wanted to cover a few things. I don't know if any of you caught Flatzoid's perspective today. It was pretty interesting. Got a bit heated, and I can understand why. These people seem to have a real hard time grasping the idea that, yes, although there is a gradient in the pressure system of the earth, it doesn't just go out and just, stop. And because of gravity, you have the same type of a pressure gradient inside of a like a propane cylinder or a compressed gas. You have the denser aspects inside that are going to be at the bottom, and the less dense at the top, which causes a pressure gradient. Of course, the denser the material, the more pressure is involved. So there's your gradient. But as soon as you break the containment, it doesn't matter. The overall system itself has a pressure reading itself. But within that system is a gradient, yes. And they could not get that through their heads at all. And their demonstration of gravity holding water was basically showing a fucking picture. A high altitude picture taken with a curved lens. And he says, "What's this blue spot?" And he says, "That's the gases." And he says, "And what is this black spot here?" That's the absence of lesser gases. That's space. So you can see, it's like, no, it's not space. It's It's really quite ridiculous when you I don't know, and maybe it is just a inability to grasp that in lieu of a preconceived notion, which I think it is, or a planted notion, because it really makes quite a lot of sense, especially when you explain it in the um, relativity to a gas pressure cylinder, such as propane. Many of you may have a propane tank on your grill at home. Some of you may have a gauge, some of you may not. Some of you without a gauge may know that you can check the amount of propane that's left in the tank merely by putting really cold water on the side of the tank, and you'll get a frost line at the level of the liquid propane. Now, within that tank, there's got the liquid and the less denser, less denser, all the way up to the top. However, the entire cylinder is under one constant pressure. There's no way that anyone can argue that the pressure where the liquid is isn't greater than where it is above it. So we have a pressure gradient, and it does dissipate as you go up. And once you break that containment, it doesn't give a shit. It wants to equalize with the outside pressure. So I don't know how they could ever get around that, but they seem to think. I use the example of sealing a box in a vacuum chamber. You have the ambient air temperature, ambient air pressure outside. Everything is being held down by gravity. The vacuum chamber, the box containing the air that's sealed, the air, everything is being held by gravity according to the GLERFs. Okay, so we reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber to as near zero as we can get it, and then open the seal. What's going to happen? Is the air going to remain? Is the 14.7 psi going to remain inside that box because of gravity, or is it going to equalize with the outside lack of pressure? Of course, we all know, anyone that's opened a cold soda or a can of beer has already experienced this, that once you break the containment, the gas wants to equalize with the outside. And what happens after a while, if you leave the can open, you let it set out, what happens? It goes flat. Why does it go flat? Because the gas that was in there compressed has all finally equalized with the outside pressure. That's it. It's real simple. So we observe these laws of physics around us all day long, but they're going to tell us, except for in this one case, I don't buy it. So our friend Sean doesn't seem to understand that when you send light or radio, that it spreads out. And as something spreads out, especially when it has to do with light or any other energy, as it spreads out, it becomes weaker. It becomes weaker. It doesn't amplify. So think of it this way. If you took a 5-inch wide black line that you painted on the ground, you have a very dark black line. Now, if you just take that, what makes up that black line, and spread it out over, so it's now a mile wide, you don't even have any indication that the black stripe is even there. Although it is, right? You would not even be able to detect it. So as it gets farther and further, a light beam, a radio beam disperses and disperses, it gets wider. It loses any strength to be able to go any further because it just dissipates out. That's the nature of it. That's the only way you're going to do it. Even a laser, a pinpoint laser over a long distance, you can already see that the dot from the laser is much bigger than it is when you shine it on something that's closer. This is anybody that's ever even fucked with a laser. In fact, I was just playing with one in the front room. My dogs love to chase it around on the floor. It's funny as shit. So there's that. So let's see who else we got. Dreamy Lynn has popped in here. And of course, let me see what we got. Maybe a little bit more going on up in here. No, I don't see any. Annette. Cincinnati. Okay. Yeah, so that was something that I wanted to go over, was the fact that that's just no way of getting around it. Now, these people want to claim the idea that light or radio waves are going to travel infinitum uh, through the fucking universe forever and ever and ever, because there's nothing there to stop them. Well, here's the problem. They are going to get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. You know, this is why you need a bigger transmitter to broadcast and receive at further distances. You know, Sean wants to act like I don't know anything about radio. I was in the Signal Corps in the United States Army. I was high frequency communications. I think I know a little bit about fucking radio waves, directional waves, all of that shit. I did AM, high frequency, microwave. Don't even start with me. Okay. Oh, good. Austin Murphy's here too. So he doesn't realize that by the time that any of that would even, if it were able to go 93 million miles, and if it reflected back, we can't make up our mind, is the what is the sun made of, and how do you know what the fuck it is made out of? That's another good question. So there's all these assumptions, but because Wikipedia says something or Google tells him something, that's all it takes. He uses some kind of knockoff brand of Alexa or something. I don't know what he calls it. He used it to try to find out what the light minutes to the sun is. Now, why would I know that, being a flurf? Why would I already know that distance, that time, that 8.5 light minutes? Why would I already know that? And he's got to look it up. Isn't this his model? Isn't he the one that's supposed to be the big defender of the globe, but doesn't know anything about it? He doesn't know anything about anything. I watch him in the chat over on Flatzoids, and I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me with this guy, man. I don't even understand. My grandmother had a great saying. She said, "It is better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt." I think that Sean would get a lot of benefit if he really understood what that phrase actually means. There's a thing the Indians used to say. It says, "Big wind come from empty cave." So we got that too. I'll bring him up here in a minute. And Sean, if you're out there, and I know you probably are, or at least maybe one of your minions, I want to invite you to come on up, because I want to explain this to you, so where you can get the idea of what you're actually really proposing. All right, you're actually thinking that a radio signal or a radar signal can last to be 186 miles, 186 million miles transmission strength. I don't think you've thought this out. I really don't think you're good. I'm pretty sure I even have a ridge on his channel. Austin, that's fucking awesome. Listen, he didn't really piss me off. I mean, it cracks me up, and I'm like, really? Are you really gonna try to go up? Why don't you just come on and talk to me? If you've got all the answers, which you don't, you've already proven that you don't have any of the answers. You rely on your appeal to authoritative sources, or what you perceive to be authoritative sources. And that is the problem, because you're letting somebody else do your thinking for you. You're not thinking, you see. You just take it for granted that, oh, they did this. You never worked it out in your head and realized how ridiculous of a claim that actually is, to be able to bounce a radar signal off of the fucking sun. You got to be shitting me. Come on. You can't really fucking believe that. So anyway, we got some spy balloons. I had some funny shit I wanted to show you. This this is funny as hell. Let me see. Did I send it to her? I thought I did. Hold on. Wait. Oh yeah, I did. Wait, it's here. Sent this to my son. He thought it was pretty funny too. I don't know. Can I make this bigger? I don't know if I can or not. Maybe not. All right, hang on. I'm going to do it anyway. You got to listen to hear this. Oh, wait, it's muted. God damn it. Where's the sound on it? Why do they do that to me?
I go to UCSB and I also bartend. Hi, I'm.
That's just fucking wrong, bro. That's just fucking wrong. I'm sorry. It is, but I love it. You know, you got to. You got to. Oh, this was another thing too that we were looking at. You know, along the lines of the carbon dating. This is beautiful. You're gonna love this. All right, check this out. This carbon dating assumes this pirate ship to be 100 trillion years old. I mean, check that out. Look at that. Yep. Carbon dating says, I mean, ain't that stupid? I mean, and people will just go with it. People like Sean Hawkins. he's like going, well, somebody that says they're important said so. So that's where I'm at Jabba's palace, right? Exactly. Hang on one second. I had another thing too for you that I thought was pretty good. And then I'm going to bring that thing up about the fucking balloon. This is kind of crazy. It was on Dabu 7. I'm a little skeptical on some of the shit that I see from there, you know, but a lot of times he puts you aware of stuff, and it's good to keep an eye on absolutely what's going on. This is kind of some residue that I was looking for. Brian Stavely, shout out to Brian Stavely. Y'all got to go over to his channel and check it out. He's been uploading a lot of his old videos up here recently and putting them out as premieres. He had one just a little bit ago I was watching on Ed McMahon, the Mandela effect involved with that. Really quite good. There's a lot of residue on that one. But I was watching the one where apparently, I guess, our location of our heart has changed from over on the left side to the center. And I don't know what made me think of it, but I remember when I was a kid, there was a real famous case that happened in the United States where they executed somebody in Utah after 10 years of not having capital punishment. And this guy's name was Gary Gilmore. Now, I forget exactly what it was. He murdered some people or something. But I had been looking for, I remembered that they had put him, he was killed by firing squad. So they put him in a vest or a shirt that had a circle over the target, which was the heart. Okay. So I dug this up and found this picture from that. Let me bring it up for you. And as you can see, that target is around the left side of the chest. Now, what I didn't realize as I was looking at that, and I was kind of going back into what had happened and everything, because I'm much older now. It was well over 40 years ago, 45 years ago. And found out that, okay, his last words were to the firing squad. And his last words were, just do it. And yes, it was the inspiration for Nike's catchphrase, just do it. I thought, oh, that's kind of fucked up, man. So this right here, I want you to see, this is the danger if you don't recycle your plastic straws, okay? So for the sake of the turtles, y'all need to recycle your plastic straws. Okay. Look, there's Tranquil Vortex, and known about Heart ME for years. Sent it to Open Minded. Let me see what he says. ME aware friend last night. He was instantly blown away. He was frustrated. He doesn't know the why. Well, here's another one too. I had a guy who was over here today. I had a guy. He was here with me one day. Just a friend of mine from the neighborhood. We called him Johnny Dollar on here. And he came by with a guy that he works for, a guy who seems to be kind of on to like, hey, something's really crazy. So I started talking to him about some of these Bible changes. And he went right into it because I says, yeah, I says, there's been stuff changing. And I says, you know, what animal, what is it that when Jesus comes back, what's going to lie down with the lamb? And he goes, oh, yeah, the lion will lie with the lamb, da, 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 da. God, those dogs. Every time a cricket farts down the road, they go nuts. So I says, wrong. I says, it's never been that. It's a wolf. And I showed him. And he goes, well, when was that? Of course, always, when was it printed? I says, no, you're not getting it. This is changed in your Bible too. And I showed him a bunch more in mine. And he was really quite anxious to go home and check his Bible. He says, man, I'm going to check mine when I get home. That's the first thing I'm going to do. He says, that's really freaky. You say these are changing on people's shelves. And I said, yeah. I said, how long have you had your Bible? And he said, oh my God, years. And I said, go ahead. All right, check them. Absolutely. And so that was really quite interesting. And it's always good when you can show somebody that, and they're not automatically just looking for excuses. They're like, because really I kind of hedge off those excuses right off the bat, because I just go, look, this is an old one. This is an old Bible. This one is an old Bible. They were printed different times, different printing companies. I mean, look, they've all changed like that. And he was like, this is crazy, man. And I said, I guarantee you it'll change. He said, I'm going to get a hold of you and let you know. So I'm hoping to hear back here soon. Probably tomorrow. Yes, Natasha, my dogs, now they're over in the back here drinking space water because we're up in the fucking space station. And if you don't believe that, then you're probably a communist or something. And we absolutely nothing will not be tolerated. And you guys know that. So let me see what else is going on here. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to bring up his video because he's really quite I don't know, are you guys familiar with this little crazy man? Wait, where is he? Yeah, this guy. Hold on. A little trolley looking fella down there in the corner. Just a second. I gotta stop sharing that. All right. And then I'll go. That little dude down here in the corner, this guy. He's really an angry little man. He really is. So from what I guess, he was checking out delete laws. He's still beating that fucking horse. And he's not really even very good at that. And it's like, look, I used to think, I quit picking on Chili just because he was such low hanging fruit. And I thought, you know, this guy, there's no way there could be this much fucking content out of one character. And then comes along Sean. Oh my God. And the more he tries to dig in on his stupid shit, the more stupid he looks. I mean, just the more it's almost fucking ridiculous. We'll get into that here in just a little bit. But at this point in time, I'm going to open this up to anybody that wants to come up because we can discuss what the fuck ever. Because, hey, how am I in here? Oh, that's right. Wrong one. Put it right here. Go like that. Put it up in the thing. I'm going to go like that. Pin it. There it is. And we can be over here just in case somebody shows up. Put it in there. It says I have 8 watching, but I don't have anyone chat on Rumble. So we've got 8 on Rumble. We're flying around here right now. We really are. And then what do we got? 23 right now in this one. That's not bad. Notifications for my streams don't go out either, you know, because we've passed the 600 subscriber mark. That's what gets me. So I don't understand why the angry little troll man has found it necessary to want to poke me in the ass with a stick. You know, I mean, it's like I never done nothing to him, but that's all right. You want to maybe showcase your retardedness? I guess I'm down for that. I can do that for you. Not a problem whatsoever. Let's see. Yeah, he's pretty crazy. Watch. Let me just show you what he was doing. Oh, there's my man Eric. Dossier, Hung Fao, Ho Chi Minh. What? I don't hear you. Are you muted? Are you muted, Eric? Well, let's see.
Can you hear me?
Control, taking her back up. I have initiated like an adult ports.
That's weird.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it. We had to make sure that the numbers were nominal. Roger.
Roger.
That's how they do all those fucking space talk. You know, I was looking for all kinds of like clips of NASA radio chatter and shit. And they do that so often. If you ever listen to those guys, they're like, T17 nominal. We have retractor. You know, it's like, how many times do you say,
Yeah. You know, the whole sphere thing, you know, it is partially true that, oh no, here's the thing. You don't live on a ball, but if you're in your field of perception, you are in a sphere of influence, as they say.
Yeah, you're even with your vision. If you think about this, you have a limit to your vision, right? And so that's around you in a spherical domain, personal to yourself.
Exactly.
And then the ancients, many of them believe that we're on the inertial plane, so to speak, of a toroidal system. You understand? That the Earth system may very well be a globe type thing with but we are on an inertial plane, like a flat plane through the equator of that torus field.
Yeah, the material world. This is a plane. It's a plane of existence. Now, I'm not saying. I'm sure. Are there other dimensions? That's coming through in science. You know, I mean, but yeah, this thing that we call Earth, it's most likely infinite.
It may be. It may very well be. I mean, this is the thing too. Ballers believe in an infinite universe or an infinite expanse, an infinite void, right? So, but as soon as somebody even throws out the concept of an infinite plane of existence, oh, that would be impossible. You'll fall off the edge, like in those cartoon pictures they showed us in school.
But it's the same exact esoteric, you know, the fundamental, it's the same damn thing. Infinite universe. It's the one verse, the one hymn, the one vibration. These people are just crazy. They just really need to believe the cartoons. That's what it comes down to.
And they do. They really do. Well, and it's what it really comes down to. It's not so much the cartoons. It's their perception of those that have presented the cartoons. You see, I could present the cartoon and it won't matter. But if you put the setting right, dress me right, give me the proper title, then let me present the cartoon with a well-worded script, of course you're going to believe it. You see, because that's what we're trained to do. We're trained to, that person has a bunch of letters after his name and shit. That makes him of a higher class.
Credentials, right? The creed. And now, wait, there was a movie or franchise called Rocky, And what was the first nemesis was well, then he turned out to be a friend, Apollo
Yeah.
Creed.
Yep.
And it was all about the title. Okay. And it was all about the title bout for the prize fight, which is court. Rocky is
It was the Earth versus the Sun. Apollo
yep.
is the sun, Rocky, the Earth, right? And who won though? The Sun.
No. It's Apollo Creed, you know.
Yeah. The sun gospel, if you will.
I love the Rocky films, man.
Oh yeah, my wife does too. My wife loves the Rocky films. My best friend, one of my best friends, is Sly Stallone's cousin, and it's wild because sometimes I'll be watching a Stallone movie or whatever, and I see like certain ways and glances that this dude does. I'm like, God damn it look just like Anthony, especially in his younger days, in Stallone's younger days.
He's the only one that they say that, you know, the main celebrity that's never had to do the drag dress thing like they did a lot, but they say that's because Sly was actually in a proper porno.
Yeah, he did a bit of that in his early days. You'd be surprised how many of them got into shit through that method or methods thereof. John Wayne was because he went up and saw Mae West sometime, which apparently she's never said, why don't you come up and see me sometime? That's never been said, I guess, anymore.
Well, I was thinking about even, you know, navigation. So if you actually look how you navigate, it's called due east. Now, east, west, north, south, these are just subjective terms. Like we just, you know, it's for map navigation. But what you do is
Are you talking about like Dead Reckoning?
Yes, and it's based.
Well, here's the problem. If you dead reckon east, you will end up going south. Because in order to go east or west,
north, south, east, west, these are subjective terms for a navigational map. And dead reckoning is you always put the direction, you know, upwards, right?
Well, what you're doing if you go when you're going, you got to figure, all right, the central point of Earth is the north. That's the North Pole. Okay, that's your central point. That's magnetic north. It's right there. Boom. Your compass is always going to point there. Okay.
Yeah.
So in order to go east and west, you have to keep your compass needle pointed to the north, which means that you have to keep turning because you're going really in huge clockwise or counterclockwise rotations. That's all you're doing. You're just going around the face of the Earth.
What people don't realize that are listening, they think, okay, so there's north, which is a magnetic thing. But putting aside that, and I mean, you can call it googly bot, you know, that, you know, whatever name you want to put, like Chinese is called Bei. So forget the name. So you got a magnetic thing, right? A magnetic center, right? Regardless of what you want to name it, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's what it's based on. If you're using compass navigation as opposed to you know, like nautical by the stars and all that. So if you're going to use this compass magnetic thing, it's just all based on this thing where a needle points. So it's not about east, west, north, and south. Now, here's the funny thing.
Well, I'm not really following what you're talking about.
Here's the thing. So so you've got the sun. Okay, so Japan is called the land of the what's it called? Japan, another nickname for Japan.
Oh, the land of the rising sun. Yeah.
Right. So we can say the east, whatever, Japan, China, Korea. That's where the sun, quote unquote, comes up. Right.
Right.
So what's another name for the Far East?
Well, it's because they're the water at Japan is to the east of their point of view. I mean, behind them is land. They probably very rarely see a spectacular sunset. You know what I'm saying? But a sunrise, of course, they're going to see that.
So what we call the quote
rising sun. I mean, it's coming up over the ocean right there. They always show that even on their flag.
Okay, so we got these two terms, like, and it's broad, like putting the political nonsense aside, like the Middle East and near. So you've got the East, quote unquote, and another term for the East is called Oriental, right? So now the quote unquote West is Occidental, and if you actually go into etymology, that means to go down, right? So the East, the Orient is up, positive.
Go down.
West, no, it is Occidental. So the opposite of Oriental. See, the public thinks Oriental means you go ching chong chong ching chong and slanty eyes. No, it's where the. So listen, if you're out in the woods and you don't have a compass or a map, and if you got half a brain, how do you orient yourself? By the sun, right? Like, well,
or by the North Star.
Yeah, I get that at night. That's night navigation. But I mean, generally, if you're lost out, you're going to be like, well,
well, you know that the sun travels from east to west.
It travels from whatever it is, whether I don't know, we don't know what it's doing, the names. So the sun is coming from, morning. It's the sun's doing.
It comes from one direction and one direction only, and it only goes in one direction.
Right.
Okay. So it comes from. So we have to have a name for those places in order to differentiate whether or not we're talking about a direction from which the sun comes or which the sun goes. That's all that is. That's what east and west are based off of. North and south are perpendicular to that.
Ascending and descending, and it goes back to the bullshit of gravity. So you got buoyancy and density. So in light, you have ascending and descending in terms of light. Right?
Well, it depends. I'm not really understanding where you're going with this.
Well, so where does the sun ascend on a daily cycle? Well, it's over there. It
doesn't really ascend or descend. That's only your perception of it based on your perspective. You when things go away from you, they go lower into the horizon until they meld into the vanishing point of the horizon. It's because you have limited angular vision, that's just how it works. It's perspective. So it's just like if you're standing on a road and you see the street lights down the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
And each one after the other looks lower than the others. You see them as a line going down into the horizon, but those poles are all the same size. They're all parallel with each other, but because of your perspective and your limited vision, they all appear to be going down until they meld into the horizon.
Well, they also come into you, like, so let's say you're in like Florida, pretty flat, like I-95, with those LED lights with the purple ones that can spot, what they're doing with them.
The ones that vaporize deer before you get to them. Woof.
Oh God. But yeah, I mean, these lights, not only they get shorter, but they also start so let's imagine they're spaced out like 20 meters apart each, 60 feet apart. So they're going to also start not getting shorter, but they're also looking like the distance between each pole is less and less. So they're getting shorter and they're getting more compact. So there's your.
So that's why it appears that the sun goes down, or that it's coming up. It's not really going down or coming up. It's coming toward you and then away from you.
Right.
So it's real simple. If people will open their mind, that the hardest thing is to get people to get this goddamn space crap out of their head. And that's just some of the most ludicrous shit. A lumpy fucking vacuum. Are you shitting me?
No, space. I mean, even science says that you're not quote unquote solid. There is no such thing as solid.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this alleged lumpy vacuum that exists outside of the Earth's atmosphere. That for some reason, this immense vacuum is unable to have the atmosphere of the Earth fucking equalize as it should because of some fictional theory called gravity. It's just one of the most ridiculous things we already just proved a little bit ago. I just gave the example as to why gravity does not hold air.
Well, have you looked at the more recent sci-fi thing? Now it's quote unquote space. It's like it's got clouds in it. It's got like chunky looking. I mean, they're all flying through this.
What
shit
was that? Was that on here?
Oh, Star Trek, Star Wars. It's not just black. First it was black space. Then they put stars in it. Now there's like stuff in it. Like they're just like not only asteroid, like clouds and stuff. It's like they're pretty. I mean, it's good art.
I'll show you something. This is pretty crazy. Let me go over here because I just sent it. Now, this is, how much damn fakery are we supposed to put up with, right? Oops, shit. There we go. Oh, watch this. Stop that screen. I'm going to present this. All right. There's 2 different Apollo missions, 2 different Earth rises, right? They use the same fucking picture. The clouds were exactly the same. They're the same in both pictures.
Well, why is there no stars?
Well, I don't know, man.
I know, but now they have clouds and maelstroms and all this shit according to Star Wars. And actually, even NASA is doing it. There's shit out there. Man, it's like clouds and tornadoes and shit.
Dude, this is what they was. That's what I was getting at is that they just say shit. They just say shit. They just go, oh yeah, there's like for instance when Armstrong and them they got back. And they said, while you were in there, did you have noticed any of the stars and the constellations? And they were like, no, we were unable. We didn't see any stars, right? So then they go and ask that Don Pettit and that other tool that was with him. And they're up there answering questions from Earth. And somebody said, while you're up there, can you see these stars and galaxies and shit? And they look at each other like, what the fuck are we going to say? And then they just agree upon, oh, yeah, we see all this shit up there. Unicorns, the whole 9 yards, just
how that question got in and it wasn't part of the, it's like.
Well, it wasn't that they didn't expect the question. It's just they didn't know what to answer. They had to agree upon an answer. And the answer they gave was completely contradictory to the one that the Apollo astronauts gave. That said you couldn't see any stars.
Pitch black. It's like
right. And like in that picture, you couldn't see any stars. Yet this tool is up there telling me that, oh yeah, we see everything, nebulas and all this shit. It's just like you see on Star Trek. Trust me. Whatever you want, kid.
Well, it's funny because if you look at and I love sci-fi, man. I still, I love Star Trek. I do. And I'm like, people are like, man, you're not no, I just love it because it's all metaphors.
I like Star Trek myself.
Well, you look at Star Trek has this when you go into warp.
Sometimes I find myself channeling William Shatner.
Well, look, when they're traveling at warp speed, they're going through and it's just the same with Stargate. You're going. They always show you're going through this tunnel. So I think
I love Stargate, man.
Oh, the Stargate, yeah, it was.
Yeah. All right, so. Put that concept of a Stargate together with the idea that is put out there by, I don't know if you're familiar with a channel called Nos Confunden. It means literally they confuse us. And it talks about these other ponds, so to speak, like ours with all the continents in it. That beyond where we're at in the ice, there's other ponds like ours with other worlds, and they're actually named, Jupiter and Mars, and that what we're seeing and calling wandering stars or planets are actually the systems, suns and moons of these nearby ones. I don't know, man. It's kind of cool because Venus does have a phase like the moon. It does go through phases like the moon. So I don't know, man. Nobody does. really. I mean, somebody probably does, but as far as it being a bunch of
Is that what
round
we're here?
balls and there's a bunch of burning balls of gas that somehow got together in a vacuum
But see,
because
here's the thing. I
of
mean, this is why
gravity or some shit. I don't know what the fuck
this
they're
is
trying
this
to
is
push.
kind of why I didn't get too much into a lot of the FE channels, because they wanted to go out and do these tests. I'm like, my perspective has always been like, you know what? I'm not, I connected with Source Father. I'm not here to do that, man. What I'm here to do is not be sold a pack of lies.
Right. Well, see, one of my biggest contentions with it is that it is absolutely fundamentally one of the cornerstone blocks
Of the
one of
lie.
the of all the rest of the deceptions, because it's amazing that once you break through that, it's like the rest of their nonsense just goes, oh, come on, y'all, you're not even trying. It loses.
I've traveled the world, and I'm telling you, man, I'm going to say that probably the vast majority of beings on this earth do not believe in this NASA thing. It's a very quote unquote postmodernist thing. Like, I've been in Kim, nobody believes that shit. I was in Thailand one time when I was living there, and we drove up to it was a white guy with a Thai wife, and we drove a car up to her grandma. And this is how people, she saw us drive the car, and her mind couldn't wrap her head around the fact that she saw it as like a beach. She's like, oh, it's raining out. Like, we're in a hut. And she's like, oh, it's raining outside. The car is going to get sick. She thought there was an animal. And no, it's not funny, because this is a Thai woman from the mountains, like just 15 years ago, whatever.
Wow.
And you're going to tell me this woman, she has no idea about this shit. And there's a lot of people on this earth that do not believe it. I hate to tell you, America, Europeans and city folk. There's a lot of people on there, like especially in Asia. I'm sure in Africa, South America. I would say the vast majority of the quote unquote planet's population not only wouldn't buy it, they haven't been sold this shit yet.
Yeah. Well, what you got to keep in mind too, that the Western culture and primarily Americans are some of the most propagandized and brainwashed people in the world. Okay. And one of the biggest ones of that, and what concretes it in there, is this perception deception. And this is programmed into people at an early age that information is true or relevant based on the person that presented it. You see? So regardless of, so now we're not evaluating information on its merit. We're evaluating information on the credentials of the person that's giving it.
The presentment.
Now,
It's the same what they do in so-called court, and it's the same what.
Yep.
Oh, I have a black robe or a white robe and a 3-letter title. That's it.
It's ridiculous. It really is. And to think that is the be all and end all, because Sean, as you'll see here in a couple of minutes, likes to make often reference to questioning where I went to school. And I always tell everybody the same fucking answer. I went to the same shitty fucking indoctrination centers you did. Okay? There was nothing better or worse about the little brick and mortar government fucking indoctrination center that they sent me to and yours. Okay? So let's get off of that. Let's not act like, oh, you're uneducated. No, I used to, as you can see, I even know more about your fucking beliefs than you do. This is what I'm telling this to Sean.
We find this with hardcore Christians and churchgoers today.
Exactly. We did that the other night with it.
Exactly.
I mean, come on. So it's like, here it is, this guy, it really blows his mind. The fact that I don't give credence, it's like, I want to see facts, and I'm not stupid. And I know more than Sean does about what is supposed to be the globe model. You know, he had to look up what the distance was, how many light minutes away it is. I already readily have this information in my head. You know why? Because I used to believe that shit. But then after pondering all of the information and looking at it from an objective standpoint, I found out that a great majority of it was based on pure speculation and assumptions. You see? And much of it designed to make you discount your senses as to what you see, what you do or do not feel. You know, I mean, you think about this. When you're supposedly on a ball Earth, when you're watching a sunset, that means that you are falling backwards faster than the speed of sound. But you don't feel it because of math. Right? So you're falling backwards past the speed of sound while simultaneously going, I think it comes out to be like Mach 88 around the sun. While the sun, we're chasing that. We're doing this corkscrew fucking crazy bullshit, but you don't notice any of it. And the constellations all just seem to stay constant year after year, after century after century. The only thing that changes is the progression of these constellations in a precise amount of time in an age. I think every 2,160 years comes into a new age of, like, we're coming out of Pisces and going into Aquarius. And so why Pisces? Well, you can also see a lot of the mention of the fish involved with Jesus. Jesus is the age of Pisces, right? So now we're going into the age of Aquarius, and it even says, Master, what shall we do when you are gone? He says, go into the village, and there you will see a woman carrying water into her. You will see a man carrying water. Follow him into his house. The water bearer, of course, it's Aquarius. It comes right after the fisherman, right? So
Well, here's the thing about the Bible. Now, let's see.
and prior to that, hold on.
Go ahead.
All right, was Aries, right? What is Aries?
That's what I was going to lead to. That's what I was going to lead to.
Yeah. Because
Aries is the air, Libra is the scales. That's the land. Libra's land.
Think about this. So when it came into that age, right, was when Abraham he took Isaac up there, going to have to kill him, right, and do the sacrifice. And right at the last minute, God stopped him and provided a sacrifice, because what had its horns stuck in the bush that Abraham was able to capture and use as a sacrifice? It was a ram.
Mm-hmm.
Papa. People don't see the astrological. I mean, do they not see 12 apostles around the sun?
Exactly.
I mean, you even look at it. All right, Judas is Scorpio, right? Yes. Yep. So Judas gives the kiss of death, and the kiss of death is what they call the Middle Eastern scorpion. When it stings you, it leaves like what looks like a little kiss mark. They call it the kiss of death because those venom ones, they're bad.
That's why I hate my brother. He's a Scorpio.
Yep.
And he's younger than me. So I'm the first son, which, yes, there is a lot to that. I don't care what any mother on this earth says. I love my children equally. BS.
So there's a lot to that people don't understand. They don't really look at the astrological aspect of that.
So that, you know, if you speak American English and you're a Bible lover, well, here's my question. How do you say library in French or Spanish?
I don't know.
Baños. Tech. No, bibliotech.
Yeah. Bibliotech. Yeah.
Right.
The Bible isn't a storybook, right? The New Testament contains a story, the Gospels, right? But it's not so much a story. I mean, is the Pentateuch, you have Genesis and Exodus is kind of a story that kind of goes together, right? But these are books, right?
Well, the point.
They're not chapters.
I don't like the term Bible. I know it's the Anglo-American thing, but really, listen, this is how they did. This is more Babel crap. So in America, say, oh, you got a Bible. Well, there's Old Testament, New Testament. Yeah, it might say Bible on it, but that's not how I look at it. So people over here in America, Canada, they call it the Bible. Well, bibliothèque means library. So now you go back to what's this? What's the sign of Libra?
Scales.
So the library and the Bible and the court, we see in the picture here.
What picture?
Library, Bible, court, Libra, the scales. That is the library. This is these churches. They're all one and the same. Like your son talks about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I don't own a Bible. I mean, it might say it on, but I don't look at it. It's a code word. It's there if you know how to read it.
Well, I have I've always been interested in theology. I like to understand what different
Me too.
people believe and where they get their ideas and everything from. I have a couple different copies of the Bible. I'm getting a hold of a Jehovah's Witness copy, what they use, the New World Translation, just because I want to keep track of any changes that are occurring in those as well. But I also have the Quran. I have the Book of Mormon. So I have a lot of these different doctrines.
I even have some esoteric books and writings and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean,
wait, somebody said the age of Aries has held the rate. Well, here's the thing: what the opposite sign of Libra is Aries. So now, if you go back to law, right? Aries is the air, Law. Right now, okay. So so here's the thing: libraries, churches, they're land, right? So you got land, air, water. That's what law means. 3 jurisdictions. But we've been living in an age based on this land. Yeah, they throw Admiralty, the Admiralty, but that's the problem. These books, listen, my entire life, I hated paperwork. I'm like, as far as back I can remember, like, is this the world I live in? I got to fill out forms and file this and file that and submit this. Is that what life's about?
I don't know, man. Did you see that thing from Dabu 7 or whatever?
Oh,
I guess there's some other people covering it too, but about this latest, there's another fucking balloon.
I don't know what they're other than the war drum stuff, but I always thought it like, wait a minute, like
I think their fucking satellites are coming down, bro. I think the satellites are coming down
now.
I mean, I really do. I think the satellites are coming down.
We people like you and I and others, we would never say that quote unquote satellites don't exist. It's just a term, but they're not up in the vacuum. They're on freaking balloons.
Of course. And they're, this is some crazy shit that people really, they'll believe whatever they're told. Let me bring this thing up so that you can watch this guy. He's a fucking tool.
That's a good point. Writes on said, look up while we steal your wallet. Well,
yeah, man. And look, that's what they're doing too. I had kind of a theory because I was watching some footage of people in Antarctica. Let me bring this back to us and I'll pull that back up. People in Antarctica and these expeditions. And dude, these guys, it was in some areas, they get temperatures, it's like 70 fucking degrees, right? There was people walking around, they didn't, they had coats on, of course, and there was snow, but there was like, it wasn't cold enough to see their breath. They weren't wearing gloves. They were touching metal. And I'm like, okay, so that's some more that they give us.
When I hear the term expedition, I think Pied Piper, ex-Pied and stuff, like all these on the TV, all these expeditions. I never been there. You know what? I want to go on an expedition.
Well, this is the thing, though. Everybody's got this concept too that not only aren't you allowed to go there, they make it sound so ferociously horrible and cold and just desolate and shit. But this was very telling. And one of the things I was looking at, they were going down into what appeared to be an old base that was dug into the ice under the snow. Now, what my theory is where you hear about them talking about all this fucking global warming and shit, and they're worried. And we're not really seeing a whole lot of it here. But I think that perhaps the ice and shit in Antarctica, what they call it, the outer ring, is starting to melt and shit is starting to be revealed. And that they're worried about it becoming back like it was, because I mean, we see evidence in maps showing that there was at one time flora and fauna on what we now call Antarctica as late as 1587. So, you know, is that it too? They're worried about that, but I don't know. Let me bring this thing up. You got to see what this guy had to say. He's just ridiculous. You can see him down there in the corner. We'll bring him up down there.
Watch this.
Hello and welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you high above you at 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. Trying our damnedest not to get hung up on any of this science. You see all the science going on around here.
Yeah, don't try and get hung up on any science or anything.
Don't try to get hung up on any science or anything.
Right. Be hung up on science, he just said. So be hung.
No, I mean, that's just all he has. Not anything about, you know, how am I denying science or anything else like that.
Well,
I'm just saying.
See, these people don't get science is not a body. There's no science is it's an action. It's a methodology. There's no.
Well, he doesn't get what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing like I do. I say, see all the science we have up here. Look at this science.
Yeah, because that's what the dummies think. Like, wow, man. Oh, look at shit, man. Just
look who came up here. We got Burn the Corporate Fiction. I thought you was working, G.
I was. I'm off now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, you got fired, didn't you? No.
Oh yeah.
He's like, get out of here, you goddamn tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. We don't take kindly to your kind around these parts.
About it. You go and get a job, which I'm pretty much damn well can lay out. That's damn well the book of Job. It's spelled the same way. So if you get fired,
you get sent to hell.
There you go.
Right. Yeah. No, it is. That's actually why we call jobs, because of the book of Job. But no, I was just, slaving away for the corporate oligarchy, man, being a good little corporate slave.
Can I without doxing your, well, I mean, you claim to be, part of what do you do mostly? What's your
I work for the CIA generally. Trolling truthers online and pretending to be one, right? So I can infiltrate. Everybody trusts me, so that's what I do.
Right on.
Yeah, that's cool. No. I mean, seriously, like, what do you?
Hey, Brian, you didn't happen to see where this one here, where he was the first part of this, he was dicking around with delete laws, see, but then I looked and he'd come up on us, so. When I'd mentioned something about you making him look like a stupid ass, showing him the Boston Globe article, right? He's like, still, you ought to hear what he says. First, he says that you're a dumbass and all kinds of shit. And
then, I'm the dumbass.
Yeah, you're the dumbass. And then he says, well, you'll see. It's funnier than hell.
Guess opinion and religion is good enough, right?
This is an open invitation to Sean Hawkins. Sean, you seem to have a lot to say here recently. It's very, very ape-like, very, very primate-ish. And so what you'll notice he cut out, he zoomed way up. He zoomed way up because I was getting ready to talk about what he had to say. See, he's a fucking coward.
Is that Sean?
Well, this ought to be good. Here, I'm going to go ahead and I'll keep going. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, he like mutes out
Get
my
past this fucking bullshit
intro. Fucking bullshit intro.
So wait,
Good evening, everyone. What is it?
is that Sean?
That little ball headed dude with the 5 head?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that's him down there.
that's Sean.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he looks like a meth head, dude.
He does.
It looks like the demon from Poltergeist 2, like he's skeleton.
God is in his holy temple.
He looks like Jeff Dunham's puppet. That fucking, you know what I'm talking about? What's his name? The old angry one.
Yeah. That old mean old man. Yeah, he does. Oh my God, he does. He does look like that. Let me hold up. I gotta find it. No, everybody knows who we're talking about. This is funny though, because he says that
He's like the guy who makes moonshine. Wait,
His
somebody.
name's Walter. He looks like Walter.
Yeah, that's his name. Because when I said something about look at his low brow, see later on he said something. Yeah, you make fun of people because of their forehead, and I'm like, when I was watching it, I was sitting there going, no, I said you had a low brow. I didn't say anything about your 5 head. You know what the fuck, dude? You could show movies on that shit. Look.
Yeah.
Somebody said it looks like a moonshiner. Basically, it looks like it does look like
it makes moonshine, no doubt, right? Yeah, right. Oh my God, Sean is a chode. Yeah, look, I saw him. He showed us up over in Flatzoid's Perspective, and he's always got this little toady that follows him around. This guy named Charlie Welch. He might be in here tonight. That dude is a tool as well, and they never have anything. They never
I haven't heard
anything.
the term chode in a long time. That's funny.
I know that's a good one. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, for anybody who does not know what a chode is, right? You know what a chode is, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell the audience for it.
It's a short, fat, stubby cock.
Yep.
That's what a chode is.
Little fat, look like that little like piece from the Lincoln Logs. That
right.
Oh shit, the bed, Fred. Oh my God. But yeah, he gets mad. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, coming to you from high above your imagination in the International Fake Station.
So this is just like a shittier Gem Panda show.
It looks just like a live stream from the ISS.
Where we're in your imagination in the fake station. You have to do a lot of mental masturbation just to believe that this shit isn't real. Because as you can tell, I have the exact same anomalies in gravity pockets that we see with NASA every day of the week.
Gravity pocket?
This dumbass doesn't know that obviously didn't see during one of their live feeds. The guy dropped something, it went to the ground, and they said, "Oh yeah, we went through a gravity pocket."
One of their live feeds. That shit happens all the time. They dropped a screw came out off the fucking wall and went ding ding, dropped. What the fuck?
You don't know about it though.
I remember I grew. I was born in '71, and I was pretty much like I had rockets as a small child. The phallic symbols. And when I got into school, I just couldn't figure out, like, wait a minute, you got all this technology to go up there. Well, number one, why would you not have hotels? I mean, God, these corporations, like, man, no.
Oh, it's just, they're making it commercial now, don't you know? They're going to continue to be making it commercial and that's never going to come to fruition.
I'm 51 years old. Nothing's ever.
It's never going to come to fruition. They cannot make it. There's no space. You can't
all right.
Space.
Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001 Space Odyssey came out in 1968. And this was based on the idea of what would be in the year 2001. Okay.
Yeah.
And in this movie, if any of you have seen it, he goes up and he flies up using a Pan Am spacecraft. He's a passenger in a Pan Am spacecraft. There's a stewardess, the whole 9 yards, right? It shows her walking upside down and all this other stupid shit. Anyway, then he gets to the space station and he stays in a Hilton. That's a Hilton up there floating around. So this is giving people the idea that, hey, by the year 2001, this is going to be common all the time. People flying in space, Pan Am's going to have spaceships, blah, 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 blah. And here we are. And we got Elon blowing a fucking rocket up into the dome. Cool. Good job, bro.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They promised the dumb public that this was going to be your future. You can just
It's called kicking the can down the road, right? They have to, because they can only keep this fucking shit under wraps for so long. Okay.
Listen, I got a question. How come we always take the high ground and don't do the same shit that these people that they attempt to do to us? Like, he's alive right now. That little fucking meth head is live right now.
Is he really?
Yeah, I just went over and looked.
Is he doing us?
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't want any smoke. He's doing something on space. He's got a fake ass CGI image of Earth up on his screen. So,
you know what I should do is I should go over into his chat real quick.
I'm being an instigator, though.
Yeah, tell him to come over here. Tell him to come over here. See what the little cockbag does. Anyway, let's listen to this fucking idiot again.
Okay.
So, how's everyone doing out there tonight? Let me see what we've got here in the chat. I'll be putting a link up in the
Jesus Christ.
absolute fucking moron. Jesus Christ. In the comments, or in the chat rather, and pinning it for anyone that would like to ask questions or whatever, just speak about any of this. We've got, definitely have to leave an open spot for our good friend Sean Hawkins. I'm not sure if he's in the chat here. We're gonna take a look and see who is all in our chat this evening.
Man, I live rent free in his head, don't I? Just absolutely rent free. He pays. Matter of fact, he pays me to live in his head.
No, Sean, it's more kind of along these lines now. And when I was thinking about this today, I was like, I almost on one level feel bad, like I'm picking on the mentally disabled kid or something, like it's not nice to pick on the retarded kid because he's retarded, but then on the same token, the retarded kid's an asshole. So, the gloves are off. You dig where I'm coming from with that? Did he say anything?
No, I wouldn't. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. I almost want to call him a bitch, but I also don't want to seem immature. Right. But I also am immature sometimes.
Well, you know what Mom said. We were talking about that the other day. She said, she told you that one time. She says, Ryan, you have the ability to cut someone to fucking shreds and seem like you were giving them a hug. It's like, yeah, no shit.
That is quite a sweet thing.
Not a whole lot of people yet, but hopefully Sean will show up. This is an open invitation to him because recently he seems to have quite a bit to say in regards to what we discuss here on the show. And
yeah, I stumble across. I watch a lot of shit.
Okay, and, I just sent.
When I do live streams, if you say something stupid, I'll fucking show what you're saying is stupid. Yeah.
One of the things I find interesting is that he keeps enticing your mind by
enticing your mind. Ooh, that sounds juicy.
Not offering any real refutations of what is said.
See, how many people?
Bro, hey, chat. Put a 1 in the chat if I've offered refutations of what he said. Put a 2 if I haven't.
It's he wants to keep you guessing. I guess maybe for future content or something, but I've given an open invitation for him to come on up here tonight on the panel.
I mean, why would I want to talk to you? 7 days ago, you asked me, how do you know how far the sun is? I said we detect it we measure it with radar. And you didn't bother to fucking research anything. So why the fuck should I come on your show and talk to you? You have no interest in learning. You have no interest in doing any kind of research.
Well, I just explained to you, brother, how that works. Let's see. I got him over here.
Well, I like the word research. Kind of
Oh, he's seen it, Ryan. I just watched you. He's seen it. You can tell by the reaction on his face. I even put on there, I said, hey, Sean Hawkins, come on over to my stream and talk to me. We can both stream it. Don't be a coward. He has no idea what the fuck he's even talking about over there. That's insane. That was what he's talking about over. What he's talking about
because I was listening for him to hear if he was going to say anything or not when I put that in there.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he. I could tell
his
when
whole chat stopped typing. There's no comments after my comment.
I got him over here. Oh, he says, somebody says, or maybe it's just a waste of his time.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, hold on. Who said that?
Dickbag Patrol. What a fucking name, right? Oh my God. You gotta be shitting me here. This guy is a fucking tool. Hang on a second. I'm gonna do something here real quick. I'm gonna stop that one. And let's share this fucking idiot. I got him muted right now.
See, this dumbass will never
we do not breathe ionized gas. Thank you.
What is it?
I was going to say he's never going to even understand anything because he's obsessed with research. When he research, he goes, he doesn't understand. He's caught in a feedback loop. Research. What do you mean? How do you research?
Well, his research. Hold on. His research is Google, Wikipedia, some kind of a knockoff Alexa that he has.
He's reaffirming. So all he's doing is like when my teacher said, oh, redo your homework. I'm like, I did it. You just don't like the way I did it. I'm not redoing anything for you.
Right. All right. Well, I'm fucking with his chat hard. I'm gonna fuck with his chat.
Right. Okay. So
burn the corporate fiction. Let's look that up.
Ooh. Well, he's coming after you now.
That's okay.
Look it up.
I know, right? Watch.
Is that him? No.
I said I'm streaming you. I'm restreaming you right now, meth head Sean Hawkins.
He said, no, it's not you. He can't even.
I don't.
Oh my God, he's still Good. Burn the corporate fiction. That's a good name. You came up first tier. First tier. Oh no! Look at this dumb. This is research. Burn right.
Come on, we're just looking at it.
You were there.
You were just there. Look at there's latest from.
Because what he's doing, he's looking for something.
You were talking to him. I didn't see him in the chat.
Did he just make me a moderator for his fucking channel?
Did he really?
I think so. It just had a moderator thing pop up on my show.
My God. Oh my God. No fucking way.
Researching. He's researching. Come on, research.
We can continue.
let me see.
I'm waiting for you to show me how you can have gas pressure without a container.
I mean, dude, he doesn't know anything, man. The Earth isn't flat, and he knows nothing about law. So he's just a lost cause.
Okay, good. All right, well, that's pretty easy. Go and read a barometer on the wall.
A barometer is a container. A barometer is a container. Try again.
Is that the same container as the Earth? Is it?
No, it's a different system. Show me a barometer without
this
container.
When you go and read the pressure on a barometer, and you look around you, where's the container?
See, that's the thing they couldn't understand. You're inside the system, just like inside of a propane tank, right? You have a gradient of pressure from the highest pressure is at the bottom, and it goes up to the lowest pressure at the top. As soon as you breach containment, that gradient doesn't fucking matter. It's gone. It's over. It's going to equalize with the outside fucking pressure, which in this case has another gradient. So, you know, he just can't fucking understand.
What causes the pressure on the ground?
The gas colliding.
And I mean, he's low-hanging fruit anyway. He's just a fucking religious piece of shit, a pseudo-religious piece of shit who thinks the Bible's a science book.
Thinks the Bible is a science book.
And he's a pretty disgusting, repulsive person with a lot of the shit he talks about.
Nothing.
So I won't give his channel the benefit of having me on.
The benefit of having him
With
on.
what?
He doesn't
With
give
everything
him
on
the
the
benefit
ground.
of
He really
having
is
him
fucking
on.
That's what gas
repulsive.
does. It collides with each other. It collides with everything. It
Oh,
hits the surface.
dude, just quit. We
Hold
gotta
on,
go
dude.
back.
I've got them all stirred up.
Oops, shit. Fuck. Hold on. I didn't mean to close that. Fuck. Where is he again?
Oh, dude, I've got them all riled up. He totally did make me a fucking moderator for his
I
channel.
see that. I see that.
That's pretty funny.
That's fucking hilarious. If
Watch
I was
here, I'm gonna
Freddie, I'd
say-
start banning your guests right now.
No. Well, you know, it's coming out that the quote unquote government is sending a lot of people money who just have, you know, for many things like in the hospitals. I don't want to go too deep, but you know what's going on. How much you want to get this by? I'm going to bet this guy's on welfare. And the programs that are out there for the weak-minded and the weak-souled, this, you know what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna say, hang on, let me see.
we live in a world now where there's
There we go.
be
I
done.
just told him. I says, "Look, dude." I says, "Sean Hawkins, if your information is solid, you have nothing to fear. Come on over and discuss it with me. Or if you would rather, I can come on your stream." See what he said.
What the hell is his channel? What's in it? Sean. It can't be just Sean Hawkins.
Hang on. Oh shit! Hang on. Hold on, let me get it. I thought I had this up here.
I don't understand what anything means, Flatzoid. You're proving it.
You're pointing to the sky.
That's
That's
demonstrated.
Ryan's
You
It's a
point-
demonstration.
smacking
Right,
the
yeah.
shit out of people in that
A
chat.
photo
right
is
now.
a
For
demonstration.
fuck's sakes, let me talk, you moron. You point.
Well, answer the question. Answer the question, burn the corporate fiction. Does obstruction have to be a physical act?
Pointing to the sky.
Yes,
You're pointing to the
of
sky
course,
and having a
because
belief
obstruction
that
revolves
violates natural law because you're
around a
contradicting
physical
the statement.
object
To show
being
that
stopped.
doesn't mean
It
it's a
doesn't violate law.
demonstration. Show me an actual demonstration
Oh,
where you can have
exactly.
gas pressure
This
without a
photo.
container. Thank you. That's
Clearly,
This
not
photo.
clearly the
Gas pressure by
That's-
containers.
that you know that photo you're showing. You know what
Yeah.
that's proving? It's a pressure gradient inside a contained system. Thank you. very
Why
much.
is that gradient there?
Because I
Yeah.
explained that gas behavior, you morons.
Because of gas behavior.
Do I have
Gas
to
behavior.
say that?
Yeah, because of gas behavior. I'm sure if you look in any science book about on the subject, it's just going to say because of gas behavior and nothing else.
It'll explain the gas behavior is the relative density and buoyancy to one another. Just like when you put oil into water, it will eventually all float to the top. Why? Because of the relative density.
Nobody wanted to. I offered $50 to debate me, or no, it was 100. I offered $100 to debate me. Nobody fucking give me a chance. So I don't do it anymore.
No reason
So
at all in a homogeneous system without some kind of outside force for gas to just naturally settle at lower altitudes than higher altitudes. None at all.
Okay,
You have
know
to
what?
explain why that happens.
You know what? I'm not going to say anything.
All right, I'm out of here. This guy is so fucking frightened. He's
Oh,
shook.
so you're avoiding.
yeah, right there, the picture, right there, observably held down. Just like your Earth is a.
Anyway, let me go back to that other one we were on. This guy, he ain't gonna ever come on.
No, he never will.
No,
Ever.
he's a major fucking puss. But this is
He's a
funny what he
bitch.
said over here too about Ryan.
All
Too.
right, I'm up out of there. I can't believe he made me a fucking moderator for
I
his channel.
know,
What an
what
idiot.
The fuck? What a retard.
All you have is your fucking opinion and your religious belief.
There he
That's
is
all
with
you
that.
have.
So religion seems to bother him very badly. I'm not religious and I don't have religious beliefs. What the fuck?
Because he's
is
a
he talking about?
demon.
Yeah. Look at
Yeah.
that face. Look at the face on that fucking thing. Look at him.
Well, he's got like a rodentine face, you know?
Wow. I don't even know what the fuck to call that thing.
Seeing as this guy believes in appeals to authority and consensus, I've got Noam Chomsky on the record calling statism a religion. I mean, he's an expert witness, wouldn't he?
I guess. Well, it depends. This guy picks and chooses. He's a Hillary supporter. I know that.
Oh, yeah, of course. He's in on the whole scam of the bank run. I told you he's on welfare for sure.
Well, I don't know. He just seems like he's just an angry little man. And he gets really triggered over God, over flat Earth. He doesn't know anything himself. He just says, stupid fucker.
He's so frightened to come debate us. He made one comment on my channel and I made him look like a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Right away.
He's on disability. I can believe that. I can believe that.
mental
Probably ain't a
disability.
fucking thing wrong with
I'm
him.
telling you, look at what people have uncovered with Acorn and
Yeah.
Obamacare, and then the past. Dude, they're handing out money to slaves.
Yep. Dude, this guy, I would bet you he's on disability. He's one of those motherfuckers that there ain't a goddamn thing wrong with him either. He's one of those that just plays the system.
People like that. That's the people that wore the diaper. These are the people that read. These are the people that believe in this era we're living in. They believe in space. They believe in the diaper. They believe in J6. They believe in 9/11. Everything they believe in.
Yeah. Hey, I've had some on here, man. We had this one guy. He was immersed into all of it. Captain Hook, that school in Connecticut, and all of it. And it was beautiful too, because he says, I don't like to touch on that subject because that's, when it came to these various events at educational institutions. And he says, because that's a touchy subject because people died and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, yep, it worked on you, man. It got you emotional enough that you won't question it. And that's how it's designed to fucking work. People don't get that, man. They get their emotions played all the time, whether it's showing you a lost puppy and playing a Sarah McLachlan song, or wheeling out a little dirty child, and here's Maria that has to drink water out of the dump and shit, send us money. I mean, they play your fucking emotions all day, every day, for everything. It's insane.
Hey, he did not like that we just came in and bombed his shit like that and made him look like a bitch. It's
He
gonna
didn't
eat
like
at him.
it.
It's gonna eat at him for a while.
Is he going off?
Oh, he probably is. I stopped. I'm back over here. I stopped fucking with them. None of them are actually about anything. They just run their mouths. Keyboard warriors. They're not actually about to back up anything that they're saying. All you if we're so stupid and if what we have to say is so ridiculous and stupid, then why won't you just come make us look ridiculous in front of our audience? Sovereign and I have mutual fan base with a lot of people. Yeah. So you could kill two birds with one stone right now.
Oh yeah, you could just destroy us with your vast
with your
scientific
vast
knowledge,
and
we'll even excuse the fact that you have to ask your little knockoff Alexa thing anything because you don't know anything. All you know is, oh goddamn son of a bitch. Look, I already got this guy pegged out, right? He's a serious left-wing libtard, right? Yeah. Living on disability when there's nothing really fucking wrong with him. He's just playing the goddamn
he's
system.
mentally disabled.
He's just playing the system.
He probably worked in a major. He was either like he worked in a public school as maybe a shitty English teacher.
Janitor.
Yeah,
like creepy fucking Yeah.
Well, he's got government shit his whole life.
Got diagnosed with minor attracted personality.
Did you
He has
hear?
he has no creative capacity. He has no intellectual capacity. Never did. Never will.
Unindoctrinated. What a tadpole chugger. That's fucking hilarious. I've never fucking tadpole chugger.
That's pretty rough. That is pretty fucking rough. Yeah, he's like, let me see. I'm gonna speed it up just a scotch, man, because this guy, I don't know. He doesn't really have any kind of I don't know. He's let's see what 1.5 does.
Groundskeeper Willie.
I wouldn't take the Polaris challenge because you're a chicken shit.
No, the Polaris challenge wasn't a challenge because it was a straw man fucking challenge. It goes on the based assumption of a distance to Polaris, you fucking bald-headed retard. And you can't prove the distance of fucking Polaris. Okay?
Right.
So get out of here with that dumb shit. What'd you do? What'd you do? How'd you check that one, Sean? You fired a fucking radar 411 light years? Huh? Is that what you did? You fucking moron.
Polaris is a snowmobile, or at least it used to be. Now it's a four-wheeler or something. That's as far as that's what he did. Polaris.
I thought it was a camera. Oh no, that's a Polaroid. Okay, never mind. We're good.
No, Polaris.
Chicken out of the debate, and now you're calling me a coward because I won't come on your show and have you deny everything I say and lie to my face.
Deny everything you say and lie to your face.
Deny.
Well, I may deny what you say, and I'll back it up with receipts and explain why what you think is scientifically impossible. That's easy enough to do. One thing I won't do is I'm not going to lie to you. If I have to lie to make a point, well, then it's not a point, is it?
You got to wonder if this guy even knows what the Socratic method is, for example, cognitive dissonance, without Googling it. Does he even know these?
No, let me, this gets worse because I'm going to discuss how Ryan made him look stupid about the Civil War, about America's first Civil War, the Revolution, right? And he's like, he still thinks it means the war of the North and South. And it's like, no, the definition of a civil war is when two factions within the same country war against each other. For instance, when they had the Catholic and the Irish Republican Army and shit over in Ireland, that was a civil war. England had a civil war before our Civil War.
First of all, I have a book from the late 1800s called The First American Civil War. That's about the Revolutionary War. Secondly, all I did was a simple Google search and put the First American Civil War and brought up a Boston Globe article. Okay, Boston Globe article that was talking about the Revolutionary War, referring to it as the First American Civil War. And then I copied that link and pasted it in the reply to the comment.
He won't. He and that's the thing. You'll see what he says. Watch here.
He doesn't even know what a book is.
Discuss what he thinks we have said.
Dude, I own the whole top floor, the penthouse, right at the tippy tip of his pointy little head.
Wrong, or how maybe the flat earth has hurt him somehow, or what have you. I don't know what it is. It seems like he made the mistake of going after Burn the Corporate Fiction in his comments. And
yeah, because Burn the Corporate Fiction is a dipshit.
Part of it was, if you have watched the show where Ryan has described the Revolutionary War as America's first Civil War.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, buddy. It wasn't.
As it was actually depicted at the time. And
but that's not what we call it now. The Revolutionary War. That's what we call it. Dumb fucks like you might call it something else. Trying to be clever and original. Sorry, man.
Well, Sean thought trying to be clever and original.
Trying to be original. Yeah, that's what you're here to do.
Well, not only that, but it's the first American Civil War, man. Like it was, I mean, even aside from the fact that everybody was under England, you had a great many colonists that sided with Britain.
Right. Hey, well, here's another way to look at it.
Go back.
Okay. Hold on, wait. Here's another way to look at it. If you were my neighbor and we had a dispute over where the fence line is supposed to be at, right? That's called what kind of a dispute is that? Oh, that's right. It's called a civil dispute. Why? Because it's amongst people who normally are amicable and are neighbors, right? They're people within the same community, within the same. That's what the fuck a civil war is you have, like, just like, suppose if it could happen right now. I mean, it wouldn't be line drawn between north and south, because like right now, if the way they're talking is, it would be people of one political faction versus people of another political faction, and they're all intermingled amongst one another.
I'd have to say
that mess.
I'd have to say all war. If you're looking at it that way, I'd have to say all wars are essentially just civil wars.
Did you read what Ryan said again? He said Sean thinks he's smart because he figured out that you can chug the Windex straight out of the bottle instead of licking the window directly.
Oh my God! Hold on, where was it? Oh God, this one right here. Yeah. This dude is scary stupid. I mean,
he's like, scared to death. He won't come debate us. He won't come to debate either one of us. I guarantee you, he knows even less about law than he does about his own globe model system.
Yeah, he really,
and he knows nothing about his own system.
And part of it is, I think he has comprehension problems. I really do. I think he has a problem comprehending shit, and this is why he has to rely on his knockoff Alexa and Wikipedia and Google. And it's like, dude, here's the reality of it, man. Look at there, my fucking phone.
Research. Remember, he has to research. So he'll Google something and he's going to click, link 1, link 2, link 3. Doesn't notice that it has a little bubble around it with AD, meaning
there's two types. There's two types of stupid people in the world, right? There's sweet stupid people because they're too stupid to know any better, right? And then there's stupid people that are just smart enough to realize that they're stupid and they're mean. Sean falls under the latter category. He's just smart enough to know how stupid he is, and he despises people with intelligence because of it. And that's the entire root of his problem.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, and also he's just a very angry man. You can see that in his face. He's just an angry person.
Well, yeah, that latter group of people are mean. They're mean. So you have sweet, stupid people. They're simple. And you got stupid people. A lot of cops are just smart enough to realize how stupid they are, and that's why they're so mean.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Look at this. All right, so let's see what he says. Thought that was funnier than hell until Ryan showed him a copy of the Boston Globe from that era.
Why did I freeze his talk? What? I don't understand what you're saying there, Steve. But welcome.
You don't understand what he's saying?
No. It says that's exactly what it was. What a civil war is basically when people in their own country, two factions, fight against each other.
Right. They weren't fighting against another faction in their own country. They were fighting against the people in England.
What a fucking idiot. Okay. It was all England. It was all England. There was no United States of America before that war, you fucking moron.
I know, right? What's he fucking talking about? So, that we're going to sail over there and fight you. There was already the fuck here. Damn, what a dumbass.
Across the sea. That's who they were fighting. And Germans. So, yeah.
Actually, they were German mercenaries from the state of Hessen.
Yeah, the Hessians, yeah.
There was no Germany. It was not until Hessen and Rhineland-Pfalz and all the other Germanic provinces, they were united under Bismarck.
In 2023, there's actually no Germany. It's called Deutschland, you douchebag.
Well, I'm very glad that Sean Hawkins, with his brilliant intellect, has set us straight on that matter. Thank God. Because
all this time I thought the British was already here because it was a colony of Britain, but they weren't. They weren't. And they said, "Hey, you can't send us that Declaration of Independence. We're going to sail all the way over there and fight you now." Stupid motherfucker! I swear.
They were seeking independence. It's not the same thing as a civil war, you stupid fuck.
You have to remember, we were subjects of Britain, right? So we were all.
Oh yeah, he's proud of it.
It wasn't everybody that was down.
He's got all his finger paintings on it, right on his refrigerator.
What
Framed.
the fuck is he
For
talking
not
about?
being part of the nation. So he's apparently talking to somebody in his chat, probably one of these people that follows him that barely have 2 brain cells left, and they're both fighting each other to a death match. Made some kind of a comment that apparently was favorable to his manner of thinking or non-thinking, however you wish to look at it. So he was responding to that. Yeah, he's probably bad off.
I cannot
Yes, it was a
believe he
civil
has
war.
over 1,000 followers.
I'm just hoping that his whole thing is his whole gig just to be a contrary shit. Well, most of the reason he has all those followers, and they're really not that many, it hasn't increased.
No, that's what I'm saying. That means
in a long time, and it's because of the chili thing. See, there's like a little cult of people that just they revolve their whole thing around chili, and he's one of them. He goes in on that one, and occasionally wants to. Well, occasionally he thinks he's going to go in and talk to people. He think and convince people who have studied flat Earth that it's a globe, even though he doesn't know anything about his own fucking model. Just his whole refutation, 90% of it is, oh, fucking idiot, it denies science. When
he's horrified by God. And that's how you know he's got some shit fucked up with him. Like he's got some darkness. He said that you were disgusting.
Yeah.
For being, and I don't know if he was talking about you or me, but just to even say that about somebody who's spiritual because they have a connection with God, that's awful. So there's something fucked up with you. I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta take a phone call real quick. Continue.
All right.
I'll be listening.
All right, let's see what this homunculus has to say. What is up with?
Excuse me? Self-realization much?
The guy, I don't know. But anyway, let's see who all I got in here. I got B. Maximus, Charles B.
Hey, Lisa,
CJ
good to have you
Mobley,
here.
Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains, Freedom by Truth, MCAX, Mojo Shop, and MCAX. I got your emails. It's a lot to sort through. I just sat down tonight and started looking. There's a lot of stuff in there, man. Username redacted. Roseanne Massman, the Massman prophecies connection, maybe. No, we don't know. But we did take a trip. I have to tell you, we did get Don Pettit out of here. Thank God. This guy could never remember to flush our space toilet, and we had a hell of a time up here. What a mess. Luckily, William Shatner came up and took him back down to Earth. I think he's going to be placated. Bill showed up with a couple of green hookers from Uranus. I got this shirt. As you can see, it says, I love Uranus.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. How old are you? Seriously, how the fuck old are you?
It's a cool shirt. I love that shirt because there's a place in Missouri called Uranus. Okay. And they have a fudge factory there. And they also have a freak show museum. And it's just like one of them real kitschy places, right? And they got like alien shit all over the place. I mean, it's just really cool. Kind of a carnival-y atmosphere. And they have this fudge. They sell all these different kinds of fudge. And they say, thank you for picking Uranus. Or they'll say, thank you for letting us pack your fudge in Uranus, like when you buy some of the fudge. It's just kind of a cool little place. We went on a Route 66 trip all the way out west, and that was one of the places we stopped. So this guy, listen, he's really stupid. He can't read the rest of the shirt on here. He doesn't see that it's on, no, he don't.
God damn it, man.
And they brought that to me from their home planet.
So he's saying he loves people.
He made me a wrench as well.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. When he says Uranus the way he says it, yeah. Whoever's looking at it, he loves their anus.
Planet. So funny. Hey, there's Jack Talcott. He showed up here tonight. That's cool. Emilios, man. We're getting some people falling in here.
That's 5 + 7.
I want to thank everybody. I just reached
his age is 5 + 7.
600 subscribers on this channel, which is great because although I had like over twice that on my original channel, what I've done is kind of like weed out the ones that were only coming for the chili.
No, he's a dangerous fuck. He's a sovereign citizen, a flat earther. He denies science and reality and law.
Crap, I got so tired of doing that. It was like, ow, my balls. And, in the Idiocracy movie, it was just like, okay, enough is enough is enough is enough. Okay. How many times can you watch the same rerun? So
Idiocracy is a movie, fiction. Stop citing fiction.
I've actually managed to retain an audience of people that have an open mind, a thinking mind, and enjoy the kind of content that we produce here. So that's kind of cool. So let's see. Oh my God, I got the username redacted. The realist McCoy. Mojo Shop has shown up. Jack Talcott, of course, he's here. Good to see you again, Jack. Let's see if I missed anybody. Art Akudo, you're late. I'm going to mark it on your permanent record. I'm hoping to meet up. We're going to Flattoberfest in October. We're going to be staying rather near.
Poor dude is really stupid, man. Look at his face.
And I want to meet up with that dude. He and I am going to have to meet up. That's really cool. I've known Art for a while now, but mostly just online and through text messages. And I think he's a really cool dude, man. So shout out to my pal. Hey, Palmy is in here too. Pamela's Mystical Musings. Good to see you again, dear. Sorry about the memory lapses, but once I clicked everything together, I was like, oh, okay, I know exactly who I'm talking to. It's almost 3 a.m. here, so I'm going to lurk while I listen in bed. Sounds good, Benny boy? Sounds good. So anyway, as I said, I am going to put the link in the chat, just like this. Then I'm going to pin it to the top, so anybody feel free. And especially as I've said before, if my good friend Sean Hawkins, who seems to be a very, very angry man, well, let me just
very, very angry.
Just kind of show you what I'm talking about. Let me see here. Do I still have him? Yes. Okay. I'm going to put that over here so I can actually monitor the screen.
Very, very angry.
And I'll bring it up to where he starts this.
Yeah, liars kind of piss me off. So I guess, yeah, when it comes to that, I'd be angry. Especially
liars? I would like you, Sean, to just indicate to me at any point in time what exactly you think it is that I've lied about, because I can back up anything that I say on here. Especially when it comes to when we're talking about the gas pressure system inside of a vacuum. Yeah, we can keep that one. The fact that we can see way too far, dude, you suck.
Liars that lie about me, and cowards, cowardly liars, kind of trigger me.
All right, here we go. Let me just give you an idea as to this is the content we're dealing with. Anybody that's not familiar with Sean, and what we'll do is we'll play it at a little bit of a fast speed. You're really not going to miss a whole lot.
Oh my God,
I got it at 175
fast now.
And we'll just take a look here real quick. It's a 45-minute thing, but really we don't have to watch a whole bunch of it.
Ancient secrets can all be answered when you ask the mystic access guru. That is I, the great exalted one.
Right.
Oh look, hang on, he's watching my. Okay, here's where he likes it. He must. I think he likes my intro.
Right. Yeah, I got that muted. Oh.
Let's,
no, I mean, it's not that I like your intro. It's that you were live and I couldn't fast forward past it. Usually, I get you after you've gone live and I just skip it. Seems flat earth ahead of me. Like, what does it mean?
Did you notice that none of those right there, what he was just looking at, had anything to do with flat earth at all?
But you're a flat earther and you love memes. So, memes, prove everything.
Dude is like completely retarded.
Fucking weak-minded.
There you go.
None of these things prove. None of these things talk about flat earth. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, you said about the flat earth before there was any memes about a flat earth at all. You see, he was already ready for that one.
I think this is my first time watching your fucking stupid intro. Dumb shithead.
Yeah, he probably watches my intro and jacks off. He probably watches my videos in his boxer shorts because I think he's got a man crush on me, man. I really do.
He gets angry because everything in there is him.
Well, and he also knows that I have a much better personality, a much better presentation, and I'm just way better looking than him. So, that's got to piss a guy off. You know what I mean?
All right. Unmute him.
High above 250 miles above you in your imagination from the International Space Station. As you can see, we're engaged in all kinds of science up here. You can tell by all these cables. In fact, who's that good-looking fellow? Huh? See that?
Yeah, this is what an ignorant piece of shit does. It's basically the same level as smacking the books out of smart kid fandom. Mocking people for intelligence. That's what he's doing. He's mocking intelligence.
I'm mocking intelligence? No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you're mocking accomplishment. That's what you are. You're a bully.
I'm a bully that mocks intelligence and accomplishments. Well, pretending you're up in space isn't really much of an accomplishment. I'm doing it right now. Okay. That's not really much of an accomplishment. So yeah, if you're lying to me and saying that you're up in space and you really aren't, I don't see that as an accomplishment. Now, that being said, as far as being a bully, who have I bullied? Who in the fuck have I bullied? I haven't bullied anybody. I'm just showing how fucking ridiculous it is. And that hurts your little butthole. That makes your little balloon knot sore, Sean. I don't understand why it makes your little balloon knot sore. No, I'm not. I'm mocking the retards that think that when they see those fucking people in a space station, that shit is real. That's who I'm not mocking. That's who I'm mocking, Sean. I'm mocking you.
Mocking accomplishment. Yes, like I said, you're mocking intelligence. You're mocking smart people. That's what you're
No, I said I'm mocking you and idiots that believe that shit is real. Those aren't smart people. How are those smart people?
doing. Thanks for confirming that. Appreciate it. He's mocking people who have done things with their lives.
Done what with your life, Sean? Lied about being up.
No, building a space station, building rockets, learning how to navigate space. Yeah, mocking that. See, your ignorance, your uneducated opinions mean nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Learning how to navigate space? They haven't gone anywhere. What the fuck is that? Learning to navigate space, building rockets that explode, and building the space station that is clearly not real. Wow. See, he contradicts everything he fucking says.
Navigating is built on the premise of you want to go from point A to point B. So you go from point A, Earth, and you're just going to a vacuum. Like that's nothingness. According, like where are you going?
I know, right?
Like,
well, he actually believes that we have little dune buggies, remote control cars on Mars. Okay, even though we've actually shown that it's not on Mars, I'll have to find it. It's funny as shit. There's one where when you zoom in on this rover's looking at itself, right? And it's supposedly on the Martian landscape. And you zoom in and there's a motherfucking fly on it. So what, there's flies on Mars? What the hell? Come on, man. This guy believes everything that he's told. You know, based on, because, well, they said it on the TV. They said it because of NASA. Science.
Nothing.
But he has to. Again, he has to. He has no fortitude from the spirit of creation. So he needs other men with forts to protect him. He has no integrity. He needs it. He has nothing. I feel bad for people like this in a way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Renee. I might get a little grouchy and growly if I'm interrupted over and over with stupidity, but I'm not a bully. I don't go bullying people. That's stupid as shit. Oh, good. That takes us right up out of the Illuminati status. We were at 33. Whew. I'm glad. What do we got? We got 6 over on Rumble. Kick ass. But yeah, listen, I'm gonna hit this bowl. Let this fool talk.
Honesty makes you look bad.
Up in fucking space and shit? Are you for real, bro? Come on, bro. So much beyond what you can comprehend, and
I mean, he's a QAnon piece of shit. He's a fucking conspiracy theorist. He's a flat earther, and he's a fucking sovereign citizen.
Okay, 2 things he's missed there. Okay,
you're a sovereign citizen.
He said that I'm
you're a QAnon theorist. Yeah.
Sovereign. All right. So anybody that's ever watched me knows I'm not a QAnon theorist. I have stated over and over the meaning behind the name of my channel, and it doesn't have anything to do with sovereign citizen. Okay. If there were such a thing, this guy, what a fucking retard. And you see him looking up like, yeah, you're this, you're that. Oh, yeah. And it's like, shut the fuck up, you little rotten demon. Go back to the fucking stenchy bowels you came from. Citizen?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, you are. Your fucking name says it, man.
And I'm not a QAnon person either. At all. See, this is the problem. Yeah.
So you just believe in the same conspiracies the QAnon believers believe in, but you're not QAnon. Oh no, you're not that kind of crazy. Okay.
People like this. They see, notice the low brow on this guy. Notice the low brow, frontal lobe. That it's very, very ape-like, very, very primate-ish. And so what you'll notice is that he thinks that all of that shit is real. He doesn't really know one way or the other.
Yeah, I've communicated with the space station. We did it at field day.
I could call you, Sean, and tell you that I was in Saipan, and you would not know whether I was next door. So talking to someone on a fucking radio is proof of butkus, man. Nothing. Jesus Christ. God, he's easy. I bet you he believes the fucking Santa tracker. You know, the NORAD Santa tracker, I bet you this motherfucker believes it. Wow.
We did it field day. We also bounced signals off the moon with a highly directional antenna, a Yagi. I think it was about a 12-foot Yagi. So yeah, we've done a lot of stuff like that. It could not be possibly done on a flat Earth with no space station in the sky, in space. So.
It's just what he's been indoctrinated with. And so, yeah, see, we've done all kinds of stuff. We've done all kinds of stuff that wouldn't be possible on a flat earth. He doesn't mention any of the things at all. He just claims that there are some. This is his whole gig.
Oh, he uses the we. Who's this we?
Yeah, I know, right? You never
Who is
went
this
anywhere.
we?
You're on disability fucking welfare, guy.
Yes,
queen.
he's part of the public trust.
He's a fucking welfare queen. Let's get
So he
real.
has to use this we. He is the public. And I say the public, come on. Ryan knows a bit about this public-private, the whole UCC stuff. This guy is only public. He has no other concept. He's only public. He has no, he's just, that's why he has to use we. Who's this we?
I know. He ain't never done nothing. You just sit there and be stupid and believe every fucking thing that's fed to you because you're a goddamn fucking welfare suck. You know, when you're a tick sucking off the hog of the government, no matter. That's what you're doing, bro. You're just a government mutt. That's it. So you gotta toe that line, you know. Otherwise, your precious fucking welfare, your disability that you don't really need, go out there and get a fucking job, you piece of dirt. Jesus Christ. Just like a primate.
Indoctrination is what uneducated people call education because they've never gone through the educational process. They've never gone through a science class where they're required to test their...
Nope, they didn't have no science classes in the shitty public indoctrination center I went to, unlike the shitty indoctrination center that you went to, Sean. Yours was completely different than mine was. It wasn't a fucking federally funded goddamn brick and mortar fucking indoctrination center. Holy goddamn, this guy is stupid.
Test their assumptions, test their hypotheses.
Yeah.
What they've done to make sure that what they've learned matches what we'd expect in reality. See, this piece of...
Yeah, like showing a fucking atmosphere inside of a vacuum without containment. You have to demonstrate that, Sean.
Shit's never done that. He failed himself in school.
He failed
his own education. So he does this. He calls education indoctrination because his view of school is the view of an outsider who doesn't know the process that people actually go through on the inside of the school.
Yes, I do know the process of what people go through in a school, and we've covered it at length on this show before.
Actually, just hey, he's listening. Go look up John Taylor Gatto. That means cat in Spanish, by the way. Gatto. He
made me a moderator over there too, bro.
I know. Hey, but he's listening. So go look up John Taylor Gatto, who was a New York City public school teacher of the year, many times awarded. He walked away from that shitty thing and he exposed the truth about what produces people like you, ass hat.
Right, exactly.
You to go spend a weekend on just John Taylor Gatto and come back about your education system. Do it.
That's crazy.
And then let's talk.
You know?
They become upset when
it's like somebody who's never been in a slaughterhouse might think that, oh, the cows are just, they go in and they unzip the meat from them and then they sing them to sleep so it doesn't hurt. And then they
nobody needs to go into a slaughterhouse to know how cows are slaughtered, Sean. Nobody, and you seem to think that somebody has to go and actually see it taking place, or else they're going to think that some other preposterous fucking thing, like that they unzip their suit and just take the meat. What in the fuck are you even talking about, you little troglodyte?
Oh, I get it. He actually worked in Purdue. He probably did a fake slip on the floor and on disability.
Probably. I think he gets a tard check. You know, I think that's really what it is. I think he gets one of them checks for being an artard. You know, you can get that if you are.
I'm telling you, there's a program. There's so many programs out there in the past few years. This guy's definitely getting paid to do this. I mean,
not very good at it.
I mean, he's trying to hit all this dumb shit.
He's not very good at it. I mean, his comebacks are weak. In fact, I left a comment on that video and said, dude, this is weak. Do better. You know? And it is. I mean, it's funny as shit because he doesn't pay attention to anything that's said. He bases anything that he does say is based off of an assumption, but there's never any refutation of what is said. Okay. Now he started to get on about this radar spread after somebody in the comments asked about it. Okay. And there again, then he says, oh yeah, he still doesn't understand that that's going to keep dissipating as it spreads. The more it spreads, the worse it is for you, Sean. The more it spreads, the weaker it becomes. Okay. It's that simple. It's the inverse square law of light. It works as far as radiation is radio waves are concerned. It works with microwaves, all of that shit. Sorry, buddy. You're never going to get around that. Ever.
Their perceived reality has changed. But we'll listen. And I'm not a sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen, as we've just...
No, it's a term of mockery. And yes, a lot of you dipshits claim to be sovereign citizens. The dumber ones do. Yeah.
Discussed as...
Wait a second. Now, are we backtracking that I'm not a sovereign citizen now that I've explained that to you? Well, some of them are. What a fucking artard.
Nauseum. Hello, OTW News. Good to see you.
Yeah, and Bev says he's not a flat earther. He's a contoured planer. Same thing, different terminology.
Lord, it's probing time 666. Good to see you as well. This is what you find out with this guy, this character.
Are you on there, Lord? Did I miss your name? Did I miss you?
Right. He's automatically made erroneous assumptions about everything. So he thinks I'm into QAnon. I knew that was a psyop from the fucking day one that I saw it. The sovereign
Why
citizen
are
thing,
you
not
messing with my Lord and Savior?
Of course, somebody comes to you with a ridiculous claim that you're on a spinning ball.
You mean your Lord and Savior, Sean Hawkins?
Yes, Sean Hawkins is my Lord. You guys are dummies.
Dumb fucks. Deny science. This you think education is indoctrination, huh? You didn't go to school,
Y'all are a bunch of dumb fucks.
I mean, what
the
a
dumb
fucking...
fuckery on here.
Yeah, that's all he's got. That's all he's got. So how you doing tonight, Nubs?
I'm doing swell. How about you, gentlemen?
Oh, finer than frog hair split 3 ways. But that's he just continues on through that dumb shit like that. And hey, whatever floats your boat, Sean. Everybody knows you're a fucking coward. You will never come up on panel.
He did make the quasi appearance last night.
Well, what? Just in the chat?
No, the quasi appearance.
Oh,
the one
your impersonation. I told him that. In the comments because he actually stopped watching us. Like not too long before you came back with that stellar performance.
And that is disappointing. That is very disappointing.
It is. I told him, I says, this dude did a fucking excellent impersonation of you. You missed it.
I wanted to know what the ultimate, the master had to say about my performance, because obviously mimicry is, you got to love somebody to mimic them.
Right. Kind of like, how George Bush was so, stoked to meet Dana Carvey impersonating him, he thought that was cool as shit, so
I was I was just on a channel just a little bit ago. I had those gentlemen rolling, and all I was doing was the bit for Hunter Biden.
Oh God, yeah, that guy. Wow. See, it's almost like this. Look, we already know it's a show, right? And it has turned into a circus. I mean, a literal circus, a 3-wing circus. It's like Looney Tunes went fucking bonkers, right? And it's almost like I expect to hear anytime the calliope music of, because this is just, I can't believe the level of crazy that is taking place amongst.
Well, it's kind of like I was listening to a fucking report from BNSF that said basically they gave the number of liquid gas cars, and with some basic math, I was able to assess that effectively they had almost twice the power of the bomb in Hiroshima traveling across the country.
What now?
The report from BNSF, I do believe it was it was either Norfolk Southern or BNSF. They gave a report on how many train cars had that liquid gas in it.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the liquid. And effectively, if you look at the explosive power of one of those cars and then times it by the umpteen cars, there was literally twice as much power of explosion than they dropped in Hiroshima.
Holy cow.
Just super smart guys.
Hang on, I'll be right there. I gotta get some. All right.
Are you two guys with us, or is it just me and Saab?
I don't know where them other two guys are at. I had to go get this piece of blueberry fucking bread. You got some munchies.
Did
Big
you bring
time.
some to share?
I did. Here you go. Oh, bite. Where are you at, Eric?
I'm here. I'm just chatting away. I just keep hammering him with John Taylor Gatto, John Taylor Gatto, John Taylor Gatto.
Oh, what are you over there on his name?
Nobody that loves education will ever address John Taylor Gatto. No one. And he's a simple guy.
Where are you at?
Me?
Where are you trolling, Eric?
Oh, on that dipshit government tit sucker. I have an app.
On the God of all that is good. His
No.
channel?
Oh, I don't deal with you're talking about the white ape?
No, the bald head. The bald head that calls you a moron. What's his name again, Sovereign?
Oh, Sean.
Yeah,
This guy.
Sean. Are you over on Sean's panel?
Yeah, I just keep saying Dave has more of a relationship. He made me a wrench, and I just keep saying John Taylor Gatto, John Taylor Gatto. Anybody that talks about education, man, and public, man, are you familiar with John Taylor Gatto?
No.
No, man. Okay. He was a New York City. He passed away just before this stuff happened. He was a New York City public school teacher. Sweet guy. You might even think New York City might have been a quote unquote liberal. Whatever. New York City guy. Worked in the public education system in the New York City public school. Was named Teacher of the Year like 2, 3, 4 times. He wrote it, but he walked away from it and told the truth about what it's about. Indoctrination and how disgusting it is. Okay, so anybody that brings up education, I always say John Taylor Gatto, and then we'll talk later.
Well, the whole idea of it is, if you think about it, you have to study a curriculum that has been picked by someone else. You then have to memorize and regurgitate the shit that was told to you back the way that it was told to you. And then they give you this piece of paper and say that now you're smart. There it is. Here, look at his. He's funny to watch when he's not.
I wrote an article. It was based on a lot of his work. So basically, the compulsory education system that's pretty much, dare I say, global right now, just whatever. It started in Prussia. Well, what were Prussian soldiers known good for in the late 1800s?
My family was very good at doing their job.
So Prussia was, they had the mercenaries, the Prussian soldiers. They were, so Prussia, which for you dumb Americans,
we were known.
You were Prussian? You have that?
My family goes directly back to Prussia.
There you go.
And we weren't the
just
soldiers. I'll put it that way.
That's a part of what's now called Germany, just for dumb people that don't know their history. No, I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, ask an American what's it's like Persia or Prussia. I don't know, somewhere.
Most militaries have based their strategic tactics off of the Prussian military at one point or another.
Yes, because the Prussians, whatever, it was a crucial. That was the third turning. Now they're saying we're in the fourth turning. So Prussia was probably ahead of the game.
We just kicked ass.
Well, it's because anyway, they were So the education system, but the modern global education system was based on the Prussian military system.
There was an education system, the compulsory education. was a Prussian design, and the man known as the father of American education, Horace Mann, had gone there to study this method and brought it back here to the United States.
First, it went to Britain because they were just starting to, due to the industrial. So it was Prussia, England, and quickly the U.S. And then it went, I even went into Japan. So when they got rid of the samurai class, they had this thing called the Magi's. Kind of sounds like magistrates. So they had these Magi's who were quote unquote westernized, aristocrated, and they went back to Japan and killed the freaking men, the samurai people, to modernize Japan. And that's what, if you look at the movie with Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai, it kind of covers that, like what was going on in Japan. So you know that film, Last Samurai?
I never saw it.
I starred in it.
You started it?
Can't you tell?
Okay, Tommy boy. Listen, compulsory education. And by the way, talk about education. The Amish and Mennonites only go to about grade 8 or something like that. And I'm not saying, but screw your public education system. That's one of the roots of, it's a piece of shit.
I just put over in his chat. I said, we are all still waiting for you over on my channel. I defended you and said that you were not a coward and would show up. Don't let me down.
Somebody had to show up for you that doesn't even know you or like the things you say.
Well, now come on, guys. We got to give
Eric, you know what an Amish woman's dream is, right?
Oh God, no! This is gonna be. I've never heard too many. I've actually never heard an Amish joke. So go.
Fuck! I looked up John Taylor Gatto. Jesus.
You looked up John Taylor.
Are you not listening?
And
I would say
Jesus
fuck.
Yes.
Of course it does.
Next person who types John Taylor Gatto in the goddamn chat's getting blocked.
Can you put a link
down? The height goes up.
Yeah.
Can you put a link? I need to go put John Taylor Gatto in his fucking chat.
Just like a ball does.
I'll put it in the.
No, the answer to my question, Eric, is 2 Mennonite.
Right. So yeah, the acceleration would be slow down as it got higher. Yeah.
I got it. Do you know why Barbie never gets pregnant? Because Ken comes in a different box.
Right.
What was what was the what you saw the Amish? A Mennonite? I heard part of it.
2 Mennonite.
Oh, 2 Mennonite. Okay.
Well, thanks for watching, guys. Thought we'd get a laugh out of that. Watching Flat Zoid, the biggest fucking liar on YouTube, and pretty goddamn stupid, trying to educate everyone.
Oh, is he coming over to watch us?
Fucking amazing.
I don't know. You should go.
So thanks for watching.
Just fucking amazing.
Oh, he just
come on over, buddy.
I got a hemorrhoid the size of Rhode Island. Fucking retard. Oh, poor little pussy. He can't do shit. I don't know what to do about that guy. Anyway, he's fun.
I was doing the hand gestures.
What? Somebody roboted out. What was it?
I think that was.
I was doing hand gestures.
Oh, careful. No gang signs. You don't do any gang signs. I wouldn't know a gang sign. I don't know. Some of that shit. Holy God, man. So it's one of the people over there is this Mr. Twitch guy. And he thinks it's a big deal because he knows my real name. He knows mine. And it's like, that's not a fucking secret. You know, I don't understand. But
I think
anyway.
I've heard your real name.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, everybody knows me. My name is Dave. My last name is the same as the first murderer, and it's spelled the same way. So there it is, man. Big fucking deal, you know. Like
murderer. Oh,
yeah, Cain.
Do you own the chicken company?
I'm an original Canaanite, man. That ain't no shit.
Well, that could be an Amish woman's dream too. 2 Canaanites.
No, ask my wife. One's more than you can handle anyway. We're mentally taxing.
No, we're talking about the Amish women. Those women will do anything for anything as long as the Bible's behind it.
Wait a minute. That kind of goes for at least when I was living in New York City and DJing. You know, living in Manhattan, you never want to screw around with the girls in the city. But the New Jersey, Long Island Japs, you know, something-ish American Princess, and the Italian, you always went for those. Those Jersey girls.
Forget about it.
Yeah. But, you know, that's because they were good religious folks out there in the suburbs, and they just love to not be religious on the weekend. If you know what I mean.
Well, we have a pretty good sized Mennonite population in my area. My first ancestor here in the Shenandoah Valley was a Mennonite minister from Switzerland, Canton Bern. And he was a Mennonite minister who had just gotten out of prison for being a Mennonite. So that was kind of interesting shit there.
I bet you your family and my family knew each other at one point in time, because mine came over as Mennonite, and then they switched from Mennonite to Brethren, and then finally now apparently everybody's Church of the Brethren.
Yeah. Okay. So that was one of the reasons my first ancestor was sent here, was because the Mennonites in this area were being heavily influenced by the Baptists, the Brethren. Mm-hmm. And he was a strong-handed Mennonite. So he was here to straighten out the flock. He came here in 1752.
We had a strong-handed Mennonite in the family.
Yes, on my mom's side, yes. His name was Peter Blosser. Came over on a ship called the Snowbird, and he arrived here in Virginia in 1752. And his church was like right up 340 between Luray and Front Royal.
Hey, I've been since this current little thing has kicked off, I've been seriously trying to figure out, like, how do people that just don't have a religion, whether it's like that guy that my pastor, and or this other guy, like, we're living in a world where we're hung up by people on religions and they just can't even freaking have a conversation.
Yeah.
Mr. B's not indurated. That's good to know.
That's good. I would hate to be indurated. That would suck.
The point is, I've been trying to, like, we've got family, we've got some pretty close Amish friends, and that's, you know, they don't let insiders in, but.
Well, here's what I would ask Mr. B. Okay. You believe that you live on a globe, right? What is your number one proof that you live on a globe? Go ahead, lay it on us.
Well, I feel all the motion. right? The 1,000 miles an hour on the axis, the 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, and the baffling 1.4 million miles an hour, right, through the fucking universe.
Through the universe.
Right?
Oh shit.
Wouldn't that create global warming?
It does. It does. So does racism.
Nubs, you have a doppelganger. I'm going to show it to you. This is pretty cool.
I've got a couple.
Sarah,
if you look at nature, all motion has an intent and purpose behind it, right? So you got a plant, the roots are going down into the earth. The stem is going up towards the sun, right? As above, so below. But like I go from my house to my mother's house, there's an intent and purpose. But this whole ball thing, like, so we're flying through the universe. Why?
Well, you just
We're
hit
getting
the
to it.
nail on the head. It's to remove you from purpose. It's to remove you from a sense of purpose and that there is a divine order and plan to things. It's to make you think that you evolved from a monkey, that evolved from a pond scum, that evolved from an amoeba, all the result of some random series of events that happen in such perfect sequence at just the right moment in time. You know what I mean?
Logan Sandman got timed out over on Sean's. That's fucked up over there. Nubs, real quick, I just wanted to say one of my viewers, Sarah, you might know Tim and Sarah. She said that you're a image of her dad. You remind her of her dad. And she sent me this picture. And I was like, oh no, yeah, it does look a bit like him.
Yeah, a little
That's
bit.
funny. I used to wear a goatee like that too.
So yeah, well, that whole thing about like what you were saying. Go ahead, Ryan. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. I pretty much finished. Just like it takes more faith to believe that circumstances and the environment was so perfect. You know what I mean? For this series of events to happen in such perfect sequence.
Yeah.
And then it still doesn't explain what spawned life. Like, so even just hypothetically, if we were to take that massive, massive leap over a Grand Canyon of faith to believe that that was the case, what created it? Right? Like what spawned that way? So the Big Bang Theory and all that shit and the dinosaurs and the evolution, it's nothing exploded into something.
Well, it's almost like expecting like a tornado to whip through a fucking junkyard and perfectly restore and wax a bunch of cars.
Yeah, well, it's and even before all that happened, you have nothing, right? And then it explodes into something without cause or reason or a catalyst of any kind, according to these people like Sean.
Right.
Isn't there some laws that kind of defies?
Well, also, wait. They had to take a freaking nursery rhyme from, I think, Germany, and they say, oh, it's called the Goldilocks zone. Just certain plants. So Goldilocks, which they stole from
Just right. Goldilocks ate the porridge. That was just right. Slept in the bed. That was just right. Right.
Yep.
And that's what it is. The Goldilocks theory or scenario. And the whole thing is like you can observe reflections in nature of everything in the human condition and psyche and creation, and as above so below is like probably the universal maxim or one of the universal maxims, right?
I used that maxim today while digging a hole.
The cyclical.
No, I'm serious. If you look at a tree and you can see the top root structure and you see how it goes, you see how it grows underneath. At least to a certain degree.
That's actually that is a perfect example. And that's how that very concept is mirrored in nature in something like a tree. And everything is a microcosm of a macrocosm, right?
That's one of the things I tell somebody when they're first learning how to grow weed, right? I teach them that right off the bat, that the dirt line is like a mirror line. Okay. Everything above is the same below, but the opposite. The roots
It's not
need bark
identical.
and it needs air. It needs oxygen and it needs to be dark. Above it needs light and it needs carbon dioxide. It's just like, and it's going to be as big down below as it is above.
The principles are the same, though. Is that it's not identical, but the principles are the
It's
same.
close though. On a lot of trees, like pine trees grow almost like when you're digging around a pine tree. Like if it were daylight, I could show you what I'm talking about. But if you look at the pine trees that are growing next to me, they're really, really, really tall. Well, a pine tree, they send a tap root down the center, and it's like a fourth of the length. It's a smaller version, but the same at the same time, if that makes any kind of sense.
And that's the whole thing, though, is so microcosm of macrocosm. Man's made in the image of God, right? A building, a cathedral, does not build itself, right? There's an architect, right, to lay out the designs, construct plans, and execute designs. And there's a builder or a series of builders, right? And it is formed, right? Well, the acorn doesn't just turn into an oak tree without some kind of driving force and intelligence. Where did the first acorn come from, right? Where did the first oak tree come from? That's the whole
Frank
idea.
gave it to us.
Yeah, you can't explain these things, right? And atheists cannot explain these things. Atheism literally takes more faith than any kind of theism whatsoever, any kind. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if you're a Satanist, you have one up on an atheist. I'm dead serious. Yeah, you do.
Well, I subscribe to the Big Bang theory.
My favorite are what I was trying to say with the whole East-West. So actually, it's not the East and the West. Those are okay. So we got.
Here we go again.
We've got. Okay.
Dude, I can't take you seriously with that fucking icon. I can't take you seriously, Eric. What the fuck is that? Who is that guy? Is that you?
That's me. It's a what?
I mean, come on, man. What are you doing?
I'm in Angkor Wat, man.
You look like that fucking teacher on South Park.
Yeah, I'm making fun. That's making fun of people.
The only thing you're missing is a man bun, dude.
That's it. That's it.
He's missing the hair to create the man bun.
You know, come on, you can't tell I'm being a bit.
Is it a sarcastic image? Is that what it is? Is that sarcasm?
I hope you can see that.
Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
No sarcasm. That's straight up you, Eric. I know. You're a secret meditator.
No, yeah, listen, I meditate, but I don't do the trick.
No, that's exactly how you meditate. I know it. That pose is way too fucking natural.
That looks
doing some of that freaky ass yoga. Oh, do the inverted balloon knot.
I make you fucking trendy people, man. That's what I mean, dude. I don't even wear sunglasses generally.
Look, you look like the dude that says "whoopsie" on the old Mortal Kombat games.
Yeah.
I'm glad Nubs got that.
Listen, I've never been. I don't even like being in photos because I think it's narcissistic, man. It's like my iPhone, like when they have these categories like selfies, there's like 3, and I was like, wait, that wasn't a selfie. Somebody else took it.
Dude, I seriously thought you got that icon off the internet, bro. I'm not even kidding. I thought you just picked that out.
Well, Eric, I removed myself from my family because I thought that was being narcissistic.
No, my camera's not even working, man, and I'm just who cares? Everybody.
Dude, I'm just fucking. Well, I'm half fucking with you. That's my. If you know me, that's my. I'm always half joking and half serious.
No, but that is me. That is me. Just like I don't know, 12 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, and you were in China.
No, that's Angkor Wat in Cambodia.
I don't fucking know what Angkor Wat is like.
The Cambodia
temple.
Yeah, it's like
huge ancient temple. It's really
actually more. It was a city
complex. Yeah, it's a
It's
complex.
a city, and nobody knows. No, there's no talk about. It was abandoned, but history doesn't want to talk about. Look at the masonry there.
Yeah,
too.
they discovered it. They
Yeah,
discovered
I
it
built
like
that
in
shit.
around the same time as all the fucking world's fairs and shit.
Exactly.
I built that
Yeah.
shit 3 years ago.
So there was a
They have
massive
Stonehenge is fake as hell.
Yep.
You think Stonehenge is fake?
It is fake. I've seen where the fucking plaster is broken away and shown the metal fucking girders inside the fucking rocks.
So obviously, you know that I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah,
But I have to ask,
Yeah. I mean, they're bad. I mean, some of the fucking shit that I've seen about it is.
What do you
really
think the
damning.
reasoning is for faking that?
Power.
Tourism? I don't know. To
Power.
sow their
No.
fucking narrative.
Well, there has to be a
It's
pretty
about the
significant
narrative.
reason to go through those, such great lengths to, or it could just be tourism money. I mean, yeah, there's.
I don't think so. I think Egypt and a lot of those other places were put on. Not to say that there wasn't something there at one point, but the grandeur that it is, I don't think it was. I think it's part of the narrative because
it
moves
to distract people from what really matters.
No, I think it's to distract people from what actually happened and where it happened.
It's an interesting thought. Yeah.
Because if you change the place.
1982 Mustang here says Stonehenge narrative. We came from the Stone Age.
I'm sorry.
That's true. That's a good one.
That meme is awesome. That's fucking hilarious. Sure, because that's how they act. That's how globetards act. They literally act like that. Like they're so offended, like it literally molested their fucking brains.
That's like that. Sean acts that way, man. It's like he gets angry and shit, but they always try to hide it. They always try to hide it like they're on some kind of an altruistic mission.
Here's the thing: there's people.
Oh my God! When there's words still coming out of my face, Eric, means it's a sentence still going. Man.
Sorry, go ahead.
Eric's trying to pull my moves.
Bro. So, fuck. See what you do, man? That's why you can't do that
We're
shit.
talking about globetards and how their brains are molested by flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's like they'll try to act like they're mad. They're mad. Their anger is actually some kind of altruistic righteousness. That they're trying to protect people from misinformation and shit. Like they're really worried if somebody doesn't believe the same as them. Like, what if everybody all of a sudden just said, you know what, it's not a globe? Okay, then it wouldn't be in your mind anymore if the consensus had changed. I mean, what if everybody believed that the Earth all of a sudden, thought that the Earth was a fucking piece of Scotch tape? Would it turn into one?
Well, that's what I was going to say. So there's people who stand pretty solid on Hollow Earth or
I think that you can go inside the Earth. Like I think that there's entire societies inside of it, but it doesn't mean we live on a globe. It doesn't.
Found the monkey fish. Found the monkey fish. The evolutionary one of the evolutionary links between the retarded fish and the retarded monkey.
Dude, that looks just like Sean Hawkins.
It does. It's his grandfather.
What I'm saying is you don't see people who lean towards the terroroid going on and yelling at people who Hollow Earth.
Has anybody ever considered this, that information only becomes dangerous when you restrict like any flow of it? Like, so that's it. So misinformation. Well, if there was just a complete freedom of information and none of it was restricted in any sense whatsoever, whether it's false or true, the truth will always win out no matter what. Right? So the truth doesn't need to be protected with a law.
No.
Like in Germany with the 6 million.
Dude, they got it in Canada. Canada too.
Right? Yeah. So it doesn't need to be protected with the law. If it's so solid, right, then you don't need to protect people from misinformation, like all the coincidences and everything,
Right.
Well, here's what you guys are forgetting.
I'm gonna post on Facebook and I'm gonna say grass does not need water to grow, so don't worry about your
No,
lawn.
it needs Brondo.
Yeah, it needs Brondo.
It's got electrolytes.
It's got electrolytes.
They wouldn't target anything like that with their stuff with fact checkers because you know what I mean? Like, hey, you know, you don't need to water your lawn.
Listen, I'm telling you what, Facebook does not. I've never spent a day in Facebook jail, dude. And I put the craziest shit. Ask my dad. I put the craziest shit on Facebook. I've never spent a day in Facebook jail. They've never banned me. They've never restricted my feed. I fucking just put a comment the other day about the destruction of the nuclear family and how like the genders have been put out of balance. And before I even posted the goddamn thing, it said, "Oh, this post resembles other posts we've removed for hate speech and harmful content. Do you want to continue?" And I hit ignore. And then I still didn't give a fuck. I don't understand. I've literally been trying to get Facebook jail. And these motherfuckers will not put me in Facebook jail, dude, no matter what.
Dude, I've spent more time in Facebook jail than out of it on the platform.
I don't understand it though. I post the same shit you do.
Dude, I get thrown in jail for reposting something that's already been posted by somebody else.
I've had like 5 or 6 accounts over a decade, dude. I got my channel deleted way before Alex Jones and Donald Trump.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
I love you.
I severed ties with Facebook a long time ago, and I figured out a while back why people that believe in the globe and that kind of why they get so offended. It's because they are part of the Darwinian theory and they are a missing link per se. So if they don't believe this, then what their whole dependency and being from monkeys, like they thrive on that.
I know I don't understand it either, man. I really don't. Oh, Facebook, I'll tell you what, I don't fuck around with it a whole lot, but I have it because people send me some fucking pretty funny shit through Facebook. Like that thing with that fat girl being Jabba the Hutt. Did you all see that? Did I show that to you?
No, but I would like to, because those are always funny.
Hang on, let me get this.
No, but you can tell that it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Well, we had to do it.
Well, here's the thing. I was publishing a website before social media about 9/11 because I lived through it. So I think I was
Jesus. Yeah.
No, I was.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You know, they knew when they invented social media, man. They saw me coming. They're like, "Yep, okay, this guy. We've been watching his website." So
they've been doing training seminars on Eric for years.
Could be.
So check this out. This was funnier than hell. Whoever did this is probably going to go to hell, but it's hilarious anyway. This is as big as I can get it, but it's pretty funny.
Hi, I'm Kiko. I'm 23. I go to UCSB and I also bartend.
That's not. You wouldn't go to hell for telling the truth.
I thought that was funny as shit. It's just so wrong, but it is funny.
That is not wrong. That is not wrong in any way, shape, or form. If you let yourself get to the point of being Jabba the Hutt, then you deserve to be considered Jabba the Hutt.
Stop body shaming, Dubs. Stop
you
it.
know what? That's
It's not.
You're body shaming.
Years ago, that didn't
It's
exist.
not. It's telling the truth.
And I hate they invented this stuff. Oh, it's genetics, and I'm big. Look at pictures. Listen, there was no family. Nobody looked like that. Nobody.
Don't fix yourself or your dietary issues. Fix other people's fix what other people can say about you.
Right.
That's the solution. That's the liberal agenda. The solution.
That's
We're
why
not
I
gonna
do
fix
enjoy
ourselves.
people watching at Walmart.
We won't fix our mental illness. We're going to fix your ability to recognize our mental illness and say anything about it.
It's not just there though. Honestly, like doing construction and stuff, I don't deal with, when I go into a house, I don't deal with the customer's problem. I deal with their mental anguish about the problem.
You're gonna tell me that JFK was not even a set? Now that's got to be some fucking no way,
dude. There's some good information on that. Some very compelling information on that.
That right there seems to me like it's one of those things to just make people that know the truth look ridiculous. I mean, then again, I said the same thing about flat Earth initially, but that.
Yeah, so I never throw anything out like that. I'll go ahead and go, okay, let me see what you got on this. How compelling is this?
Yeah, but what's it, sir? Because you know what? Nobody here knew the man personally. Don't call me out on using that term.
Well, he's been Mandela affected as well. Not only is it now people are remembering only a 4-seat car instead of the car with the jump seats in it. They're also the place where they always went home to, Hyannisport, is now Hyannis Space Port.
No, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's another fucking Mandela.
It's Hyannisport. No.
Yeah. Look it up, man. I ain't shitting you.
Jeebus, you guys sound like a bunch of fucking paranoid pitchfork and torch wielding fucking peasants when you say dumbass shit like that. You have no idea what you're talking about at all.
You know, when I see the torches and the pitchforks going by, I'm grabbing my torch and my pitchfork and I'm coming in behind them and fucking going after them.
Well, the one thing that I would say,
that's what I'll look like.
There's one thing that, there's several reasons why I would say that. First of all, they passed an entire amendment so that they did not have to do something like that again, right? They ratified an entire amendment to the Constitution so that they could just remove the president for incompetency, right? Secondly, it threw a lot of unwanted spotlight not only on the central banking system, but also the Central Intelligence Agency that still exists to this day, that otherwise would have never been cast on them. I mean, those are the first couple things that immediately come up into my fucking mind. You know what I mean? You still have the JFK and the CIA implication coming out today. To this day, Tucker Carlson just did a fucking segment on it before he got fired from Fox News. You know, like, I just cannot see these people actually creating problems for themselves without any benefit. What benefit would there be?
Jesus saves.
You got. I think first, when you look at the whole Kennedy, quote unquote, the whole family thing, first you got to start out with Joe, who it's documented was involved in bootlegging, and it's at the Italians and the Jays and all that. So I mean, there was already something. You know what I'm saying? So there was something going on there, family-wise. So. I think these two brothers kind of, maybe they were,
That's a funny ass statement, Logan. That's hilarious.
What do you say? He wasn't a Freemason. Is this the one?
And here's what I always have to say to people, just broad stroke paintbrush all of us Freemasons as part of some fucking plot to overthrow the free republic of the world. They apparently forgot to send that memo to fucking Andrew Jackson and Andrew Johnson and Thomas Jefferson and people who have set the New World Order back centuries, set them back fucking centuries. The Bill of Rights alone, right, which Thomas Paine, Freemason, right, helped get the Bill of Rights amended to the Constitution. Jefferson, right, the Bill of Rights alone set them back centuries. We would have already been, there would have been no need for a civil war if there was not a Bill of Rights, right? Andrew Jackson kicked the whole fucking bank out, fired thousands of people from the federal government that worked for the banks, that were bank agents, and fucking fired them. And on his deathbed said his life's greatest accomplishment was that he killed the banks, right? That's what. So somebody forgot to send the memo to these fucking people that were also Masons, right? Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens was a fucking Freemason, outspoken critic of the government on a regular basis, right? On a regular basis. I mean, you can use, there's probably hundreds of Mark Twain quotes that you could use. So that's the whole thing. Like that's why I say you're like paranoid peasants with pitchforks and torches who have no idea what you're actually talking about when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, I agree. You know me. Can I ask you, Ryan? So a lot of people like to point out, especially the British police, and in Australia, they got their hats. They have the checkerboard. So, like, how do you rectify, like?
Dude, yes, Logan, are you a Mason? Because that's exactly fucking right.
What did he say?
Yeah, how are these motherfuckers? We can't even plan a goddamn barbecue properly without an argument. We're gonna fucking take over. Yeah, no. Anyway,
that's true. They can't even. No, but okay. So the whole police thing, like especially in the Commonwealth, with the checkerboard thing and all, like, what is it true, or is that like cops are all Freemasons?
No, not all cops. A lot of cops are.
There are many cops that are Masons.
There's actual fucking entire police forces that they actually.
But I can also tell you this: the brothers I have
part of
that are
their
cops
fucking
that are Mason, they're constitutionalist Masons. They don't waste their fucking time caring if you have registration for your vehicle or if you have a fucking license plate or if you have. They got more shit. They're trying to clean up like the actual crime that's going on. You know what I mean? Which I support. That is what a sheriff's department is for.
Okay. Isn't Flint the capital of Michigan?
Yeah, the capital anus of Michigan.
I would say that whatever the capital, don't get me wrong, geography was never my strong
Flint,
point.
bro. Do you know Flint is like one of the worst cities in the United States? It's so bad, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Flint, isn't that your capital?
They got work.
Yes.
No, Lansing is the capital.
It's the capital
it's
shithole,
Flint.
man. Lansing's bad enough, but Flint, dude, is like they have more murders per capita than like almost any other city in the United States. Like they literally have gunfights on a regular basis in that city. Just
Well,
for
isn't
no
that how
reason.
Michigan law goes?
No, that's Florida law.
That's right. The sheriff called for that one.
Dude, Sheriff Grady Judd is the fucking man. If you guys have never watched a Sheriff Grady Judd press conference, it's so entertaining. I showed my wife and she's like, I could watch this guy's press conferences for hours. Talks about this guy who escaped from or who crashed his car, fled from the scene, tried to steal several cars. And the way this guy describes it, he's like, now this lady was filling up her truck. And Mr. So-and-so thought he was going to go ahead and jump in her truck and steal her vehicle. Well, she didn't think too much about that, right? And so she pulled her gas nozzle out and sprayed him with gasoline. Now, she could have set him on fire, but she didn't. Excellent.
I've watched him before. On other cases and shit, too.
Whoever does
Go ahead.
Whoever does his PR has, I mean, like, they're just smiling. They're like, I did that.
I could tell you were, I could tell you were a Mason, Logan, for sure. That's what's up, brother. They've got a lot. I was kidding.
Maybe you guys can. So Logan's a Mason too?
Yep.
Oh, cool. So maybe you guys be able to have, maybe you'll be at one of those Baphomet orgies together or something.
Oh, of course, dude.
Pretty cool.
Absolutely.
You guys can hook
every
up.
Wednesday, right?
I don't know about that meme there, Dave. I mean, when they were pushing this gay marriage, like my first I was in New York and I'm like, I had a lot of gay friends. I'm like, so wait, you're telling me you want to get married? You want to join you want the government, you want to get a license. Marriages end up 90%. Why do you guys want to get married in the first place?
Right, so there's two levels of what we're talking about as far as what marriage is concerned. Okay.
Right.
All right. So in the sense of marriage, a union between a man and a woman, that's what it is for. That's on the spiritual aspect of the whole thing. What they're after is on the corporate side of things. You remember, you are a corporation, right? You're a dead corporation. So what you're doing, you get a marriage license, which allows you to merge two corporations together. This is why a court has to dissolve this union or partnership. It's sort of like when Kmart and fucking Sears got together, right? So now they're one corporation. Now, if they ever split up, they'll have to do that in court and split their assets. You see, that's so on that sense of it, that's what they're looking for the advantage, I think, of. But in the actual spiritual sense of it, it explicitly condemns homosexual behavior in the Bible. There is no doubt about that. Okay, that God, that is explicitly against God's law. So there you go. And to my knowledge, I've never seen where he's changed that.
Hey, Dave, thank you for bringing me up.
What's up,
No,
Logan?
your son and I are not going to have did you say Baphomet?
Yeah, he said Baphomet.
I'm sorry, Logan.
He's just joking, man.
I'm just joking.
But we've got a goat you need to meet.
Yeah.
Right,
Dude, that's what I'm always busting his balls on that shit all the time. I'm just, we just joke back and forth, man. That's his thing. It's his thing.
Look, the Masons take good men and they make them better. And what really pisses a lot of people off is
Logan, shut the fuck up. I already know
organization that you can just get off the internet.
You were the cameraman on the moon landing. Don't fucking lie to me, Logan, you old bastard.
No, I was the cameraman on the porn shoots. Get it straight.
Oh, butthurt because they left you up there.
Yeah, no, we take good men and we make them better. That's the idea behind it. And we've got people over here that say like, oh, well, I don't trust. Well, who was that just said, I don't trust the freeloader Masons and blah, blah. How many Masons do you know? What he said about the barbecues, man, that's the truth. But I mean, we get together. We get together every month and we plot the takeover of the world, and it's the most boring fucking meeting you've ever attended in your life.
Yeah, you ever had that stated meeting where some old guy in the background is arguing about $1.29, and that sets the meeting going for another 2 hours because he just won't let it go?
Or there's a guy literally talking speaking for 20 minutes about something he does not know anything about. Like, well, I don't know if it's going to be this or this. It could be like this. And if it's like
it could be, but maybe otherwise it's going to be.
Like there's things we know and like we don't know, but then we know what we don't know, and
yeah,
just want to go fucking yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. When your meeting's on Wednesday night and you still have to show up at 0700 the next day, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I want to go to bed tonight, not tomorrow.
Can you two Masons do me a big favor?
What's that?
Can you come to the local lodge around around where I live and maybe speak to these men and make them good men, because the Masons around here are not as you describe.
Really?
To my knowledge.
Barbecue.
Yeah, how do you even know?
Barbecue. Okay, I'll bring the barbecue. I got a pickup truck.
No, but how do you know they're even Masons? So we've got a lodge in Pontiac up here in Michigan, and they're called like the Egyptian Rite Masons or something like that. They're clandestine.
All right, here you go.
No, it's definitely that symbol on the building.
No, yeah, they use our symbols, right? But they also initiate women, right? Which we do not do.
Oh,
there is a woman
the
there.
Women Masons, that's the French lodge.
Right.
Logan, I gotta ask you something.
Sure.
I'm curious. I was over there. We were checking out John Hawkins's stream.
And
I
lo
was
and
there.
behold,
I
saw
was
you
in the
there,
side chat.
and
I
was
like Sean too.
I was like, oh my God, I thought you was smarter than that, bro.
Logan, I thought you were a lot younger than that.
Dude, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, it'd be
Yeah, I'm rocking Gandalf right now.
It would be one thing if that dude could actually refute anything that's said, but he doesn't. All he says, fucking dumbass. Cause of I don't know, let me check with Alexa or whatever his Alexa knockoff thing is, you know. And I'm like, are you shitting me? How is it that I already know all this shit more about your fucking mom?
Siri's the Alexa knockoff.
What is it? No, this is some other
Siri.
thing he talks to. What's it called?
Siri.
No, it's something else he called it.
I don't know. I like
Probably
Sean just like I like you. I don't debate you
Well,
on
that's
your
what I don't
core
understand.
beliefs.
I don't understand why he's so hateful toward me. I didn't do nothing to him until he got hateful with me.
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask him.
He's a pussy. He won't come and tell me.
He probably just finds him his belligerent pontificating entertaining. You know what I mean? Which that's understandable, I guess. I could see to a certain crowd he might appeal. If you just want to just watch somebody talk shit. You know what I mean? But my dad is right. He does seek out these. We're not just picking on him.
Yeah.
He definitely
went
did
looking
seek
for
out
me.
these altercations.
He went
But,
looking for me.
I never. He's a grown man. He can handle himself. He's a vet.
Well, no, he can't. No, he can't, Logan. That's the whole thing. That's why he won't come. That's why he won't come and talk to me face to face. And I'll be nice to him. I mean, I have no reason to be animosity toward him or anything like that. It's just like, wait a second, what are you not understanding about this whole thing about an atmosphere within a vacuum? Yeah, sure. There's a pressure.
Now you're talking science, and I'm.
Well, it's real simple. You got a propane grill. You ever use a propane grill?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I've got one in my backyard.
All right. So that tank, you probably know, you can check to see how much propane is in it by pouring cold water on the side of the tank. Right? And you get that frost line, right?
Yeah, I saw that same Food Network fucking show that says this is how you know how full your tank is.
Yeah. All right. So check this out, right? So, if you have a gauge on the outside of that tank, that's going to give an overall pressure of the inside of that tank. But inside the tank, as you demonstrated by pouring the water on the side, there is a pressure gradient where the denser pressures and materials are at the bottom of that tank, right? Because that's why the frost line was there. And that gradient decreases as you get to the top of the tank. So inside that system is a gradient. But if it's breached, if that containment is breached, what happens? It comes right out, right?
Yeah, if that containment is breached, that's where you get the big explosions on the cop shows on TV.
Well, see, the point of the matter is that gradient pressure system can only exist with containment, you see? And just like without the containment, what happens to it? It doesn't just magically sit in there.
Okay, Dave.
It comes out.
I love you, brother. I know you're a vet. I'm not going to get into that conversation with you.
Oh, I mean, you know that this is what I'm talking about. That tank, what we just demonstrated with the tank, you could never have that propane without.
I can argue this for you. I can argue this against you, but honestly, it really just sounds like chemistry class, and I don't want to go back to chemistry class.
Why? You can learn how to. You
can't say anything you're thinking of saying on this channel. Yeah.
I mean, you can learn how to do some really cool shit with chemistry, with just household shit. That's how I knew that a lot of like the shit that MacGyver would do was right, but he would either mix up or leave out a step or two.
No, that was the writers on MacGyver. They always left one ingredient out.
Yeah. Well, I know it wasn't really Richard Dean Anderson, knowing that shit, that it was from writers, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the real MacGyver. That reboot they did was,
yeah. I used to like watching that. That guy, he can do anything, he's got to blow his way out of a fucking bank safe, and all he needs is a stick of chewing gum, a paper clip, and a tampon, and he's got the shit covered. He's out,
All
No
right.
problem.
Hey, Dave, look up Technical Manual 31-210. You can get it for free off the internet. That's the Improvised Munitions Handbook. It
What is
has
it again? Hold
science
on.
in it.
Say that.
Here's the
I
other
trust
thing with
science.
science. Wait. You can
Tech
also unlearn what you were.
Wait, hold on. What was it? What's the manual called again?
TM 31-210.
31-210.
210. The
Can
Improvised
you put it in the
Munitions Handbook.
chat? In the private chat?
Oh, yeah, I can do that in a private chat. Hang on.
Oh, I got it right here.
Oh, you got it? Okay, then I don't have to put it in a private chat. Unless
No, I want to look it up later.
All right, hang on. I'll get it for you.
There it is.
Appreciate that.
Here too. There it is. Look at there.
I'm about to look it up.
Copy link. Let me go back to YouTube. Oh, I got a lot of windows open.
Yeah, I got a ton as well.
StreamYards. Private chat.
Nubs opened it up on his
Here we go.
on his StreamYard window.
Oh. Hang on, let me do something here.
Interesting. That's interesting. This exists. It's probably got a direct link to the FBI.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not kidding.
Hey, you know what? You're okay with this one, but if you start downloading the Anarchist Cookbook, they might come knocking on your door.
They've polluted that though. It's not even anything of substance anymore now. When I was a kid, the one you're talking
I actually
about,
had the paperback version of that.
Do you?
Oh, and by the way, if anybody listening to this is ever getting a hold of the Anarchist Cookbook, do not do what they say in the book. You will lose fingers.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant by they started polluting it. They started making it dangerous, fucking up the it's no good.
I learned how to do cosmetic surgery on fucking YouTube. Let me tell you, that was a failure.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to the Constitutional Law Scholar University of YouTube, didn't you?
You could have a YouTube do-it-yourself sex change thing.
Did you hear Chili screaming on his live stream? He goes, "I'm going to start teaching constitutional law scholar," and it's like, wait, what?
Chili actually makes people like me look bad. Like I actually have other brothers who follow me. So like I actually do research into law. He is an absolute jackass who took this sort of study on as a fad and decided to make money with it and has no idea what he's talking about. If you're even arguing within their fucking administrative system, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Man, hey, look, Chili was explaining his weight gain by I'm going to do this with intermittent fasting, and I'm going to show you how to lose weight, and he just keeps getting fatter.
Oh my God. I was wondering what was going to go down with that. I remember the last thing I'd heard was that he was going to be fasting. There's a Facebook page about him called I've Been Blocked by Chili DeCastro. And on there, there's a guy, he keeps track of what the dude does. So I can get the cliff notes every so often as to what that buffoon is up to. And I remember he was gonna teach people how to fucking fast. And then the last thing I saw, I guess Welsh News was doing a thing about showing his last arrest there in Nevada. And I looked and I was like, that motherfucker's getting fat. His whole head and neck is like one piece coming up out of like a thumb.
Did you see his moves?
Yeah, he was a
listen.
Well, his biggest problem is like the the officers do not know any of it. They're taught the statutes they can write up. They're taught procedure. They're not actually taught law. They do not learn law. So they don't actually know law, like what he's attempting to pretend like he knows. And beyond that, he takes a very confrontational approach, you know, so he's like filming somebody who's getting pulled over, and they're like, "Hey, sir, what are you doing?" He's like, "Fuck you, you fucking pig with a fucking, you bully with a badge."
Yeah,
blah,
go
blah,
back
blah.
in your car, you little doggy.
Yeah, right. And then acts surprised when this guy, as a man, before he's even an officer, as a man, gets pissed off at him, right?
and goes, "No, you're gonna go stand over there." "No, I'm not. Make me." Like, okay, challenge accepted.
Hey, come on. He's another YouTuber doing this audit stuff. YouTube is for people who've traveled. What's the Castro district? Where is it? I'm just saying.
That's up in San Francisco.
Chile de Castro.
No, he's just some kind of, I don't know. He's some kind
No,
of.
he's a serious YouTuber. Like,
you know about him very much? You know who he is, Eric?
Dude, I the headphone thing, the first thing I thought was Empire Strikes
Yeah, that
Back.
guy.
And the red glasses, the ruby
The
glasses.
Sally Jesse Raphaels.
Yeah, he's
just-
still
probably
at
doesn't
that
even
shit,
need him.
man.
I just saw symbolism.
He says because he's getting fat. Roseanne says that's why his red framed glasses no longer fit his face. But
Yeah, he had to go to the blue ones, didn't he?
Oh God! Now I heard somebody said something about that his card been stolen again or something, or broken into again.
You know what? I heard that too, but he's still driving around the same van that I think he borrowed from his sister.
See, that's just I don't know.
I think that rumor might not be true.
So I think that explains why, and I've got to say it's understandable why Logan was watching Sean, because he's one of the guys that covers Chile. And I even have to admit to the guilty pleasure of watching this dumbass crash and burn occasionally. Like it's that makes sense. Yeah. So if that's what Sean was, he needs to stick with that before he gets in over his head for sure.
I said that's what I said. I was like, dude, stick to the Chile thing. Stick to the Chile thing. You can talk about the subject without being an angry fuck, and that gets you nowhere. Okay, so like our good friend, me and Logan's good friend, Zetetic Warrior, is like no more.
Yeah, our good friend.
He's no more. I mean, he's no more. He went so off the rails, Logan. I don't know if you know this, but he actually
I don't follow him.
I'm sorry.
He's an idiot.
Wait, Dave.
He actually he made a video alive with that mentally handicapped kid as his co-host.
Okay.
And was calling for people to discontinue their lives.
Yeah.
And said that people should just kill their neighbors.
Like the
He
Purge.
got on there and he said that the guy in South Africa, that they celebrate Christmas when they're in the summer, because that's summer when it's Christmas down there, and that's so retarded that the guy should go and genocide anybody celebrating Christmas when it's summertime outside.
All right, let me get this right. Zetetic Warrior was on a live stream calling for everybody to leave their live streams, kill your neighbor.
No, not leave their live streams
in South Africa.
Not leave their live streams. Not leave their live streams. End their lives.
Oh, my bad. I misunderstood that.
And he was opening a market to hedging the bets who would engage in that activity first. He was actually hedging.
I mean, did he
made the bone Logan, this made the bone cancer thing seem like nothing. I'm not shitting you.
Did he get picked up and put in on a 72-hour hold, or did he go back to paramedic school and renew his license?
I have no idea. He's been AWOL since 322 or 323.
Okay.
He goes by the name Z.
Yeah, Zetetic Warrior.
See, and the
I
thing,
think I've seen him on Paul's channel recently.
Recently, I've seen him on there. Yeah, because
Yeah, you're talking about that kid Josh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're
Don't get
talking
me
about the
started
right
on
person.
Josh.
I don't
Yeah.
have a dog in the fight. I'm just saying, like, I've
Broken
seen him
fist,
recently.
some broken trust.
Yeah,
that was
they
a
just
prior.
kinda-
That was
they-
a prior.
Dave,
people with that anger shit, they don't go far, man, at all. I don't
And see,
think.
Logan, that's another thing. Like, so you like Sean, and I'm sure Sean's a good guy or whatever in some respect, right? Nobody's entirely bad, but
right.
Here's the thing: is that like me, and as far as the topic is concerned, my father, we only talk about things that we can prove. Like, okay, so with what my dad talks about, he cannot, you can't prove what it is, but you can prove what it's not. With me, I go through every document, every historical fact, and I lay it out there and I prove it. An hour I spend a great deal of time in making sure that everything that I say I can prove, right? And this guy pops on my comments and says, "You know nothing about the law, do better." I'm like, okay, whatever. You can, and then he says, "Did you really just call the American Revolution the first Civil War or some shit like that?" I said, "Yes." And I posted a link to the Boston Globe that the American Revolution was the first Civil War. That's absolutely what it was.
Yeah, it was two Brits fighting each other, and then it got, history changes the notes, and it's like, no, that was the separatists gaining freedom, and then we got the Revolutionary War. Okay, guess what? Some people were wearing red coats, and some people were, squirrel hunters.
They were all British. They were all British subjects, though. See, that's the thing. So it was indeed a civil war.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand
Logan,
that.
he actually thinks that we declared our independence, and so they just sent a bunch of redcoats over from England. It's like, no, dumbass, the redcoats were already here.
So I just offer him, I just offer to him, like, debate me then. I actually know what I'm talking about. I know law as it relates to finance, and our current situation and the way our government works is entirely based on our financial system, especially post 1933. And I don't use any theories. I use only congressional record, enactments, and law dictionaries. That's the only things I use. Watch some of my.
Still listening. I can hear you. I have to get up.
If you watch my videos, I don't speak about anything that I cannot prove. And
here's a
that's
good
why
question.
I said, well, then come debate me if you think that you're so, you wanted to say, well, do you have to use physical force and obstruction or whatever question he asked me? Like, no, according to their code regarding obstruction, you do not have to, but we're talking about one small venue of the entirety of law. What justice are you obstructing? What is it that they're saying is a crime? All of these things matter. You know what I mean? When you're talking about one tiny little aspect of a massive portrait here, you know what I mean? And he wants to stay in a realm where he's comfortable, but he won't come debate me. We can debate in that realm if you want,
Here's a good question you should ask him. So they had a thing called the Cultural Revolution in China under Mao Zedong. Well, that was Chinese people fighting Chinese, but they called it a revolution.
Right. It's a revolution. It's a revolution if you win. Okay. That's why the Second War was called the Civil War. Because the Confederate States did not win. Like Michigan, all the northern states were
you're absolutely right. It's only a revolution if you win.
Yeah. Every state in the United States were Confederate, not just the South. That was what our union was. I can prove that without a doubt. The Michigan Revised Statutes of 1846, they talk about joining the Confederacy, the Confederate States, the Confederation of States. It's right in the documents. Every state was Confederate. What you have in the Civil War is a body corporate waging war against a body Confederate.
You're not for. What's up, everybody? Good evening, everyone. Sav, check the private chat. And Logan, nice hat, man.
Thank you. I'm laughing at Dave. Yeah, the majority of frogs are not forklift certified. That was funny. Thank you.
Oh no! Wow, that's crazy shit. Okay, well, hey,
You guys are talking about that Z guy. Apparently, he was saying someone showed up to his house.
yeah, that's what I was just reading over in the private chat, what you just put about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He was vague, huh?
Tends to
It
happen,
wasn't
man.
me. I didn't
Fuck
show up
around.
to his house.
Wasn't me either. I
I'm in
haven't left.
Canada, so that's my alibi. I'm Canadian.
That's pretty funny.
What is this going on?
What state
I
are
don't
you
know.
in?
I don't own any guns either. They all got lost in a tragic boating accident, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
What jurisdiction are you under, Logan?
I'm in California.
California? Okay. Yeah, obviously, I'm in Michigan, so that's cool.
Yeah,
I wonder if
you
things
have
are
more lenient laws than we do. Jesus Christ, our pepper spray cans have to have an expiration date on them.
Oh, California's the worst when it comes to stuff like that.
That's insane.
I'm
Wait,
assuming
what?
Yeah, all right. So California did this was stupid. Okay, they made so on an AR you're supposed to have this fin on the pistol grip, right? So that you can't hold it like a pistol. It's supposed to have this fin on there and shit. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you make it so you can't hold the weapon properly. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life.
That's liberal.
You want to hear something even dumber than that?
Just for shits and giggles, Logan, I went ahead and I bought one when I was out there. 5-round magazines for an AR. I have a 5-round magazine for an AR. That's ridiculous.
California, it's 10. You can have up to 10 rounds in your magazine.
I couldn't believe they actually had 5-round magazines. I was like, what the fuck is that?
You want to hear something
we
really
have that,
stupid?
We have that same stupid law in Canada too.
Get an M4. It's about this big, right? It's got the pistol grip on it. In California, you are not allowed to have that thing that goes on the Picatinny rail where you can put your other hand on it.
Can't have a foregrip, a vertical
Nope.
foregrip.
Nope. It's illegal in California.
Ain't that stupid?
Guess what? Weed's legal, but plastic bags at the grocery store aren't. You have to pay for those fucking things now.
You know what can
Weed's
happen?
legal because it takes away your ability to own a firearm. That's the whole liberal agenda. Look at liberal logic. We need to have more stringent background checks on the purchase.
I am not liberal, nor am I conservative.
No, I know that.
And
Yeah,
I don't talk politics.
Neither am I, but we're talking about when it comes to and they're all a uniparty, if you haven't noticed, with the firing of Tucker Carlson. So it doesn't even matter. They're both part of it. But anyway, what I'm pointing out is this whole gun law argument, right? Is we need to have more stringent background checks. Yeah, we just passed a law. We passed a bill that says that you have to go through this and this and this before you buy a firearm. Well, thank God that mass murderer is now not going to be able to pass his background check before he goes and fucking murders people. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well,
That's
see,
the
this
logic.
is why they're pushing in these latest events, which if you go over to, onto the Rumble side, my breakdown of the Nashville incident is on there. And you will
hey,
see-
Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning Rumble. I hope you got the thing because I joined Rumble because of you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got I've gone up to my subscribers have gone up a bit. You know, it's picking up over there. It really is, and I want to thank everybody that's gone over there and subscribed. And it is a good free speech platform. And like I said, where YouTube took my video down on the breakdown, they said hate speech, but I didn't use any hate speech. I was very careful even when mentioning the presumed gender of the alleged shooter. My breakdown was merely showing that you were seeing a training exercise, and I prove it. I prove it in my video. So that's over on Rumble too. But the thing is, they keep pushing the idea in all of these latest ones that these were all guns legally purchased by the shooter, legally purchased by the shooter, legally purchased by the shooter. So now that means, we have to tighten up the legalities
Hey, if you're on,
this
if
is
you're
all,
on,
this is all part of the fucking plan.
There's only one reason they would want to restrict law-abiding citizens from owning guns, right? There's only one reason. It's historically,
they're
it's
gonna
been
do something that you
historically
would shoot
proven in communist societies and fascist societies. It's been historically proven what happens when they take guns away from law-abiding citizens. Criminals never purchase guns lawfully.
Yeah.
Well,
Never.
of course. Like look at Canada, right? I'm from Toronto, and they've just because of some shooting in Texas, they completely started banning handguns, and you have to turn them in and everything.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
what does that do, though? What is it? It
Well,
just
all
disarms the
right,
law-abiding
let's-
citizens, but we have shootings there multiple times a day. You know,
Yeah,
that's not going to stop anything.
Well, here
And
you go.
none of those are
I can
legal.
take
None of
the
it's legal.
same. Let's use that logic. I think that drunk driving is a problem in this area, in this country, and so therefore we should actually take people's cars away.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, stabbings. We should take all steak
Even
knives.
people that don't drink, it
And
doesn't matter.
alcohol.
See,
But you know,
oh no, we get too much money off the alcohol. Come on now.
here's a simple fact. If you watch my channel, I'm not anti-government, not by any means, right? And the original government that we had in place was perfect. The way it was set up, as close to perfect as you can get in a society. And ultimately, right now, people who have served should be outraged at what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it ultimately is up to people like that who have combat training. You know what I mean?
Oh, well.
Dude, we are outraged, but what can we do from it at our houses? What can we do? Yeah, we are outraged.
What do you mean? Like, we're doing something right now, avoiding the topics that are, yes, they're uncomfortable.
Yeah, you got to be careful because see, that's the whole point of their censorship. They detest the idea that we would get together and talk. Okay,
Yes,
especially
that is
when they're
what's
doing more
dangerous.
shit. The reason they want to take your guns is because of foreclosure, as is happening. Is
Everything
much
I talk
easier
about
when
on-
the populace is not armed. Okay,
Of
they're getting ready
Everything
to
I talk
do
about
shit.
on my channel
They're getting ready to do shit that they know you will shoot them for.
is about an international oligarchy that have been taking. At first, it was a totalitarian tiptoe, and they were slowly implementing their laws one by one, right? They're enactments because they're not
Look at
laws.
it this way. Look at it this way. You got two flat earthers, a glober, and of the three of us, we all carry guns.
Yeah.
I'm neither of those. So.
We
carry,
agree on something. Okay.
No, and the divisiveness
Well,
is
think
exactly
about
the
it.
problem.
I thought the whole reason why you guys have the amendment in the U.S., the right to bear arms or whatever, is to protect against tyranny. Isn't that like the main purpose of it?
That's what it was there for. Yeah.
I'd like to
Yeah,
point out
it
that
is. But the
Freemasons
10th
gave us
Amendment
that, by
giving
the way.
states the ability to govern themselves allows restrictions put in place about the size of the
States do not govern themselves, brother.
magazines.
Listen, there's a commission called the Uniform Law Commission that's composed only of bar members, and they're not a part of the government whatsoever. Instead, they draft legislation as model and then suggest that the states pick it up under their uniform commercial code. There is no state sovereignty anymore. That's been gone for decades, since the 70s.
Hey,
There's
look,
nothing.
I'm not this Austrian bodybuilder who can just walk into a governorship. Okay. I actually have to live here. So what can I do from my level
Stop
to go, hey,
participating.
I recognize it's fucked up, but what am I going to do about it?
You have to learn about what the problem is to begin with.
Okay,
Right?
assume I've done all the learning. What am I going to be able to do for my house up, Mary Lane? Okay.
What I suggest that we all do is use the traffic code or the motor vehicle codes as the first offensive. Right?
Would you like to see how big the California Vehicle Code is?
That's flow state they're carrying.
No, they're all that big because, like I said, it's all drafted by the Uniform Law Commission. What is in your state, for the most part, is in my state and in my dad's state and in Nub's state. Every state has the same or similar codes, right? What it is your property rights have been mortgaged, Logan. They mortgaged your right to own property, and you are a debt slave. right? And you have to understand that it's the government sold us upstream. The state governments and the federal government sold us upstream. Did you know that the United States is an English corporation? I've shown that on my show. It's gov.uk.
Not anymore. It's not.
No, brother, I promise you, I can prove
No,
that to you.
I know how it got started.
Here,
All
I'll
right.
prove it to you right now.
Not now. It's not.
Can I
So,
can I put this up, Dad? Do you care?
No, go
while
right
you're
ahead, man.
finding that, if I
I
may,
found
Hey,
it.
Ryan, one thing on that. The
Hold
address on there is the address of the U.S. Embassy.
I found it. Check this out.
if I may, on the plastic bags you guys were talking about, there's absolutely a reason that they're getting rid of high density polyethylene.
No, it doesn't matter if you want to say here. So I shared this, right? So I'm sharing this right now. If you want to put it up.
Hey, while you're looking for that, look at
No, I found
Playboy
it. I'm going to show it to you right now. Now you
66.
see this, right? Okay.
He says
so
everyone I know totes a pistol. Texas has castle laws and stand your ground laws. Hey, guess what?
Am I scrolling up and down on your? Am I scrolling up and down on your page?
No, you're not. It just says
Okay.
Shit. Hang on. I got to get my magnifying glass. It says
Did you guys?
statement.
Hold on.
All beneficial owners have been identified and all
Hold on,
required
let me share
information
my
can be
window.
provided.
I'm gonna share my window so I can do this more efficiently. Okay. So
Did you know that you can easily melt plastic bags together with a little bit of fiberglass, much like a drywall screen, putting it in multiple layers and
okay,
dividing
so
out the
let me
layers?
say this real quick to counter what Eric just said. Yeah, this may be the embassy, right? Which of course it would be if it's the United States in England. This would be the embassy, right? But
I'm
explain
seeing
this.
the ISS.
Explain this. One active beneficial owner.
You're not sharing it, Ryan.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
No.
Hey Ryan, I wasn't challenging you, by the way. There's definitely
No, it's a good challenge, and I'm glad that you brought it up. How is it not shown? It should be
I
my
think you
window.
shared the wrong tab, I think.
God damn it! I'm fucking this all up.
Hey,
Hold on.
Logan, I had a question. What
Here.
lodge are you raised in?
Meanwhile, here's why you can't have plastic straws. Okay, this is
I'm
why.
sorry, Kate. You're gonna have to say it again.
I was going to ask what lodge were you raised in, out of curiosity?
What the one in my local town. I'm not gonna give out the lodge number.
Yeah, don't
or
say
the town.
that. Yeah, I know.
You know.
So this is a
California.
company.
Yes, California.
Everybody's
I'm in the
talking.
Grand Lodge of California.
Nice.
This is a company registered in England. Okay, it has one beneficial owner. Okay, it is the government of the United States of America. Okay, and we'll go over here to filing history, right? And when we go to filing history, we'll go to this right here. View. This is the registration. Well, first, let me show you this real quick.
Yeah, how did you get to that
Under the
1776?
It's right here. Beneficial owners, right? It was notified on the 3rd of July, 1776. Okay. And then when you go here to filing history,
Scrolling shit.
I'm
looking
sorry.
with a magnifying glass here.
Okay. Do you want me to show this? Let me slow down for you. All right. So we go to
Thank
beneficial.
you. Yeah, I'm old. Okay.
Okay, no problem, man.
All beneficial
So this-
owners have been identified and all required information can be provided.
It says right here.
Government of the United
there's
States of
one
America,
owner.
active, 33 9 Elms Lane, London, United Kingdom, Southwest 117 U.S. Principal
Look up here.
office address, U.S. Department of State, overseas buildings operations, SA 6, 2201 C Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., United
Look up
States,
here.
20520. Notified
Look up here.
on 3 July 1776.
Look up here, brother. Look up here.
We're at
one active beneficial owner. Okay, one active statement. Let's look at that statement.
Okay.
All right. View PDF. The United States of America. It's a government department. Okay, it's got an overseas address, and then it has
You know what? Hey, hang on a second. Go back and show me that barcode. I want to play with my barcode scanner on my cell phone.
Okay. Was it which page was it on this page?
Right there. There you go. Hang on. QR reader.
It has one beneficial owner.
Okay, come, fucking focus, please. I got an old phone. It's not reading it here. Let me turn it on its side. Maybe that'll work.
Oh wait, they had a term in there called principle. So right now you're looking at the fake trust as well.
Well,
which we talked about, because on the main page you said they also had the principle.
Well, I'm going to show you something else, right? Down here, just a little bit. As soon as you're probably not going to be able to read the barcode, are you?
No, it keeps wanting to think about it. So no, it's not picking it up.
So look, name of person with overall responsibility. Okay. David Castle, right? And then we go over here and we look up David Castle.
David Castle. Is that the guy Chili ran away from on Hollywood Boulevard?
Yeah. Here.
No, I'm sorry. That was Dan Clement.
This is David Castle.
Ugh.
Okay. This is this guy. He's a British attorney. Okay. Now we'll start looking at expertise and we go down under private client. Okay. He says, we act for many high net worth UK and international individuals and families, on all aspects of private client. Okay. Long-standing history and reputation for in acting for wealthy individuals, and our emphasis. See, what happened was, and I can explain. I just wanted to show you that so you can see that now. Okay, there's one beneficial owner.
Talk about elitism too. I mean,
one responsible party.
High-end.
Okay, one responsible party. So the reason I showed you that is what happened is the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. When they bankrupted us in 1933, our federal government unlawfully mortgaged your property rights. I can show that to you as well, right? And I know we're not getting into all this tonight, but I just want to show you something. I prove everything I talk about, okay? And as soon as I can find it, I think it's this one.
Hey, look, I don't know your first name, so I'm just
Ryan. Sorry, brother.
Okay, Ryan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't disbelieve anything that you're saying. I don't doubt that you've done the research.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that our government is not our government anymore. We've been taken over by a corporate oligarchy.
He's going to say, "What can I do?" And I mean, that's
so. So, for instance, the fact that your property rights have been mortgaged is the reason why you have to register your vehicle. Okay. And
hey, Austin, what's up? Austin's in the side chat.
And that you have to have permission to drive it. When you register, you convey the right of your property to the state so they can use it as collateral, okay, for the issuance of Federal Reserve notes. And then you obtain permission to drive it because you are a foreign corporate entity operating under the Trading with the Enemy Act that was amended in 1933. So you're actually an enemy of the United States. Even as a veteran, they consider you an enemy. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? If the cops ever get called out to my house, they're going to go, he's a vet. He's trained to kill. Consider him armed and dangerous.
They're considered the enemy too, Logan. That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah.
No, I get that, Dave.
Yeah.
Believe me, I get that. I try to avoid contact with my local cops at all costs. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is, the cops that are looking at you as an enemy, if you go up the tier, they're enemies as well because they have just because they have a badge and a gun, when the shit hits the fan, they will be eaten too because they're also U.S. citizens according to the system.
Dude, so I still have a badge and a gun. That's why I can carry a gun anywhere in the country.
See, this is what the cops don't understand. They think just because they're kind of up the food chain that they're not going to get thrown under the bus, which they're already being done.
Okay.
My point is, did you go fight? Did you sign up and go fight for this country for them to sign, for them to register you and your children and your grandchildren up as chattel property to borrow against? So that you're
no, I didn't sign up for that. And you know what? No
That's
one
exactly what it
show up
is.
at my door and say we're going to do it this way because they know better.
It's called
So
an
when I
SI,
said-
it's called a SIN number here over there. What is
Yeah,
it
but
called?
see,
Like a
listen.
SSN number. Yeah, that number.
Ryan-
is pretty much
Ryan
like
will
your
say it,
chattel
so
tag. They consider you
basically all the bonds.
Hey, Cage, your mic is really bad, brother.
Listen,
I can't do nothing with it from here. Let me see what I can maybe do.
Just understand that cops, unless police
Get,
officers,
get closer to your microphone, Cage.
I'm not anti-government, brother, and I'm not anti-law enforcement. What I am is actually 100% pro-law enforcement. Only laws should be enforced, and laws require, breaking the law requires a victim, okay? And an artificial construct of the mind known as the state. So when you get pulled over for not having a license plate, literally what's happening is the state is claiming victimhood because you did not give them your property to use as collateral. That's what they're claiming. They're claiming because you didn't give them your shit.
You know what? Everybody hates getting pulled over by cops. If you're going to use that argument, you're not going to beat the ticket.
No, I don't hate. No, I beat the ticket because you can't force me to convey the right of my property to the state.
And arguing it on the side of the road is not the place to argue it. That's when you go to court.
No, see, if you go to court, they created
you
an
don't
attachment.
argue.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
You don't even argue in court. If you're going to go argue and listen, you're
Yeah,
missing.
you don't argue.
Argue.
He's right. And secondly,
Right.
if they create an attachment in the first place, you're already in a bad situation. What you do is you talk to somebody who knows what the fuck you're talking about, and that's not going to be the cop. It may or may not be the supervisor, but it most damn well be the fucking.
Dude, I spent 31 years in law enforcement. Trust me, it's not the fucking supervisor.
Right. And that's why I said it's going to be the fucking person, the attorney that's going to be trying to get this shit to fly through their court of equity.
That's it.
You know what? After that, I got called for jury duty one time, and here I am, active duty law enforcement officer in a criminal court case, and the defense attorney wants me, the fucking cop, on the jury. After that trial was over, I looked at the attorney. I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking?
Hey, listen, you're in law enforcement.
I was. I'm retired.
Let me ask you, and I want Ryan's. So I've been doing this whole birth certificate, all this for a long time. And there's a lot of people out there says, don't talk to the cops, plead the fifth. I'm sorry. I'll talk to anybody if you're standing in truth. So I think that
My
whole
advice,
don't talk to the cops.
my advice in dealing with the cops is be like this. Listen, they pull you over for not having a license plate or whatever.
It depends on the confrontation.
And you say
Did
this.
they approach you or did you approach them?
No, they'll approach you because you don't go fucking with them, right?
And at that point, don't talk to them. Give them
this is what I say.
necessary.
No, I disagree with that.
When they pull you over, you say, what's the emergency, officer? Because you're only supposed to use your lights for an actual emergency. Traffic code is not an emergency. You say, what's the emergency, officer? You say, oh, well, you don't have a license.
Disagree with
is that a crime?
Okay.
No, that's the truth. You're actually only supposed to use your
How would
lights
the
in
person
case
know
of
they're being
emergency.
pulled over if you don't alert them to something,
And they say, listen, and they say, well, you don't have a license plate. You say, well, is that a crime? No, it's not a crime. It is absolutely not a crime. And if he tries to say it is, it's a civil. I've already had this interaction several times. It's a civil infraction.
How many tickets has that gotten you out of?
They'll just tow your car here, bro.
I don't get a ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in California. It's like if they stop you and you don't have a plate, you're going to be walking home.
Hey,
They're just towing your car. It can't. Where I'm at, they're towing your car, and they
I do not get a ticket.
for it.
Yeah, but Logan, here, listen. He and his wife and my granddaughter came down to visit me on like last year.
September, yeah.
And they came down here and they stayed with us, and he drove down, no plates. He did get pulled over on the way home and no ticket. Didn't get the car taken. None of that shit.
Nothing, because you have to know
he
how to
stood
talk to
on
them.
his ground, man, and
You have to
didn't
know
be
how
a
to
dick
talk to
about
them.
it.
Listen, if your concern is that I might be a criminal absconded from the law, like I might have actually broke a law, here's my name. That's all I'm giving you. I'm not giving you an account number to create an attachment to. I'm not doing that. That's what commercial your license plate is commercial advertising. Your driver's license is a demise charter.
Social Security.
Ryan, I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you because average cop that pulls you over isn't smart enough to understand that.
But I was gonna say earlier
cannot
too.
do anything if you are not being willfully aggressive or disrespectful or any of that stuff. He cannot do anything, as because there is no crime committed, and that's the ultimate basis of what I'm discussing here. There's no crime.
Oh, wait, Ryan. You can always listen. I know what he's saying. You start talking about lights and all that. Some cops, I would say.
No, I don't talk about that to them. I say, what's the emergency? Because it immediately puts in their mind, like, well, is this an emergency?
Right.
Right. No, it's not. It's not an emergency.
Listen, I know there's another thing to do is you take the negotiable instrument, the ticket. They want you to sign it and just put under duress 207, 308, and then deal with it with the clerk of the court.
Well, you have to do that if they're not listening or if they don't acquiesce. You have to do UCC or UCC 1-3.
And my point is, Joe Cop who pulls you over is going to be that stupid.
No, but that's not my. You can say what you will, but that's not my.
No, you're right. Not all of us. There's one or two of us who actually know what the hell we're doing, but
that's true. But what I was going to say too, like in
here's
Canada,
the simple fact is that you do not let the encounter escalate, right? And you also stand your ground until you speak to somebody who knows what you're talking about. And the most important aspect of this is you have to know what you're talking about. If you watch some of my videos, Logan, you'll see that I know what I'm talking about. I don't talk about theory. I prove it.
And I never doubted you that you knew what you were talking about.
I carry around a packet of information that's historical records and documents, right? Congressional records and stuff like that. And I have it on hand because that's prudent, right?
Yeah, and this system is set up for slavery. For example, in Canada, we call it an SIN number, ironically, a SIN number.
Number.
Yeah, you guys call it a social security number, SSN. Yeah. So that's pretty much like a tag, like in a farm, like an animal farm, when you put a tag.
It is a tag, yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is because you're a property and you're being farmed.
Oh, you want to hear some shit?
That's true.
That's pretty much what it is.
Military. I was in military.
Hold on. This is why they call us goy. That's for the.
You ought to see how they brand that tattoo into a dog's ear.
You should watch my videos, Cage, because I actually prove why that is the case. And you're dead. You're mortis.
You know what's funny though? Look at it. I'm gonna show you something. Here's a 2015 Chevy Impala from a guy like you that didn't have a license plate. I bought it at police auction for $1,500. There's a 2018 Audi.
Not a guy like me, Mr. B. That's from a guy.
I'll tell you what.
Not a guy like me.
I'll tell you what. Why didn't you videotape that interaction? Next time, come up to my town. Bring a real nice car because I like buying.
You are the biggest bootlicker. You are the biggest bootlicker.
I'm not a bootlicker.
Dude, you're licking a boot right now.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. But you know what's funny? You guys can talk all you want. But when it comes down to brass tacks, you ain't got a video to prove you did that because I call BS. Come to my town.
Nobody cares what you call.
Gentlemen, point of order. I am not a bootlicker. I am a boot wearer.
Where's his town?
There you go.
He has
I believe you, brother. This guy is a bootlicker.
I'm not a bootlicker.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a bootlicker. No, I'm not.
Here you are.
I'll tell you right now. It's like right now.
You're completely triggered, Mr. B. You're
when you're sucking his dick or what?
You're completely triggered.
No, hey.
I'm not triggered. I think it's funny.
Language out of it.
Hold on a second. Let me talk, y'all. Let me talk.
Where's his town?
So here's the thing. Whatever. Listen.
Oh, he sounds close to me.
Mr. B, you certainly are very, very triggered at the fact of.
No, I'm not triggered, but I think
I'm not done. When I'm done, I'll tell you I'm done. I'll say over. Okay, I'll say over, like on a radio show or something. All right.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. So I can attest that he came here and drove his car from Michigan to the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia, which entailed having to go through Maryland, West Virginia, part of Ohio, and Michigan.
Pennsylvania.
Okay. He drove that entire way with no plates, with no little plastic piece of paper that says that I have the permission of the state to do something. None of that shit. He did get pulled over. I believe it was in Maryland on the way home,
Maryland,
and went on his way.
Maryland State Police, right?
No, it was some town guy, some townie.
Oh, they were bored.
So
I had
it's,
a question
I mean,
for
it's,
Logan.
this can be done. Part of it is, you know, that you can, it helps when you have the right demeanor. Okay.
Right. I'm not
You have to be
disrespectful
careful.
to
You're
the
dealing
cops.
with people most of the time that they're like a toddler. They act like a toddler. And so you have to kind of give them that, where they're going to be kind of a toddler. If they don't kind of get their way, they're going to start throwing a fucking tantrum.
Dave, say over. It's Mr. B's turn.
Over.
Yeah. Well, for one, if that was the case, you probably would have made a video. But two, and you made a comment earlier about Mark Twain being a Mason. He was, but he wasn't. Because I'm an expert at Mark. I am an expert at Samuel Langhorne Clemens. That was his pen name, Mark Twain. Samuel Langhorne Clemens is my great uncle. I've got his picture over my mantle. And he was a Mason only because he married into a family that insisted he become a Mason in order to marry their daughter, Olivia Lagden. That's a fact.
He was a Mason.
You're not supposed to get raised as a Mason if you're not
degrees.
all
You have
in.
to be raised. He has a raising date. You can look it up.
Right. So
joined the Masons in 1861.
Your argument was about one of the dumbest things I've probably ever heard in my life. Almost as stupid as you bootlicking your town cops.
I'm not bootlicking. Hey, come on down here. I'd like to own your car.
Yeah. Okay, so where's down here? A lot of people like come to my town. I like everyone when you come up, like it's kind of this exceptionalism. Oh, you can't do that in my town. I hear that a lot.
No, because
I'll tell you right where I live.
Where
Come
is
to
it?
Athens, Pennsylvania. Come up to Athens, Pennsylvania, and I will own your car.
Down for me. I'm
No,
in
you
central
don't
New
see.
York.
Listen, you
How
are.
far are you
literally
from Drexel
bootlicking
Hill?
right now?
Where?
Drexel Hill.
I'm not sure.
Southeast side of Philly.
Oh, that's quite a ways away. That's about a 3-hour drive. I'll tell you what. Next time you go visit your father, from your father's house, from Luray, Virginia, because I got relatives that live in Luray, Virginia. I got relatives that live probably right around the corner from your old man.
I've been there.
I'll pay for your gas. I'll pay for your gas.
Mr.
B, are you a cop or just a
Hold
fan?
on, Mr. B, what's
He's
their
just a
name?
fan.
I may very well know him. I've lived here over 25
I'm a
years.
retired cop.
So chances that
I've talked to you before, I think, Logan.
That I at least know of them would be very, very good. So who are they?
Is it Flow State or
The
Mr.
last
B?
name is
Yeah, I'm
Kelly.
sure we have.
Hold
Hey,
on,
Mr.
be
B.
quiet, you
Mr.
guys.
B.
What? Mr. B, what was
Kelly.
it?
Kelly.
Kelly.
This guy's so full of shit. His eyes are brown.
Well, now wait a second. This
people
guy's
say
a genius. This guy's a genius. He actually said that he hooked a sprinkler system up to a septic tank. He went through all the trouble to dig up his septic tank and hook it up to a sprinkler system so he could spray raw sewage on an Iranian guy that didn't like his flag.
Wait, Mr. B said that?
Yeah.
And then he has the nerve to call bullshit on somebody else. Oh, that's pretty
Hey,
funny.
I'll tell you what. I'll pay next time you go visit your father. I'll give you the gas to drive up and drive,
So
and
you'll
I'll
pay
ride
for my trip, and I'll do the
Mr. B,
exact same
listen.
thing I did last time.
I'm not even going that way, and I'm almost tempted to see if you'll give me that offer.
Right, no
Hey,
deal.
Mr. B, I live in a town.
Yeah, that's also too. Yes.
Oh, wait, let me pose this. I live in a town. I have a working relationship with my local police, but I have a sneaking suspicion they treat me differently, unlike the general public. Wrap your head around that. So when you say come to my town, what you're doing is implying some monolithic thing. So you've exhibited that you don't know how to deal with a man in uniform as a man. You just think.
Oh, I do.
Well,
I do.
My
exactly
point was,
what you just said.
My point
I
was
don't
this.
know.
He knows how to
you
deal
say,
with him as
come
a
to my
gay man.
town.
I want to see
Yeah,
him do
me.
that same thing in Athens, PA.
Now,
I heard
hold on.
that. Nice play.
Mr. B wants to call bullshit on something that I can substantiate. We have eyewitnesses to these things, right? Yet he's had a parked truck that's been hit in 7 separate high-speed car chases. He's got an FBI agent family member who saw the bodies at Sandy Hook. I mean, at some point, Mr. B, who's calling bullshit on who?
And I got the biggest mailbox in the country. How's that?
You're
got
retarded.
the biggest mailbox in the country.
You're just literally mentally.
No, I'll tell you what. As soon as I'm done walking my crazy dog, I'll show you my mailbox. I've got the biggest
Why
mailbox.
would I give a
I
flying
like
that-
crazy dogs.
Hold on. Why would
that
I
even
care?
be an argument? Like, why would that be a thing?
Why
Right
would
there, there's the
anybody-
crazy dog.
Who
Why
the
would
fuck
anybody
gives a
care
fuck
what the
about your
size of your
mailbox,
mailbox
Well,
is?
I'm just saying. I even had the biggest mailbox in the country. I just you doubt it, and
That's
I
a
don't
weird
care.
flex.
Hey,
That
Mr.
is
B,
a
why
weird
are
flex.
you so
Yeah,
afraid
pit
of
lab
not
mix.
being part of the Borg collective? Because they're like, come to our town, you will be
Can
assimilated.
you fit the dog in the mailbox? Then I might care.
Actually, I could put her in that mailbox.
Can you fit yourself in it?
Yes.
Well, wait a second.
Can you mail yourself like a Looney Tunes cartoon?
Well, I'm trying.
No,
to
I don't think
figure
so.
out- I'm trying to figure out what the fuck the mailbox has to do with anything.
Well,
at
I'm just
all,
saying.
man.
I mean, when I say,
I mean, I know
some of
I
the
ate
stuff
some
you say,
edibles.
He's
I
just
know-
proud of
I ate a
it.
little-
no,
I
when you
ate
tell
a
me
couple-
some of the stuff, I don't know,
I
which
now
you don't
feel
think
like
I
we're
could do.
picking on a mentally handicapped person, and I'm starting to feel bad.
I know.
I'm not mentally handicapped, buddy, because you know something. If we were in the same room, you wouldn't be
Well, wait a
talking
minute.
that way.
Let's go back
Oh,
to
I
the
guarantee
thing.
you I
My
would,
town,
buddy.
my
You got
town.
You think I'm afraid of a little punk little kid like you? Hell no.
Punk kid.
I hope you're not, because no man should be. I do think you're a bootlicking fucking piece of shit, and I
Yeah,
don't
but
understand.
I guarantee it. But see the way I look at face to face, you wouldn't.
But
What's your favorite
Buddy,
flavor of boot?
Because I know how to
promise you.
dance, buddy. I know how to dance. I know how
Hey,
to dance.
I
Every
gotta
day
say,
of the week.
brown was a better flavor than black, but you know those rough out
Logan.
ones that got during Desert Storm tasted really good.
I do
Logan,
not.
may I ask you a
Listen,
question?
you're starting to get very, very angry, Mr. B. So we must.
No, I'm
be
not
touching
getting
a raw-
angry. I'm just
We-
laughing at you.
We must
You're
be touching a raw nerve. You know, were you in this?
Please
Did
come.
you ride the short
Please
bus
come
to
to
school,
Athens,
Mr.
PA.
B?
I didn't ride a bus. I walked.
You walked.
Hey, Logan.
Yes, sir.
Retired law enforcement. I was briefly in the Marine Corps, but I'm just not a uniform guy. So I
Okay.
have knowledge of the whole thing. Uniforms.
Okay.
In your experience, like, did you recognize when you were engaged with somebody that you pulled over or whatever you did, and they did you see when maybe some people were, de-escalating and perhaps tried to speak to you like a man, like outside the uniform?
Yes.
Was
And
that a quote unquote thing that, okay, let me slow down and put my uniform down. Now I'm gonna, this guy. Did you recognize that?
yes, I did. It did not happen often, and
There
every
you
time
go.
it did, I really appreciated it.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't. I approach every situation with law enforcement with that understanding that they're used to dealing with the refuse of society, and generally people are not very amiable towards them. You know what I mean? So like, and you're dealing with a lot of times, though not always, you're dealing with people that are actually fucking criminal scumbags that are doing something wrong, right?
Mhm.
Where there's a victim,
Uh-oh.
and I get that, but there's a difference between laws and codes. Breaking the law requires a victim, and
Yeah.
that's what I explain to the officers when I have my interactions with them.
See,
and I
man,
do.
you can't just go and smack your hoe. You can't smack your hoe.
And like
you
I
go to
said,
jail for that, man.
Obviously, I have brothers who are law enforcement in Oakland County. One of them is a really good friend of mine. Gives me a hug every time I see him. He knows I drive without a plate. everywhere. But I've also explained to him exactly why and how it works, and he understands. And he's also not the type
Would
of
he still
sheriff.
pull you over though if he was on duty and you were in front of him?
Well, you know he would not. But
I bet you he would.
I guarantee you he would not.
Are you kidding? Pulling you over, knowing that you guys are friends and all that?
Oh yeah,
That's going to give him 30 minutes of not having to drive that car. He's definitely going to pull your ass over.
Yeah, he might fuck with me for sure, but he wouldn't be a dick. No, not in that sense. But the thing
I didn't
is,
say be a dick. I said pull you over.
Now,
Yeah.
always what I've found that works really good, and I've seen it in action, to quickly get a court case over with. I was in the court one time and I saw a guy come up and they called his name from the docket. And he walked up and the very first thing he said was, "Suck my dick, Your Honor." And they just hauled his ass out of there. It was over.
yeah, that'll get it over with real quick.
That's a very good thing to do. You definitely
Next
gonna get a
case.
real
So you
soft
want to make sure and do that. You always want to, but follow it up with respectful, Your Honor.
No, with all due
come on, I mean,
respect.
it's kind of
Otherwise, it's contempt. Otherwise, it's contempt of court. You have to
With
be very
all due
careful.
respect, Your Honor, suck my dick. You want to make sure you call him Your Honor, and you want
That's
to
a
make
good-
sure you
that's
stay
a
with
good one.
Okay, you look, if you have any military veterans in here, you know when it starts with all due respect, you know they mean absolutely no respect.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but
I've used it.
that's duality. That's hermetic principles there.
Yeah, this is why MASH is still funny 50 years later.
Well, no, now it's becoming reality. Think about it, Logan. Remember, Klinger was trying to get out because he was by wearing a dress. Now they're getting in by wearing one. You know,
That's
now
true.
they put one on there and say, "Hey, you need to sign up, man. We'll make you an officer. You can you wear it well, there, baby."
You know why math? You know why MASH is still funny? You know, it started in the 70s. So
Hawkeye Pierce.
we're 50 years into this. Why is MASH still funny? And it's because that stupid shit they did for 30 minutes a week, every week, actually really did happen in the military. You know, we
Not the
didn't do
exact same
this
way,
shit
but close.
all day, every day. But yeah, that stupid shit really did happen.
That's why I didn't think it was funny.
You're really just pushing the envelope, aren't you, there, Dad?
Hey, man. My dad narrowly escaped the Korean War. Just narrowly.
Well,
he had gone down for his draft for the physical for his draft number. And that day when he got back in the mail was an acceptance for his apprenticeship to Fisher Body as a tool and die maker. And that put him as a skilled trades, what made him exempt from the draft. So boom, he didn't have to go. It was lucky. Really,
You know,
lucky.
my dad was probably younger than your dad. He missed the Korean War and he was in and out before the Vietnam War hit.
My dad was born in 1933. He was the first person.
He is older than my dad.
First person in my family to have an actual birth certificate.
Yeah, that's
You know, outside of a government birth certificate.
My dad spent his entire tour in the Army as a heavy weapons operator at Reykjavik, Iceland.
Ryan,
what's up, man?
No, go in because you have a lot of knowledge that I kind of focus on. So people like Chile, and I'm not going to finish the name, but these YouTubers doing these auditing, now they're hitting on something there with the trust. But I think this is why auditing is very popular on YouTube and not really banned. It's a major distraction because go ahead and finish. You know what's going on there, right, Ryan? So the public, they're selling the public like, oh yeah, we're auditing our government. No, you're not.
They're discouraging people from learning the truth by making it seem ridiculous because the auditors that go out are ill-equipped. And people who actually know what they're doing, and no
Hey,
offense,
there's one auditor out there, and we all know him, Terry. Ironton
Right.
Auditor does it right.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
Terry's not really as much of an auditor as he's more of a cop watcher.
Yeah, he's
he
a
doesn't
reporter.
he doesn't really engage with them, as far as
And
like
that's the way you're supposed to do it.
It's funny
well,
because
in a way,
hey,
what happens is that you have to what a lot of the auditors that are out there doing it, and people say you're not doing it right. No, listen, just because you got a clown suit on doesn't mean you have to tell me I have to step way back here, because I want to be able to see and hear what's going
Dave.
on, and that's my right to do. You see, so
10
that
years ago,
hang
it
on,
started as
talking,
cop
man.
watching, but then it became auditors, and that's by
Well, it
design.
came from this is because what you're doing with an audit, what that you're doing with that is you're testing out your right. Okay. And when you don't have to be any further away from one of those stops than 10 feet, okay, and there's Supreme Court ruling on these things, a cop doesn't get to just arbitrarily start pushing you far away and shit like that. They're not allowed to do that. Now, granted, on the same token, there are those that go out there and try to make themselves intrusive without being obtrusive, kind of playing the I'm not touching you game, right? Until they get a reaction, because it gets hits, it gets views, and the whole thing. It's a drama, and we know how people just love the fucking drama on YouTube, right? So that's one of the so you have to look at it from both sides. The reality is everybody's being filmed all the time. Everybody's being filmed all the time.
The point I'm trying to make.
I'll illustrate the point with the screen I'm sharing real quick. I'll illustrate the point, right?
Oh, Flow State, I found a picture of you, man. Where did he go? There he is. Look at this. Is you holding this sign, isn't it?
I'm on my phone. I can't see. Is that my doppelganger?
Yeah,
it is, man.
Actually.
It is. See?
Here, you want to see my doppelganger?
Nice beard, dude.
Thank you. Does that look like me?
Look.
Kinda. We got a kinda.
When I first saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, is that Flow State?"
In 30 years, you can catch up to me.
So wait, Ryan.
Yeah, this right here with the last thing, Long versus Rasmussen, right? And this is like just a very powerful case, right? And it says that the revenue laws are a code, and all traffic codes, all licensing codes, all of that stuff is under the IRS code, okay? And it says it's a system of regulation and tax. They relate to
I used to work with the Treasury Department.
They relate to taxpayers and not to non-taxpayers. The latter are without their scope. No procedure is prescribed for non-taxpayers, and no attempt is made to annul any of their rights or remedies in the due course of law. And this is important. With them, Congress does not assume to deal. So you have two classes of people. Well, really just one primarily, and the other is a rarity, right? The reason Congress does not assume to deal, what they're talking about by non-taxpayer is a non-United States citizen, an American national, a state citizen, which they've eliminated effectively with the mortgage of our property rights and the 14th Amendment. And interestingly enough, I found a Black's Law 6th edition today, and it says that about the 14th Amendment. It says the 14th Amendment created under 14th Amendment in Black's Law 6th edition. It says that the 14th Amendment created the United States citizen, the federal citizen, because that was not a thing. So you're under the arbitrary legislation of Congress, and it's all business at that point, right? And the law operates on presumptions. Congress does not assume to deal with non-taxpayers because a corporation cannot have jurisdiction over a living person, especially when it's divested itself of sovereignty through the adoption of private commercial paper. So auditors, if you're going out and actually looking to provoke an interaction with these people, right, you have to understand that, first of all, the cop has been taught something.
Right.
People like myself know this already, so there's no point in it. The cop assumes that everybody. So when you're under this class of person right here, the taxpayer, you have no constitutional rights. None. You don't. The only constitutional right you have is the right to residency within the federal territory. That's it, because you're under the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so the person. Ryan, can I interject here real quick?
Sure.
When I started looking into sovereign citizenry,
that's an oxymoron. But go ahead.
He's using it.
Hey, this was back in 1991. That's what it was called then. When I started looking into that, that a lot of the same tenets are very true, but one of the things that they taught us way back then was if you ever worked for the U.S. government, i.e. military, whatever, and you got a social security number, you couldn't be a sovereign citizen.
Well, that's not true. See, this is the thing is originally in this country. Well, I'm going to explain to you.
1991 was how long ago?
But listen, I'm going to explain to you something that was way before 1991, the way the state worked. First of all, when you lived in a state, you were an inhabitant. You were not necessarily a citizen of the state or a citizen of the United States. You were an inhabitant. I have that in the original Michigan Revised Statutes, 1846. You were an inhabitant. You had to apply for citizenship. Now, what came with citizenship was certain rights and benefits, such as being able to hold office in government. Now, you could choose. So when you became
a driver's license.
Well, no, nothing.
Yeah, wait. You can choose because it's like breaking a bad habit, right?
Well,
You're
listen,
an inhabitant.
You're going to derail what I'm saying. So when you went into public office, you necessarily had to be a citizen. If you were in federal office, you had to be a federal United States citizen. If you were in state office, you had to be a state citizen and a federal citizen because you had to represent the state and the federal government to a certain degree.
Okay.
But once you retire from office, you could return to private life if you so chose. And
so does that mean I don't have to pay taxes now? I'm retired.
Well, here's the thing, though. You collect federal benefits. That's how they fuck you.
Yeah. No. Yes, I do. I'm.
Yeah. That's
look,
how they.
Man, I am not rich by any stretch of the means, but you know what? I can pay my bills.
You're not trapped into that box, but as long as you collect that employee retirement payment. You see what I'm saying? You're still tied to them and under their jurisdiction.
Yeah, no, I get it. And guess what? I got Blue Cross Blue Shield through them too, and that cost me $2,000 a month.
So wait, Ryan.
No, I get it.
Ryan, I want to go back to the cop thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying about the cops is that when you go up and you're attempting to audit an officer when he's got somebody pulled over, that person that's pulled over is a 14th Amendment citizen. He doesn't know any different, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So all you're doing is interjecting yourself into a situation that's going to open yourself up for issues. Because what you can stand on is not what that person can stand on themselves. And even if you're able to get that person out of that situation that one time, do you see what I'm saying? It's not a permanent fix for that person. There's two classes of citizens. You have the chattel property, and then you have people who actually learn the law and know how to stand on it.
Well, Ryan, let me ask you. I'm sorry to interject, but
people who actually know what they're talking about don't go around and fuck with and provoke and poke a fucking bear in the face. You just don't do it.
Right.
That never turns out well, does it?
Well, no, wait. So, Ryan, tell me if I disagree. I'll make it short. So, you obviously know a lot about trust and UCC and all that. So, you got the fictitious third party. So, basically, putting the officer aside, who's just there to try to get you to get that instrument into your hand and get that signature.
Well, if it's you, that's a different story. You can stand on your shit. That's what I'm trying to explain. Is that we're under hostile military occupation,
right?
From a corporate oligarchy. The federal government established federal territorial jurisdiction after the Civil War and expanded it after the bankruptcy, by mortgaging everybody's property. And the police are all under federal jurisdiction. They're not under state jurisdiction. First of all, the municipalities that they work for are private government services corporations with private investors. And then the state itself is not even the original state. It's an administrative branch of the federal government under the executive powers of the emergency war powers that were invoked after the Civil War. everything, and I've proven that on my channel a shit ton of times. Title 18 of the United States Code, Title 9, right? All corporations formed under the laws of the United
Hey,
States.
if you ever want to have a long discussion about Title 19, I'm your guy.
What's Title 19?
The Title 19 are the U.S. Customs laws.
Well, okay, here's the thing. When you deal with okay, here's what I look at it. So the guy in the uniform, he's just doing his job, okay? You can get pissed at him. Maybe he's an asshole. Maybe he's kind of cool. But he's just trying to give you the instrument, okay? So now here's the problem.
He's trying to create an attachment, yeah.
Right. That's his sole job. So now the thing is, when you're in the quote-unquote court, which is a goddamn bank, and just stop calling it a court.
It is a bank, yes. They issue their own private unregistered
Right.
securities.
So there's so wait, basically, I don't care if it's traffic court, which by the way is criminal, civil, criminal. First, you got to just get that.
What's your point? Better security than banks.
My point is, if you want to quote unquote audit the government, you're not going to do it with police or going into a post office. Okay, it's ridiculous.
Here's the thing: if you're standing on this, I cannot stress this enough. If you end up in a court, you're fighting an uphill battle. Okay. Because if they're allowed to create that attachment in the first place, the whole key to winning without a doubt is to not allow them to create an attachment. And if they do create an attachment, they still have to get your consent. So then when you do into court, there's no arguing.
That's what I'm trying to say.
State your name for the record. State your name for the record. I will not convert my name into an estate.
Right.
No. Right? Do you want an attorney? No. Do you want to represent yourself as an attorney? No, I'm not going to attorn anything. To attorn is basically to transfer homage or service from one feudal lord to another. Huh?
I just said night, Natasha. I was reading the side chat. My bad.
So,
I didn't
Ryan,
interrupt you.
In layman terms,
Night,
it's all,
Natasha.
it's all a bunch of bullshit in layman terms, pretty much, right?
But you have to learn how to prove that it's bullshit in order to call them on their bullshit. Because what they do is fraud, coercion, and misrepresentation of facts. It's inland piracy, and it actually violates their own Patriot Act. What they do,
it's complete slavery. It's complete nonsense slavery. Not only physically, but mentally too. Especially through social engineering techniques that they impose on people.
So you have to remember that everybody's a vessel, and so you are on one level under maritime jurisdiction. You're a maritime vessel, a commercial vessel, and then in another aspect under the trust and estate laws of the English courts of equity, you are a trust company. Yep. Okay, so
did you say yacht?
Yes.
So the cops are salvage operations. That's literally what the court hires them as, is like privateers in salvage operations. And they go out and they're under the United States Code. They're allowed to salvage any vessel that's in a state of peril, and they collect a salvage fee for doing it. So what they do is they create a state of peril, which is the whole point of saying, what's the emergency, officer? You know, they say you're speeding or you don't have a license plate, and they create a state of peril by turning on their lights. And then that opens your vessel up for salvage. They then create an attachment, okay, for the court. And the court uses that attachment to create another trust, what's called a constructive trust in the court. And then they use that constructive trust to generate securities that they sell in their private associations. That's how it works.
So that's what I'm trying to say. If you want to quote unquote audit, which to me audit means banking, right? It's not about going and sticking your like fuck you cop. That's not an audit. Audit is banking. It's trust.
If you want to audit, take your license plate off your car and learn how to stand on this knowledge.
And Ryan,
license plate off your car. Take the license off your car. Take it off.
Well,
take the commercial advertising off your car. That's how you audit.
I haven't done that. My idea is audit is I know there's 3 bonds. There should be 2 bonds.
I do it. Right? I drive everywhere without a fucking license plate. Everywhere I go.
I know. Listen, the thing is, I know how to drive a truck, and I haven't figured out how to.
What do you mean? So why wouldn't you take the license plate off your car? If you know how to stand on this stuff, why wouldn't you do it? And if you're not comfortable enough in doing it, I've explained it ad nauseum.
Oh, wait. So are you saying, So are you suggesting take the plates off your car, but still keep that piece of plastic, which is not you. If you have a proper CDL, and just keep it and know the difference between public and commercial.
Yes,
and private.
exactly that. Do you
Okay.
have a driver's
I'm
license?
saying,
Do you have a driver's license? Yes, I have a driver's license. Well, let me see it. No.
I'll be right back, guys.
Another good point I was going to get into.
Wait. Do you
Ryan?
have a driver's license, or is that your driver's license?
Hold on,
two
Logan.
words.
Can you explain the capital letter thing, like on legal documents, and how that's a fictional character that you're binding yourself to when you sign documents?
Don't argue it.
No,
Don't
yeah.
argue it.
So
Just know what it is.
The all capital letters name is a trust company.
Yeah.
And it's a registered trademark of the United States government. And beyond that, they hide it under the abbreviations of the Oxford Styles Manual, right, or the Chicago Styles Manual. It's under abbreviations is how they get away with it. But the reason that
whoa. Spelling a name, whether you spell it but capital or lowercase, don't mean jack. It still says the same way.
On a legal document, it does.
You are a fucking moron, Mr. B. And I wasn't.
Hey, really? Hey, guess what? Do you want me to go? I'll take you to my
on a legal document. Department. It does. If you
right now, we're driving a car that someone didn't have a license and insurance. We confiscate it and we're using it as a.
Are you a cop, Mr. B?
He's a cop.
No,
okay.
I'm not a cop.
What are you doing in the police cars?
He's a cop fluffer. No.
Nope, I'm not a cop fluffer. I'm a truck driver.
He's a tow truck
No, you're a
driver.
cop
I figured it
fluffer.
out.
He's a super cop.
Why wouldn't they let you become a real cop?
I never wanted to become a cop.
I can't.
I don't believe that for a second.
You drive a tow truck, don't
I'm
you?
the cop, damn it.
No, I drive a semi truck.
So the all
Yeah,
caps
for
name
salvage.
is
All right,
just-
pretty much,
involved in
guys. Hold on, I want to
salvage.
say one thing quickly. The only reason why any of us are having this conversation freely and we're able to talk is because we're worth more alive than we are dead. That's the
No,
reason
but
why we're all
No,
learning
you're
about
AI. You're not even alive anyways.
Paige,
telling you.
do you want me to answer your question or no? Shut up, Mr. B. I'm not fucking talking to you. So
Yes,
here's
I do.
the answer to your question is when you're bankrupt, and I have this in Supreme Court cases, multiple of them. When you're bankrupt and your property rights have been mortgaged, and when you operate as a United States citizen, you are a franchise of a bankrupt corporation. Anybody who's bankrupt in the eyes of the law is civilly dead. And it's called civiliter mortis. You have no rights. Okay. And you have to have an administrator or a fiduciary representative
Attorney
to speak for you. And they literally view you as no different than being really dead. Like, so civilly dead and being really dead are the same when it comes to the corporate fiction. Now, they also cannot deal with you directly as a living person. So they have to create this trust company for you. That Supreme Court case I just showed you, the IRS agent had taken that lady's property, and she could not take the IRS to court. She had to take Rasmussen personally to court, because in order to take that corporation to court, she would have to be a corporation. The corporations are forbidden from attaining parity with the people because they're an artificial construct of the mind. So under common law, which we do not have anymore because it's been replaced by the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 2, where it's all equity, which is civil law, which is Roman law, and it's actually the exact opposite of common law. Common law and civil law.
Ryan,
opposite of each
seriously, take a drink. Your voice is getting really gravelly.
Well, I'm about
Hold
to
on, he's on. Ryan's on point though, because my research is concluded what he's saying, like everything pretty much.
It's the opposite. They're the opposite of each other. But I'm actually getting off here anyway because I got to go to bed, and I've been on here way longer
We're all getting off.
than I had intended on.
Woohoo! We're getting off.
Especially him.
Mr. B, remember to cup the nuts while you're sucking the cop's dick. They like that.
Hey, you know something, buddy? Why don't you say it to my face someday? I'll be up. I can go to Michigan any day. Any day you want.
Okay, hold on. Before you guys start fighting and shit again, hold on. I had a question. I had two
all I hear is a little punk and he got the ball.
I have two questions that I want to ask you.
Man to man, toe to toe, you wouldn't stand a chance, boy.
Hold on, Mr. B. Cage, can I ask you a question?
Is that assault?
At the beginning of the stream, you're showing a ring. What was on that ring? I didn't really get a good look at it. I was busy doing something.
Rocking balls.
What was the ring you were showing us?
Mason.
Who, me?
No, Mr. B.
Who did you steal the ring from?
I didn't steal it.
Why wouldn't
He
they let you
doesn't-
become a
you
real
got-
cop?
You got a Masonic. You got a Masonic.
I don't
ring,
want to be a
Mr.
cop.
B.
I've never.
Show the ring again, because that had a weird inscription on it.
He's a salvage operator. He works with the cops, driving a truck, helping them steal people's property. It's so
He's a cop
self-evident.
fluffer. We established this.
No, I drive a semi truck.
But no, but to do what?
Well,
What do
then
you-
what are you doing with
Like,
the cops?
You drive a semi chub.
You're just a trucker, and what do you do? You have no connection to the cops at all. Why were you driving around in their cars? They're
Wait, I'm gonna
confiscated.
test him. What's a lumper? What's a lumper?
That's a good point, Flo.
Hey, what's a lumper?
Everyone knows what lumper is. They unload trucks.
I also had a question for
Explain
Logan.
it. Explain it to the public.
I don't know. I don't know what a lumper is.
What's
Exactly.
a fluffer, Mr. B?
What's
No,
that?
it's not. What's a lumper?
They unload semi trucks. You pay
Her
them
name
to
is
unload
Lump.
the truck.
Lump. She's in
If you're
my
not a
head.
Mason, if you're not a Mason, Mr. B, you shouldn't be wearing the ring either. People don't take.
Are you
kindly
wearing
to
a
it.
Masonic ring, dude? You fucking
Yes,
poser.
I am. I'm not a poser. I'm a Masonic member.
Does he have to cut that finger off?
You're a Mason, Mr. B.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
I am.
Don't be.
All right, dude. I'm not even gonna. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I could tell you're not a Mason. That's complete bullshit.
I'm a Mason.
Okay,
Listen,
what
I'm
lodge-
not
what lodge
demeaning
you from?
myself right now like I should be, but I can most definitely tell that you're not a fucking Mason, dude.
I'm a Mason.
What
Mason
all right.
jar,
Well, that's
maybe.
cool.
Doesn't it suck when you kind of
Hey,
find some?
Mr. B, who sits in the south?
See, that's why I didn't
There
like
you
being in
go.
the Marine Corps.
It's like
because the
stolen
Marine Corps was
valor
filled with
almost.
90% shit.
That's the
Hey,
wrong
Mr. B,
answer.
will you be offer from Mr. B?
Yep.
Yep. That's not the answer.
What did you say?
I said, will you be offer from?
Anything for the widow?
I also want to ask Logan a question too. I
Sure.
know you mentioned you were in the Marines or briefly, and
No,
also
All right,
I
good
was
night,
in the Air
fellas.
Force.
Brother Logan, it was nice speaking with you, man. I'll see you around.
See you,
You too,
Ryan.
brother.
Thanks for
All right,
coming.
much love,
brother.
Ryan.
All right, take care, buddy.
See you, brother. Yeah, I was gonna ask you,
No,
is that what
I
got you
was
into
in the Air
Masonry,
Force.
the military? Because I know a lot of Masons in the military and law enforcement and stuff. Seems to be pretty common. Is that how you
I'm
got
not a
into
Mason for the record, but I was briefly in a Marine and a lot of family Marines. Might have been me.
Yeah,
I'm not a
no,
Mason.
I knew when I was active duty there was an independent body to the Grand Lodge, and I think it was called National Sojourners, where Masons who were stationed overseas.
Is that York rate or Scottish rate? Or is it something else?
I haven't done either.
Oh, okay.
Right? I'm just a third-degree Master Mason. But
Oh, you haven't delved in the
I went all the
concordant
way
bodies.
through the military, and it wasn't until I was out and I ran into a chief master sergeant who was one of my high school teachers, and he got me into the Mason Lodge. And I found out the hard way that if you want to be one, you got to ask one. They don't advertise.
Yeah, you can't just go. You can't just. You have to
No,
ask a
you
Mason to be.
by all means, you can go and knock on a lodge's door and someone will come and talk to you. But you
Yeah,
have
just
to
show
make
up.
the initiative.
The Grand Master here of the entire states, or what we call provinces here. That's how he got into it. He's a Grand Master now. He's 33rd degree everything in the Scottish rite. He just one day he was in med school, right, and he went and turned his highlights onto one of those Masonic signposts around the lodge for a phone number that was on there, and the people came out and greeted him, and then that's how he started. And now he's a top level guy.
Because
Traveled
basically
all
it
around
goes
the world, everything.
because so what I know about Masons,
Those jars
you
they
have
make
to
are
be
pretty
a part
cool.
of a religion, but you do have to have a sense.
They're expensive jars, though.
Yes, you do have to
But
believe.
that's what I use to spawn mushrooms with.
Yeah, you have to believe in some sort of a god. It doesn't.
Right.
I know Masons that are Islamic. I know Jewish.
Wait.
Masons,
So scripture,
Christian
if you look at
Masons.
scripture,
You have to believe in a higher power.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but
yes,
here's the thing
anyone
about-
from any religion is welcome in Masonry.
Right. So
Anything. It could be anything at all. You could be a Satanist and be in Mason if
Yeah,
you want.
you could
the
be
thing I
an
like about
hey,
Mason.
you could be an AA, you know.
I was just about to say, it sounds like something in the big book.
You can believe in the doorknob. Yeah, it'll get you in. But you know what?
Like,
You
I have friends in the
better
Golden
keep on
Dawn,
with
too.
your story if you believe in that doorknob.
So yeah, like I'm more into like the esoteric side of things, right? So I feel like if you study other things, like I don't know, like the Golden Dawn and stuff, you get a lot more of that information.
Agreed.
You know.
Well,
Wait, you don't believe in the doorknob, Cage?
I have a very fast rule that I will not belong to any organization that
Oh,
would
yeah, you do have.
lower its standards so far that they would accept.
They would accept you. Yeah, Mark Twain, motherfucker. I know that quote too.
Well, here's another thing.
If they're willing to accept me, what
I
the fuck
have
is wrong
my
with them, right?
own. I have my own secret society.
And
I have
I'm
my
a part
own-
of it.
I have my own secret. That's nice, Mr. B. You inherited or stole a ring. That's cool.
No,
'Cause
I
you
didn't
ain't not
steal
a-
it.
You ain't no.
Oh, yes,
Mason.
I am.
No, you ain't.
I got my paperwork.
No, you ain't.
eBay?
You
I got the
failed.
paperwork.
You were tested and you failed.
You have
were
a
tested and failed by.
Oh
a
man, I just
Prove it.
saw A Knight's Tale last night. You have been weighed, you have been measured, and you've been found
Logan, can I ask a
wanting.
question?
Hey,
So
I don't
is
give a
it-
damn what you guys say, really, to be honest with you.
Logan.
I'm just quoting the movie, bro.
Well, I'm
Logan.
telling you, like I could find it in like 3 seconds if you're an actual Mesa. All I gotta do is like send it.
Logan, can I ask
Do
Logan
it.
a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So there are some societies where once you come in, you can't get out. I don't need to
Like
name
the
names.
mafia.
Well,
I'm
you
not
know,
a Mason.
America, blood oath.
I'm
So-
not a Mason. I haven't taken any oaths in my
No, no,
life.
wait. Hold on.
I just
Let
know
me ask
people.
Logan.
Cage, no one's talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Let him finish.
Can I associate myself?
I'm sorry, your question takes so long.
Mine?
Ask it.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to be clear. Can I associate myself with a lodge, but not necessarily be a member? So do you understand? Do you have to grasp the concept of free association?
Okay,
Am I
so
free
you're
to-
asking,
Yes,
is it
you
okay?
can.
Is it
and
okay to
the
be a
answer to
Muslim?
that question is
Okay, well-
yes. We have appendant and concordant bodies. You do not need to be a Mason to belong to any of them.
So you can be like a Mason groupie then?
No. I said, am I free to come and go?
Yes.
No, they're
Yes.
going to make you stay there. You have to eat.
Well, no, there's a
what
lot
they
of there's
feed
a
you.
lot of societies where you can't get out.
Is it blood in, blood out?
Right. That's
No,
my
I'll tell you what. When you become a Mason, okay, you're making a commitment to that lodge, and you're going to pay dues every year.
Yes.
If you decide you don't want to do it anymore, okay,
So I'm not
you're
going to
going
be
to
hunted
get
down and
into
exterminated.
arrears, and you're not allowed back into the lodge or be able to take advantage of any of the lodge functions
Right.
or anything like that unless you pay your dues up.
So it's free association.
Yeah, I can walk away from the Mason Lodge at any time.
Okay, gotcha. That's cool.
You don't have to be there. You don't have to be there. But when you become a Mason, yes, you're a Mason forever. Actually, Masons actually have they have 2 different funerals. If you've ever been to a Masonic funeral, they have a different funeral.
Cage, are you a Mason?
No,
That's
I'm
where
not.
I got my Masonic ring. Thank you very much. That funeral.
Yes.
Or off the body?
No, man. Just relax. Just relax about it. But
No,
I
it
would
was
say,
passed down. Thank you very much.
I stand firmly on free association. That's Hermetic principle. So
Mhm.
anything that that's one thing I didn't like about there was once a Marine, always a Marine. I know it's I'm like, wait, something's fishy. But what do you mean? Once a Marine, always a Marine.
You know what they're saying with that?
Yeah,
Is
what?
you don't forget the discipline you learned, and you're never going to be an unmarine. Okay, you're just not. And I love bitching the fucking Marines out because it's you're not the only people who can claim that once always is.
Takes good men
Anybody
and
who
makes them
served in
better.
any branch of the service is once a, always a.
Once a civilian.
yeah. Well, they say they take good men and make them better. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, well, Masons,
Have
yeah,
Marines say that?
Yeah. Well, there again, though, you have to look at what is the definition of better. Better than what? Better.
Better than before. I don't know.
I mean, really, what is that? What does that mean?
Good question, Dave.
Well, you can sum it up with the allegory of the rough ashlar. Right? It's like a rough stone, and you have to slowly sand it down and create perfect fine edges and try creating the perfect stone.
Right. So you could turn that stone into a very fine bowl, or you could turn it into a spear point. You see.
What kind of bowl?
Exactly. That's the point. It's like the constructing of consciousness.
So which one's better, though, the spear point or the bowl?
Well, it depends on the individual. Everyone has a different rule.
Are you hunting or grinding?
And it depends on the
use. There's the whole thing. It's like there it goes. It doesn't. It's all better. I mean, that's. I think that's a brainwashing tactic. That's a cult tactic. Okay.
Well, I guess my question is.
Hold on. It is. It's part of the brainwashing tactic. It really is, because it gives this one of the best ways is to give a feeling of exclusivity.
You can only get brainwashed.
No, it's not that. I'm saying the allegory is like this. So like everyone, the rough ashlar represents the individual ego, the individual person, and then through commitment and time and focus, you can create a better version of yourself.
Yeah, but they're not creating a better version of themselves. They're creating programmed robots.
Hey, you should just join. You
manufactured beliefs.
That's what boot camp is all about.
I'm saying,
dude. I listen. I was in the military. I know what the fuck it is.
I'm not talking about the military.
every bit of boot camp is nothing more than
breaking
it's exactly the same.
I'm not talking about.
Listen, it's exactly the same as any other cult does.
I was referring to what they call speculative masonry.
Hey, that's not a lie.
Like not the military. The military obviously is a brainwashing camp. Obviously, they're breaking down your ego, and they're breaking down your mind, and then recreating it. So
it's mind control. It's
complete mind control. Obviously,
it's trauma-based mind control.
Yeah,
my basic training class had
they vaccinate the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is why everybody the first few weeks.
with those fucking guns.
Everybody's got there's a URI, an upper respiratory infection. There's a bug going around the fucking barracks. Every goddamn basic training unit has experienced this. Okay, but on top of that,
for the record,
you're malnourished, you are sleep deprived, and you're in a state of trauma at almost every waking moment, even your sleeping moments, because you don't know when the fucking drill sergeants or what they're going to do, when they're going to do.
Comes and says, "What is your major malfunction?"
Yeah. So what happens is that's a psychological thing, and that it really does break you down to where you find that you get the lesser, harsher treatment if you fall right in line and do everything that the harsh treatment giver tells you to do, because then the fucking treatment is less severe than if you do it wrong or don't do it. It's exactly the same as MK Ultra does, only not quite as
I never looked at it as licking boots. I looked at it as gaming the system.
Yeah, where I'm from, it's kind of like what do you call it? Like feigning it, feigning resistance.
Yeah, faking, faux.
Yeah, you feign it, you act like you're going along with it, and then when your opportunity arises, you use it. You know what I mean?
That's a good plan until you're just going along with it and you don't realize that you're not faking anymore.
Yeah.
Well, no, but you're always doing it though.
Hey,
but are you?
Means getting a nice hot cup of coffee and a really comfy recliner. Yeah,
by the way, here's the other thing.
Right?
Here's the other thing I remember about boot camp.
You may let them move. You may, if you're looking at chess with a strategical.
Man, Cage, you got to fix your mic, man. You're like this.
Yeah, Cage, fucking loser.
Sorry, guys.
No, I'm just.
It's a good phone. I don't understand why it's not working properly.
Go into settings and click. There's an auto adjust under the volume tab. Try that.
Well, yeah, I have it automatically set to adjust that.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just your mouth. Maybe you just suck at talking.
Like maybe you suck at
talking. Man, that was mean.
It could be. You never know.
Hey, you don't suck at talking, Cage. I'm sorry.
Hey, Mr. B,
I suck at listening.
Mr. B, do you watch Sean Hawkins? You would fit in really well over there.
I haven't heard.
So he started out just picking on Chile.
Who, Sean?
Yeah, was it?
No, I think he was originally tried, like he was always after flat earthers. That's why his logo is that NASA shill sign. And
he's really just like telling you what he is, isn't he?
yeah, I mean,
Kind of a dumb
exactly.
logo, man.
I saw him pop up about a year ago, and he had this ridiculous fucking Polaris challenge, which on its face even is a straw man challenge. I mean, it's with the assumptions of distances that don't exist. And so that was the last I'd seen him. I told him, you can come and fucking debate me or not debate me. I don't give a fuck what you do, you know. And then here just recently, then he decided he was going to start talking shit. And I was like, oh, this might be fun for a little bit, you know. I almost feel like I'm picking on the special kid, you know, but if the special kid wasn't such an asshole, you know, then I probably wouldn't fuck with him. But he's really an asshole. So,
you know, Zerzu Zyquin likes taking the SWAT at you too.
Bubblegum Boy has nothing. He's the same way. I've watched
Bubblegum Boy.
Yeah.
I'm so out of the loop. I'm like, I don't even know what's
Yeah, I don't know who any of these people are except for Sean.
I call this guy Zerzu Zirkwit or whatever the fuck. He's got this silly ass name. I just call it. It looks like an ingredient on bubblegum, you know. And
he's got an animated bubblegum machine that talks.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is stupid, but that's pretty much his channel. This is stupid.
I didn't even. I had totally forgotten about him until I saw a comment he made on one of my videos or something here not long ago, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that fucking guy." Wow.
He's stupid, and he calls out what he thinks is stupid.
Here's another. Did you see where Brian Young called out? He called out Frauditor Troll the other day.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, because look at man, that's the whole thing. Frauditor Troll does the same thing. I called him out on that shit. They come in and make all kinds of motherfucking assumptions and shit, and then treat it as fact. The one I covered on him doing is him and who the fuck was that guy? Oh shit. He's always in these fucking chats. I guess he's like a security guard or some kind of shit. I don't know, whatever. Him and that dude were covering Amagansett Press. And I was like, what the fuck? And they're saying Amagansett Press exposed. And they came on there and said, we have it from a good source that he sets up these interactions before he goes in there and stuff. He gets them riled up and then comes out and does his time and temperature and shows the flag and shit. And I says, and so I was like, where did you get this shit from? Right?
A good source, bro.
Yeah, a good source, right? And I'm like, wait a second. I've been watching Amagansett Press for a long time, and he doesn't do that. Come on. So come to find out, it's like, well, it's someone from the auditing community. And I'm trying to think, and all the time I've watched Amagansett Press, the only person he's ever gone out and done this shit with is his own son, Ben. Right? I've never seen him with groups of people or other auditors or any other shit like that, like someone will do, right? So I'm like, how would he know that? And the guy said his thing was because this guy who was in the auditing community said that he does that. So that's why Amagansett Press must do that too. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me?
That's a good.
He actually did go out with two other people.
You're saying this is like Chile reacting to Terry's arrest.
Well, kind of, but the fact is what we're pointing out is that it's like, no, your source is not a source. Your source is only a source in the fact that they claim to be a First Amendment auditor too.
Yeah,
that is
little did Chile know he got trolled by the greatest team.
Yeah, keeping it
Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, and Ironton Auditor.
It was keeping it criminal. It was keeping it criminal, Logan. Keeping it criminal, Kick, and Frauditor Troll. Well, he's at it doing it again, Frauditor Troll. I mean, it's the same thing. And Brian Young broke it down exactly the same way as I did there last time they did some stupid shit like that. And it's like, wait a second. If you got something, that's one thing. but don't start making shit up. I have a source in the 1A community, like we have a headquarter building, for 1A auditors, and they all get together and get their marching orders together as to what to do and all this other dumb shit. And it's like, shut the fuck up.
It's right between the white people building and the patriarchy headquarters.
Please exit to your right.
Yeah, he went out with what's his name, Jason from We the People. There, guy. He went out with him once or twice.
Jason from We the People.
And by the way, there's no such thing as a good source. That sounds like. By the way, there's a thing in a court of law. It's called first hand. Now, and Logan should know that. First hand knowledge. That's it. Full stop.
Accountability.
What do I need first hand knowledge on?
He went out with him.
Say what, Logan?
I said, what do I need first-hand knowledge on?
Mr. B, Mr. B, hold on. His source wasn't accountability for all. In fact, it was somebody nobody's ever even fucking heard of.
No, I know that, but he did go out. You said he didn't go out with anybody. He did go out with him.
I never recall him going out with accountability for all.
Accountability for all. It got to watch Chili get taken out by Kate's right boob.
Yeah.
No, he did, because a mayor back Dom Against the Press made a video how he wouldn't associate with him anymore when he got arrested.
Oh, well, I'm not aware of any of that. Anyway,
let's ask
the first-hand source. The first-hand source.
Logan.
The first-hand source, okay, the trusted source had like zero
first-hand knowledge.
He had zero connection to Amagansett Press whatsoever. And it was the guy that told Kick, it said that a guy that knows Amagansett Press told this guy that he knows, and that guy told him. I'm not shitting you. That was how weak the fucking evidence was.
And he told two friends, and they told two friends, and so on and so on. Yeah, okay.
Dude, I mean, it was just like ridiculous. I'm like, you actually put a fucking video out that says Amagansett Press exposed. And I'm like, what in the fuck? I'm like, I wonder what that's about. And I watched it and I just laughed my ass off. I was like, that is the weakest shit.
I have it on good advice that my cousin heard from a guy he knows.
Yeah. That's how these people I know that Mr. B does that. Mr. B, don't matter what the fuck we're talking about.
Logan,
he knows somebody.
I'm
talking right now, Eric.
God, I want to stick on this.
I understand this.
But I won't forget you, Eric. I know you tried to ask it twice already.
He's got a brother-in-law that was an FBI agent that saw the bodies at Sandy Hook. He's got some brother-in-law or some other shit that works for NASA. You name it, he's fucking done it. It doesn't matter. He's always going to.
Did he ever say why he's driving around confiscated cop cars, though?
Well, listen, everybody. Look, you have Cage on the panel right
now.
Now,
I didn't say I had a brother-in-law that worked for NASA. I said there's a woman from my hometown named Eileen Collins.
Oh yeah, it was even worse.
She's been in space.
I used to buy pot from Eileen Collins.
B, hold on, I had to say something to Mr. B too, because I just remembered this. If you're not a Mason and you do want, if that ring, whatever you found it or you got inherited to you, let's say you're not a Mason, you can wear it, but wear it at least like on like a fucking necklace and put it on the necklace. Don't wear it on your hand because that could end very badly for you. That's all I'm going to tell you. I don't.
You know, there's only two ways you can earn a Masonic ring. You either become a Master Mason or you're the widow of a Master Mason.
Or you consent to sex.
I'm a Mason. I don't need to prove nothing to you guys. I'm a Mason.
You can't, though. I don't think you could.
And I'm telling you, that's the only two ways that you will ever earn one of those. Can you go out and buy one? Yeah, they're all over the internet. Whoop-de-doo. Doesn't mean you earned it.
So here, Mr. B, you already passed one fucking test already. It was a little veiled rhyme. But okay, so what's the symbology? What's the symbology? What's the symbol? Yeah, I know you failed it completely.
By the way, a Mason would never use the title Mister.
What's the symbology behind? What's the symbology behind the tracing board in the first degree? You know, you have no idea what I'm talking about, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm not even a Mason, and I know.
I have a copy of Morals and Dogma.
Yeah, even if somebody like looked into it, a non-Mason looked into it,
I'd
they
like
should be able to.
You'd like to see it?
I mean,
You
I'd like
can
to,
get
you
this
know, have
book
that.
off of Amazon called Masonry for Dummies. And to be honest, it's required reading in my Grand Lodge before you hit your first degree.
No, Masons love that because, like, I've talked to Masons before, and they're like, don't take offense to this, but yeah, Masonry for Dummies is actually really, really good. If you as a starting point.
Gage, you're a groupie.
For someone beginning. No, they said it though. Like I've heard that before.
I know. I'm just saying you're a groupie. You should just join.
No, I'm beyond that. No, I'm beyond that shit.
No, you're not. You should join.
For example, Manly P. Hall, he was never a Mason, but he got honorary 33rd degree, so he had to accept it, I guess. But he never took any of the initiations.
You should just join. You're not Manly P. Hall.
No, I'm good.
Groupie.
I'm in someone else. Like I have a friend that's like the head of the Golden Dawn and shit.
Wait,
He's been
Flo,
on my panel before.
Why are you going after Cage? Are you a Mason, Flo?
I'm not.
I'm more interested in deeper esoteric things. Like Masonry is very, very good, but if you want to learn about esoterics, but it's not at the first 3 degrees. Like there's a lot of esoteric knowledge to be learned in the Blue Lodge or whatever. Where you have to join concordant bodies and get into different things that are invite only, like for real. Like you're not even asking. You can't even just ask to join it. You have to be selected to join it. But yeah, there's other. I don't know. There's other things that interest me. Like I'm more of a well-rounded thing. Like Masonry was one topic that I looked into heavily. And I've met I know all the people that are Masons here. They're friends of mine. Doesn't mean you could be friends with Masons. You don't have to be one. And you can still.
That's
talk
not
about
true.
Certain concepts.
They don't consider you a friend. They're messing with you.
No, they're not.
They're like, this dude's not even a Mason, and he thinks we're friends.
No, they're not.
Who's saying that?
No, they're not.
I'm just messing with you.
Did you really? Are you serious that you can't be friends with them?
No, I'm just fucking with them.
Flo,
Yo,
whatever.
man, missed the mark. Ooh, bad round.
But
Did
pretty
not
much
score.
with the internet nowadays, like you can learn everything they're learning without being involved in it.
You know those super secret stated meetings where you get, passed and raised and all. Yeah, you know what? You can get that shit off the internet.
But I really like Apron myself.
Duncan's handbook on rituals. Yeah, Duncan's. The literature is all online. You can find out all the stuff they look into. You can find it. You can do your own self-initiative, like your self-initiation.
You do realize that American Freemasonry is actually a corporation, so all of that super secret stuff is in their corporate reports. Fuck. It is publicly available.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, you can find everything. Like nothing. Well, there's some things in very high levels which are just vocally. They're not ever written down. It's just vocal.
But how do you know, Cage, since you're not in it?
Because I could tell. Some things you can't even tell other people. It has to come from your.
You just know psychically.
You have to because I know. I'm not
You're just tapped into the ether.
Oh Jesus! Here we go.
Listen. Then. There's some things you can't even explain to the other people.
Hey, ask me how I can tell a veteran in a fucking group of people.
It has to be experienced for the individual.
Yeah, but you're a veteran, so that's how you can tell.
Well, you're right.
Cage isn't a Mason, so he can't tell. He's AI.
He's convinced I'm an AI bot I programmed. I could actually easily do that. I could make a flow state AI, copy your voice and your image.
You could.
Make it say
Maybe I'd get more videos made that way.
It wouldn't even be. I swear to God, it's not even that difficult, man. You could easily do that.
Holy shit, my mic was muted. Fuck.
I still can't.
I didn't know what I was doing there.
Flow state, you got a weird persona.
You've got a weird persona. I don't even know what to do with that.
Well, weird. You know what weird means, right?
Hollywood Squares Brady Bunch. I know. Let's get them up here. Let's get 3 more people up here. And then the coveted spot will be the center square, which, of course, was always Paul Lind. Remember good old Paul Lind. Gay as hell. Gay as hell.
Who's gay as hell?
Paul in.
Hey,
I
my
don't even know who
grandmother,
that
she lives
is.
in casino. She has a
What about the persona part? That's the part that I found interesting. Because you didn't say you're a weird person, you're a weird
Sorry, guys.
fella.
right. You know, the weirding. Weird means, well, you know what weird does. Persona.
We've already been over weird.
Yeah, and the persona. I just kind of get some Dune.
The persona is what they call those masks that are used in theater that the Greeks use. That's tragedy and comedy are.
Yeah, we know what weird.
So are you saying that I'm not really weird? I'm just pretending to be weird?
No, you're
Oh no, I'm really weird.
I'm really weird.
Everybody's weird once you get to know them.
Listen, I make no fucking bones about it. I'm one of the most unique people you're ever going to meet in your entire life.
No way
Yes, sir.
Logan's out here cracking beers and shit. Where's the cigars and the scotch, man?
Dude, I'm not allowed to smoke cigars anymore.
Why? That's terrible.
Who said?
Yeah, Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
wait,
Asthma,
Dave.
Who says you ain't allowed to have cigars no more?
My pulmonologist.
Get a new one.
Jesus Christ, how old are you, Logan?
I look like I'm 70. No, I'm only 56.
And you have a fucking pulmonologist?
Yeah.
Why? What the fuck, man?
Occupational inhalation.
Oh shit, man!
I breathed in some shit that I wasn't supposed to be breathing in, and it fucked up my lungs.
I've never
Were
inhaled an
you
occupation.
working in asbestos removal?
I hate inhaling.
No, I was working U.S. Customs, and we were, searching
probably not
cargo
wearing a
from
mask,
ships
spreading
and
shit.
Oh yeah, masks. Yeah, we didn't start getting N95 masks until I was 15 years in.
No, God, how did you live with all the corona around you?
Luckily, fentanyl wasn't a thing back then.
I mean, what were you breathing so much of? What's on these ships?
When I was getting ready to retire. So we're talking 2015, 2016 is when fentanyl started getting big. Before that, it was just cocaine. And if you guys want to see some pictures of cocaine, I got some pictures of cocaine.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
Those were the good old days, man.
You got any kilos of of laying around?
Here's a cop. I remember buying coke off a cop.
Here's a cup. I got bags of drugs laying around.
Logan has some fucking sticky fingers.
You got keys to the evidence still?
Holy fuck, that's a whole pallet. That's like a bunch of pallets.
Here's how you know that drugs are not a crime.
It's like $1 billion. How much? Like $1 billion or something? Look at that.
10.5. And it came in these fiberglass donuts. Okay, that's one of the fiberglass donuts.
By the way, I'm going to tell you that for the record, the U.S. Marine Corps.
Guys, a whole fucking. You have the case files at home and shit.
No, I actually had to turn those keys in.
Unfortunately. No,
you had a copy made, bro.
He has them stashed in the.
You've been into that motherfucker, I bet you.
I was a dog handler, so they issued me a kilo of marijuana and a half a kilo of hash.
The pulmonologist probably told you to fuck off with the cocaine too, huh, bud? God damn.
Yeah, no, it's my cardiologist that says you don't need to be doing cocaine anymore. Hey, that big ass sofa-sized thing of cocaine. There was about 20 of us, and we're the dog handlers. We found it, so you got to go break it out of those fiberglass donuts.
Your new name
We had
Mason.
we had 2 internal affairs agents there, and about 15 minutes into this, we're wearing the N95 mask. We got latex gloves on, but we're wearing short sleeve shirts. And about that time, 15 minutes in, the masks don't work anymore, so you take them off, and oh crap, my face has no feeling. Somebody turned on the radio, and the internal affairs agents are like, man, we're not gonna we can't let these guys test for another year. And his partner looked at him and said, yeah, us too.
It's a good thing that your face was numb. Otherwise, you would have known how itchy that fiberglass was making your nose.
Oh, no kidding. No kid. I found out with that thing. If you got that fiberglass donut and hit it in the right spot, that little door pops right off. But
It's fucking
we
weird.
had people who didn't figure it out. They were hitting it from the other side, and that's where all the cocaine got airborne.
And then it goes into your gums. And if you know, I've been told that people that do cocaine, they like to actually, after snorting it, they wipe it on their gums. So, you know, you guys were definitely freaking high on cocaine. So
yeah, no, we weren't high, dude. We were fucking stoned.
They're fighting ninjas. Their heart is racing.
The federal government,
stealing beer, fucking blowing money and shit. You guys are probably living
the federal government made us drive home in government vehicles, go home, and I got to tell you, my wife was really fucking happy that night.
I'm not happy. Yeah, we get
And then the next
Why?
morning, she had to call into my job and say, "Yeah, he ain't coming in."
because he was high on cocaine and he wanted.
Yeah.
What effect did that have that made his wife happy?
It's a lot better than Viagra, bro. Let me tell you.
I'm just being a weird persona.
3 a.m. You can be going to 3, 4 a.m. Sun's coming up, coffee time.
Man, my shift started at 0700 the next day, and my wife's calling and goes, "Yeah, Logan's not going to be in." It's like, damn, him too? Everybody who went on that drug breakdown that we were on, every single one of us to a person called in sick that day.
None of you were smart enough to like shove a fistful in your pocket. Like, I got to power through tonight. Be ready for work.
Oh, no, man. They wouldn't let us. We had cameras on us. We had 2 agents walking around. And what we got, we filled up 3 gallon-sized Ziploc bags with all the coke dust that we could sweep off the floor.
Jesus Christ. That's thousands of dollars. That's on the same.
And then, you sneak some into your water bottle, right? So you got laced water, and then on your way out, they're not going to check your water for powder. Come on,
Are
now.
you kidding me, man? I was wearing a uniform, and I got home, and I'm like, and dust is flying off. It's all coke.
Baby, wrap me up in plastic. Hurry.
The beast Mason, you're crazy, bro. The people over here, they're so serious, man. Like,
but what was the thing back in the Miami, the 80s, 90s? They said, most if you had $100 bill in your pocket, just take even if you want to drug, lick the $100 bill, you're gonna get cocaine because people are rolling.
Or you're gonna get herpes.
Bro, the guys over here, you couldn't put a gun to their head.
I can tell you where to get herpes. His name's Chili. Have
shoot him in
fun.
the knee, they wouldn't admit this shit. This is crazy.
Hey, that stuff about the $100 bill, the $20 bills? You need to get. Oh crap! I got to put on my glasses to read this.
See? It's true.
You need to get a UV Beast.
Yeah.
It's an ultraviolet flashlight.
Looking for semen?
Oh yeah, this will show it up. Hey, you want to have some fun? Go into a hotel room and shine it on the cover of your bed.
I'd be walking down the street shining it on people's faces.
All right. You know what? That works better at night, not during the day.
You just tell people it's a semen detector.
Oh, you filthy bastard.
See, she said, okay, McEmma says we use coke in surgery for oral and nasal surgery. So,
and you know what? I can back up B. McAmis because if you look at my nose, it is crooked. I've had that deviated septum corrective surgery. What they do is they've got liquid cocaine and they take a swab and wrap
they use something called lidocaine.
Put it in there and they stick that up your nose.
Logan, it's called lidocaine.
No, that's called cocaine. Lidocaine is not as numbing.
Lidocaine is even
they're
mixed
all
into cocaine.
they're all your canes are derivatives.
It's a derivative, and it's a lidocaine that's used in oral surgery, bro.
And all your Pams are benzos.
I was talking nasal surgery. They use the actual cocaine. And the anesthesiologist, he said, "Hey, look, you want the local or you want the general?" And I'm like, "What's the difference?" And he goes, "Well, the local is going to feel like you're really drunk, and the general, you're probably going to wake up puking." And I'm like, give me the
It's
local.
an analog. It's a derivative of cocaine, but yeah, lidocaine does the same thing. It doesn't get you that I don't know what cocaine does here. I've never tried it. But
Cage.
Oh, poor
But
guy. Oh man, you got to at least try it once in your life.
But you gotta get it from somebody like you can't get it from that dude at the club outside the bathroom, right? Like,
Yeah, no, don't. I think his name's Maurice. Don't get it from
No, but
Maurice.
listen, Logan, hold on. Let me say something because I'm from a different era, right? Maybe back in your day,
because you're from AI, we know that's why you haven't done cocaine because you don't have a nose.
But I'm still young. I'm still in my late 20s, right? So nowadays, that shit is. Yeah, that shit is disgusting. It's completely. It has like probably like fentanyl in it or some crazy shit. Like I've never done that. I honestly don't want to. Like I'm good.
Yes,
like,
you do.
Well, not in 2003, but you got to go back to the 80s, 90s, and that's
like 80s and 90s and shit. Everyone was doing it. You know,
I graduated high school in the 80s. Yeah, I know the era you're talking about.
Yeah. The CIA flooded the streets with the shit. It made a bunch of people. Whatever.
But Cage, now we have fentanyl and meth.
The hottest cop show on the TV.
So yeah, personally, no, I don't.
Dude,
I like if I'm gonna alter my consciousness, I want to grow the stuff myself and make it myself. So I do grow cannabis here, weed.
Yeah, growing weed's not as easy as you think, bro. It really isn't.
I've been doing it. That's what I do. I've been doing it for.
Well, you don't do the
cocaine
growing.
is not
Listen,
heroin.
Hold up. You don't do the growing. All you do is you try to provide the most optimal environment for the plant so that it can become the best plant that it can be.
Yeah,
Outside of that, all you're doing is just controlling the fucking temperature, the light, all that. If you're doing indoor growing, outside, there's a lot of praying involved, man, because you never know. I've had a windstorm come up and fuck up my plants before.
Well, yeah. There's something called the.
Oh, dude, I had a windstorm a few weeks ago that took out half my back fence. Yeah, I hear you. I feel you, bro. I really do on that.
Oh, you got arrested for growing marijuana? No, I wasn't. I don't know. There was weeds growing here, and they look pretty, and I don't know. I just
Dude, I've got a weed card in California. I can grow up to 99 plants. I have two problems with that.
Yeah, I have
One,
140. It's not
where
federally
the
legal.
fuck am I going to put 99 plants? And two, who's going to guard them?
Exactly. I have a 146 plant license in Canada here, and it's been federally legal here. Not like in the U.S. where you go to California and you go to fucking Texas. It's completely different laws. Here,
yeah. Do not send weed cross state lines. That will get you in trouble.
So I'm saying here it's federally legal. It's hilarious. So it's completely legal here federally since 2017 in October. So it's been like
you want to hear some funny shit?
So hold on. One last thing, Logan. So you can
go ahead.
You can go to the Canada Post, like the post office, which would be like USPS for you.
I'm familiar with Canada Post. I work in the mailroom.
Yes, and they sell packaging for weed because they're allowed to mail weed to each other.
Yes,
it's crazy.
But guess what? You can't import it into the U.S. It's considered drug paraphernalia.
No, you cannot send it to the U.S. Obviously, not yet. But you can with special licenses. You can do that because because in the medical industry, for example, like in the UK, there's a company called.
I was the guy that's like, is this coming in through the mail or is this over the road? It's over the road. All right, down the road. You don't fucking care.
Yeah, I know. Like that's a funny thing. Like the biggest drug dealers are the Canada Post and the fucking FedExes and the US.
Oh, hey, make no mistake. The
and they steal packages
drug
too.
Distributor in the world is the United States Postal Service.
100%. 100%.
I worked in the International Mail Facility for LAX, and you would not believe the amount of drugs.
You're in California.
Hey, did you wait? Logan, did you know that the United States Marine Corps has a postal? It's kind of hidden, but I got their documents and the shit I just download. U.S. Marine Corps has postal carriers as well. Nobody even thinks about that. But I've got some documents that.
Well, yeah, of course. Who the fuck is going to get these guys their letters on the front lines?
How do you think most of the shit is going through? The military has been. You guys never seen American Gangster before? Even him, like back in the and during the war, they used empty caskets to bring heroin over and shit. You know what I mean? They fucking dump the body.
Hey,
just put heroin in it.
one of U.S. Customs mascots, the dog's name was Cokie. He was a terrier mix that came in through JFK, and some inspector who was not a dog handler, some inspector said, "Wow, that dog looks sick. Let's go get him some help." Turns out that dog
is that Cage?
Turns out that dog had 2 kilos of cocaine inserted subcutaneously under his skin.
Yeah, these cars do that. They even put it into humans surgically.
So how did you find that?
That's a fake video.
It got found because some customs inspector got nosy and is like, "Wow, there's something wrong with that dog. Let's go get him some help." And so they took him in, they x-rayed him, and it's like, holy crap, he's got shit in his body.
No, that robot's the Boston Dynamic robot. They're real.
Shut up, Cage. We know that's you.
It's a company called Boston Dynamics. You can search it up.
That's a real fucking robot.
No,
I don't know. It's on Twitter.
They're not that.
No, it is. They've been around for like 10 years, bro. Boston Dynamics.
I know those videos have been around, but listen, I've been around.
No, it's a real company. Like you can see them in real life.
I'm not saying Boston Dynamics is not real. I'm saying
You're saying
No,
you're
listen.
saying it's fucked with like digitally.
Yeah, Eric, they got these dogs too, man. New York's using them now. They got these fucking robot dogs.
We have robots at Walmart.
Listen,
Where I'm at, we have robots in Walmart here, bro.
Who's the biggest drone?
Scanning all this
What's the
shit.
biggest drone brand? Digi. I've been in these factories. They're not
I've seen them.
good, man. They're not as good as that video says.
Dude, that's not for you. That's DARPA makes that shit, man. That's shit that's been developed through DARPA. They've had those for a long time. Now they're just even more deadly than they were. They got these fucking dogs, these robot dogs too.
They're the dog-looking ones, right?
You know what? I'm old school. I want a real dog over
You
a robot,
want a
dog.
robot dog. You wish you had a robot dog that would greet you when you come home.
Bro, when I was like 5,
"Arf,
when
arf."
I was like
I had a real dog that would stick his nose in my girlfriend's crotch.
I'll do that.
All my dogs do that shit.
Bro, they've had this shit.
My view is
they've had robot dogs since like the 90s. Like it was primitive, but I remember like going to there's this rich kid. We went to his house and shit, and he had like this like little robot dog fucking walking around. This little tiny thing,
a robot too.
whatever they're fucking called it. But back then, even when I was like a little kid, so it was like
Oh, come on.
1990.
And you remember
or something.
Battlestar Galactica
They had this shit.
with
Imagine what they
Boxy?
have now, bro.
Yeah,
come on. Imagine what they have now that's classified.
My parents have a Roomba.
I've got a Roomba.
That thing's gonna turn on him, man.
That's what I told him. I said, "Man, you got this robot here," and
All right, but do you have a TiVo flow state? Do you have the TiVo?
I don't know what we have. I don't watch TV. I tried to get rid of all our TVs.
Alexa.
Remember that stupid?
I have gotten rid of all the Alexas.
What about when they got the fucking self-driving cars, man? It's go self-driving.
Oh,
Google.
ask Chili about the self-driving cars.
Hey, Google car, take me to the grocery store.
Nope.
No, taking you to jail. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Doors are locking and shit. You're done. You have to kick out the window and jump out the car. You're done.
Oh man. You know, I actually had a class when I worked for Customs. I actually had a class where they taught us how to get out of the trunk of a car.
Kick the taillight.
Well, there's usually on most cars, there's like a little a wire thing.
Yeah.
That you can like pull down on.
That's in Fords. It's not in Chevys.
That's why I drive a Chevy.
Well, most cars, most cars like from the trunk, you could like push down something and then like, go from the seat. The seat can go
Workaround
down.
Vics have a T handle in there.
Yeah.
That's made out of glow in the dark plastic. Go figure. But yeah, not in Chevys, and it sure as hell ain't in Toyotas or Datsuns.
Chevy tough for when you need your victims to stay in the trunk.
Yeah,
this is a very interesting.
Oh, there you go. I'll keep that in mind.
When I was okay, so I went through that training too. So aside, basically, if you're in a vehicle other than a military truck, you don't kick on the if there's no latch. What I was trained is you don't just keep kicking on the trunk. You start digging through the seat. If there's no latch that you can find, you start digging through from the trunk into the
rear passenger compartment.
Yeah. You don't just keep banging on a freaking trunk lid. Help! Get me out of here! Somebody save me! No, you start digging.
Look, if you get a piece of metal and you're in the back of a Chevy,
yeah,
okay, you can jimmy the lock. If you can't get a hold of a piece of metal, then you start kicking into the back passenger compartment.
Yeah.
You're probably going to have your wrists and your ankles tied. So that means you're going to have to figure out a way to choke this son of a bitch out and take the hit when he runs into a tree.
I mean, somewhere on the driver's side of the car, right? If you can get into that side compartment behind the quarter panel, there should be a trunk release wire, just like there's a hood release wire to the front.
You ever been in an El Camino?
I love El Caminos, yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't have that nice little pull wire.
Well, you don't have a trunk, really, do you?
No, you got a pickup truck bed. That's why it's an El Camino.
Right. So I suppose that if you're in a pickup truck bed, then that is correct. There would be no trunk release wire.
If you're in the back, if you're in the ass end of a pickup truck, okay, here's your options. Do you want to kill the guy driving, or do you want to jump out of the truck?
Or wait, if you got there in the first place, you're probably dead, and they don't.
Wait a minute,
You're in a
why are
remote
we in the
place
trunk
where
of
they're
a
not
fucking
even trying to
car?
hide you.
Wait, how did we get to the trunk of the car?
How did I get in the trunk of the car? See, this is why I stay up here in the international fake station, because you people are crazy down there, man.
So what happened is you were out stealing cats off of trucks, and you saw a nice Dodge Ram, and you're like there with your Sawzall, but then the owner came outside and you had to hide somewhere, so you hopped in the truck without thinking about it. Then he got in and drove off. Now you're going 45. What do?
I don't know. Did I get to keep the Sawzall with me? And is it?
You did. You're not going to leave that behind. It's a DeWalt 60 volt. It's an expensive Sawzall.
Cool. So I would cut a hole through the top, and then I would sneak up behind the driver. No, I wouldn't. I'd just get away because the driver didn't do nothing to me except for catch me.
my Sawzall.
Well, he took his cat with him too. Don't you want that cat?
Yeah, but not enough to hurt the guy. If I wanted to go after the guy, though, I'd sneak up behind him, and then I would jab him in the back of the head with the Sawzall, and I'd go like that. And then the truck would crash. Right at the last minute before it crashed, I would jump in the air like all Jackie Chan style and shit. And then
I've got a Milwaukee.
I would roll and then do like maybe a pirouette, and then
I love my Sawzall.
You're nimble like that.
Yeah, I am. I'm like.
I just want to remind people that your Social Security
straddle shit. Like I'd straddle the bed of the truck, right? I'd straddle both sides of the bed of the truck like Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? And then I'd inch my way closer with that in my hand.
Hey, Dave, I actually met Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's short, isn't
he? Yes, he is. He's about 5'6".
Yep, he's a little
tiny. And I tell you what, that guy is nimble. That whole doing the splits thing in the kitchen photo that he has up there. Yeah, that's real. That guy can do that.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
I saw him running around the bottom floor of the Tom Bradley terminal at LAX looking for his iPhone that he lost on the plane.
I always call him Jean-Claude Goddamn.
Actually, if there was a lawsuit and I witnessed it, Chuck Zito was a bouncer. He did beat him up, and yeah, it was a pretty weird night that night. Where
Chuck Zito sounds like a bouncer name.
Yeah, he was a. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah. How'd you?
Hey guys, I don't drop names because it's pointless.
Where'd Mr.
And
B go?
I've met so many working at LAX.
Was it because
He probably got scared because he didn't want his finger to get cut off by real Masons coming for their ring back.
Probably.
God
Oh,
damn, man.
Look at that.
No, I'm not.
Please don't make me get up and go into my safe and get my fucking masonry ring. I got that handed down by.
Dude, I mean, for real, this is the thing. I mean, this guy come on
long
one night,
guy.
and in my
flow state,
in my chat was a friend of mine who happens to be a master plumber that owns his own plumbing company, right? And this guy is in there trying to tell us.
Another name for plumbers?
What's
Drain
that?
surgeons.
Oh, we've called them turd herders before.
He's one of these people with a personality disorder who you're saying every time you bring someone in who's like an expert at something or knows.
Brain surgeons get paid more than brain surgeons.
He's a one-upper, compulsive one-upper.
Yeah.
Hey, when the shit gets real, who do you call? You call a fucking plumber.
Remember when you was a kid, there was always some kid that he'd always be making up like some stupid story that you know was not true. Oh man, when I went to see my cousin, we took like 60 M80s and we wrapped them up and then stuck them in a can of gas, and then some kind of, it's like, no, you fucking didn't. Shut up, right? So,
Dave's got the same story. Like we went up to camp.
I'm like, what the fuck, right?
Yeah, at band camp.
He told us one night, he said that he says, oh, I got tired of this Iranian guy kept coming over and trying to fuck with my American flag. So I showed him, I hooked up my sprinkler system to my septic tank. And then when he came and I was like, oh my God, come on, you're really not going to try to float this story, right?
Yeah, no shit.
And here's
what would be fun instead of
going bullshit. He's like, you mean to tell me you dug up your septic tank, pulled off the heavy fucking concrete cap, stuck a fucking pump down in there,
ruined your sprinkler system.
Wow. And then wantonly just sprayed sewage, even though you may have hit the Iranian guy that was supposed to be the target. You now have raw sewage sprayed everywhere. Right?
Something smells like Home Alone.
I mean, yeah, really, right? And I'm like, you're really not expecting us to believe that shit. Why don't you just take and throw a bucket of shit on him? That would have been a lot easier to do.
What about their regular garden hose?
Well,
you're right.
Hey,
you don't need to hit all the yard. You can,
but yeah, you guys do you.
Well, see, I'm thinking that there might be kind of a problem with once you get down to a certain narrow capacity when it comes to passing chunks of human feces through it. I know
if you get a strong enough pump.
Well, not really, because all right, so when I built the bathroom, in the basement,
I'm retired. That means I have got way more time on my hands than I know what to do with. If I ever start getting to the point where I want to push human feces through my sprinkler system, I've got way too much time on my hands.
You don't think you'd be able to balance that along with being a truck driver then?
I can't drive a truck. Jesus Christ, dude. I've been wearing glasses since I was 12.
Mr. B does drive a truck. That's what he tells us anyways. All right. And but here's the thing. I know this because I have an upflush toilet. In fact, the plumber that we're talking about installed.
That's a bidet.
No,
I was going to say upflush toilet. It's like some people go, woo, on those.
Because it's in the basement, right? Instead of having to dig out the fucking concrete.
So your upflush toilet is downstairs.
Right. And what it does is it takes and it uses a pump that also has an auger in it. Okay. So that it chops the shit up. So you can't just flush anything down there, but It works really well. So I know
Be advised, chops the shit up is a technical term.
You're gonna clog up a fucking. You're gonna clog up. I mean, nobody's gonna do that in the first place. I mean, you got to dig down how far to get to your septic tank. They usually use a backhoe for that, but I guess you could do it with a spade. And it's like, I know if he threw that up, he'd say, "Whoa, my friend has a backhoe. He came and helped me."
You do realize the spade
Bro,
is
it's not an anomaly. Oh my God! God, imagine that people would lie on the internet. Oh yeah, that's of course.
I think that instead of
at least make it fucking believable.
That's why it'd be fun to have, like, instead of auditing cops, audit fucking YouTube badasses. Like, you wouldn't say that shit to my face. Come on, bro.
Oh my God, were you?
Time for an audit.
What was his name? Bald guy lived in Bulgaria, got arrested for human trafficking.
Oh, you're talking about what's his Tate, Andrew Tate.
Tate, yes. Yeah. He was an internet tough guy.
Yeah,
How's
he's a
that
little
work
bummed.
out?
And there's somebody that used to come around here that liked him, and now he's onto this. Who's this guy with the muscles that does?
Hold on.
Who's this?
Well, you know his dad. You know what's very funny about that, right? His dad.
I can't hear you, man. You're.
He was in the CIA. His father was in the CIA.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a CIA.
He was a chess master.
Do you hear something, Eric? I don't hear anything.
I'm saying he was put there for a reason, obviously.
Sounds like Cage is trying to talk, but all we can hear is a little wisp.
They even do a Freemasonic.
I can hear him just fine.
Did he say that he's gay?
Okay.
No.
No.
You're trolling.
Come on, man.
No, I seriously can't hear him.
Your mic is low, but
I'll turn him up. Hang on, I'll turn him up. Just a second.
But a minute ago it was loud, right? Like it sort of jumps between the highest and the lowest in the room.
That's because I've been moving around, going from the grow room out. I think it has something to do with the background noise. Trying to. It's probably on my end. My bad about that. But yeah, what I was saying was that Tate character is 100% planted in there. Why? Because his dad was in the CIA.
Yeah.
He was a chess master, and they always, if you look at their little hand signal, they always do. Like even when they're being arrested, it's actually
a mullah or whatever.
It's not a mudra. They call it mudra, but it's actually a Freemasonic. It's a Freemasonic hand symbol that you can actually look up.
Well, it's funny. There's somebody that used to come on here and harass people.
Yes, you can search it up. I can send you the link to the.
So who's this other guy?
You're talking about Wes Watson, Eric. Is that?
Yeah, that's the one.
I don't know, but he's annoying too.
What is with these people? What it with some of these certain channels that are promoted? They move on to these.
It's like I don't know. It's like Manosphere greatest hits of.
They have to be indoctrinated. They have to get indoctrinated and get initiated into certain things. It's not even just Masonry. It's something beyond that.
What's his name?
Wes Watson.
So what's his overall thing other than being naked in a penthouse and?
I don't know. I don't know much about him except for I did a quick Google on him. He just I don't know. He's some dude who like went to prison, made himself into a motivational manosphere.
Another rags to riches kind of guy.
Right.
He's some guy, he went to jail and got raped and did steroids.
Yeah, go to jail.
I'm wondering.
He got raped.
Listen, here's one that I've been wondering about, and he was on our show, and he got mad and said he was going to kill everybody because we didn't believe the world was a globe. Illumitami.
Oh.
Anyone heard anything out of Illumitami? I haven't heard anything.
He left a few comments on one of my videos, I don't know, the other day, not long ago.
Well, dude, he openly says he has like a meth issue and he's just completely crazy.
Probably he was just angry.
He said he hated me too for no reason. I don't even know why.
Well, I remember when I first saw him, he was on.
I have no clue who this guy is.
Well,
Just
I
some
first
crazy
met him on
meth
Paul's
head on
thing,
YouTube.
and when I first saw him, he was sitting it looked like a hotel room in Vegas, and he had like a quote unquote an AR or something, a assault.
Tommy or Watson?
What?
Are you talking about Tommy or Wes Watson?
Tommy.
He's talking about
Tommy.
Tommy. I've seen
freaking
Tommy
rifle.
pull out. Yeah, he pulls out like weapons and then flags himself with weapons. I'm like, why are you flagging? Like he points it right at his fucking face. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And Paul did that too. Actually, Paul did that. He pointed guns.
Never brandish a firearm on YouTube. Just
They
don't
all did it.
do
Every
he's
single
brandishing
one on that
he was
channel.
brandishing it on YouTube and then flagging himself with it. Like, what the fuck? With his finger on the goddamn trigger, like right by his. You never do that. If you know anything about firearms, you never point at anything unless you intend to
I don't want to
shoot.
bring up the name, but Paul actually told another character, he's like, "You're a pussy. Take a gun from Maine and go drive to Mexico." They said it on YouTube, and that's when I started getting banned. I said, "Wait, Paul, did you listen? I'm not against guns, but you just tell somebody to go from Maine into Mexico with guns."
No, but this is like rule number 1. You don't point a gun at something unless you're
I
trying.
mean, I
to
think
fucking
before
shoot.
that, what you don't do is
Never mind.
take a gun into Mexico like that.
Well, never mind yourself. Like, never mind flag yourself. I said the first time he's like, "Oh, you have guns." Blah, blah, blah. He went crazy and started like pointing guns at himself. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Well, that's
by
why
accident. He was like
I
flagging
got
himself.
I called Paul Gunboy.
What are you
Gun
doing?
boy.
Anyone can squeeze a trigger, you know? It's like, who cares? Like,
Right.
Ooh, good deal.
His channel was pushing this whole gun thing, and I just said, kind of sounds like something's going on here. I don't know what's going on, but a lot of gun talk.
That's just ridiculous, you know. Like that's the first room.
You don't
first
talk
rule
about
of being
Give me,
responsible.
I'm brandishing my
Look.
firearms.
There you go. You got the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah,
Bro, you know, the whole
with the nail clipper. I'm high speed. I got the nail clipper too.
You can't even got on an airplane with that damn thing. That is a weapon in TSA.
That's all you need.
Listen,
You know,
they
the
got
greatest-
totally ridiculous. They took unprecedented rights away because of a manufactured event that we all know happened on September 11th, 2001. What was it? I just found a really cool picture.
And then there was
a lot of
underwear
people
and
don't-
shoes
A lot
and
of
things
people
like
don't
that.
realize. Why do you always start talking right in the middle of while I'm talking, Eric?
Because you're looking up stuff.
I know, but I talk while I'm doing that. I
No,
wanted
you
to
need to
show this
focus.
picture.
It would come up quicker.
Eric's just ramping up getting on the on-ramp to his question, you know?
Right.
There you go.
Hang on a second.
I'm still waiting for the question that someone says, "Hey, Logan, can I ask you a question?" I'm still waiting for it. I think it had something to do with police.
You see that?
We already did it. You answered it.
You see that?
Yes.
You see how how the light is going through that building? You know why?
I don't argue with you on this stuff, Dave.
It's glass.
But you know why? No, it's not. It's because there were no walls or anything. It's just structural. It wasn't finished. When you get in the elevators of the world, when you get in the elevators of the World Trade Center, it went right from the lobby to the 79th floor. The first button that you could hit to go to from the lobby was the 79th floor.
Windows
This doesn't
on the
look
wall.
like hold on though, Soft. Because this picture does not look like it's taken back like 23 years ago or whatever.
It sort of looks like CGI, I'm not going to lie.
It literally looks like I could just prompt- I could just prompt this shit and
Listen.
create
This
that.
explains.
And then,
This explains a whole bunch of shit. This really does, because what you got going on here.
I can either argue this or
and this is
have
for
another
real.
beer.
The elevators went from lobby to 79th floor.
Well,
okay. There was no office buildings or anything in here. There was no people in this part at all. Okay. And up here, what had happened after the first explosion, none of this shit was open yet. Okay. So the first explosion. I hate that, man.
Hey, there was one of those buildings, I forget which one, had windows on the wall.
Eric, you just go ahead.
Hold on, continue. I'd like to ask something.
I'm tired of it. Hold on. I'm tired of it. Here you go. It's your show. You go.
No, because
I'm trying to say something in the middle of every fucking thing I try to say. You always start goddamn talking, man.
Windows on the World was in the top floor of one of those towers.
Motherfucker, I know that. Shut the fuck up and I'll tell about it. God damn.
I'm so glad I don't have a wrench in this channel. I don't have to be the adult.
Oh my God. That's what I'm trying to. Do you know where that was? It was up on the fucking top floors. There was nothing in between there. That's why there was no fucking buttons to go on the elevator to go to those floors. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Now, the fact of the matter was none of that shit was open yet when the first explosion hit. Nobody saw the plane. All we saw here at home and around the world was a report of that first tower had been hit by a plane. Okay? Nobody was up there yet because it wasn't even fucking open yet. So they evacuated. By the time anybody that was waiting to go, they were out. Okay. By the time the second plane hit, the second tower was empty as well. Now, one of the things you look at in this thing that's real telling, one, not only are there no death records through the Social Security Administration on people in New York City for that day, but when you see footage of the hospitals, right, that should be busy with people who were covered with dust and blood and they were running for their lives and everything. We all witnessed this, right? But these hospital scenes, even late into the evening on the news channels, they're standing there with their reports. Here's nothing happening. There's no people in wheelchairs. There's empty gurneys. The wheelchairs are empty. Doctors are standing there shooting the shit with their hands in their pocket.
You killed Logan.
It's nothing happening.
Oh no, I'm still here. I'm just choosing not to comment.
And you got to go, wait a second. Okay, so this would explain a lot of anomalies that we find with this too. One of which being the lack of office furniture, telephones, that kind of thing that would be in those middle areas. We didn't see any of that in the rubble at all.
Yeah, Sovereign. Can I add to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
A little bit. All right. Well, just like many other, remember, they always say the world's a stage, right?
Oh,
and what do they do on a stage? They make plays, and these plays are symbolic in nature. So even with this, right? If you look at it in a Mason's eyes, right, you'll see the two main pillars, the Joaquin and Boaz, and the falling of it.
Oh, they were built for a ritual. They were built for a ritual.
Yeah. So I'm saying there's some dark people that, they're in the dark occultism. They know certain things, and they're doing it to fucking rub it in your face.
33 years. Fell 33 years later. The Pentagon, check this out. The Pentagon.
Hold on, I wasn't done though, man.
But the Pentagon was also 9/11/1941, and exactly 60 years later on the same day it's hit.
Well, look at the movie, right? United 93. It's one of the most popular movies about 9/11. United 93, about Flight 93. Why that number? They love these numbers, right? You can look into these numbers and you'll see 93 represents Saturn, which is the basis of all Abrahamic religions and all this Freemasonry stuff with, Hiram Abiff and Tubal Cain and all these other things.
Yeah.
So it all relates back to Saturn because we're living in, think about this, right? A cross, right, with Christianity.
But see, they only told us, they said it was Flight 93 real quick. But I'm here to tell you, there was no planes.
The cross with Christianity, for example, if you unfold a cube or a cage or whatever, what do you get? You get a cross, right? So you get a box, you open up the box. It's in the 2D form. It's in the 2D form. It's
if you unfold a box, you get a cross.
The net of a cube.
You unfold a cube. If you unfold a cube, you will get a cross. Absolutely.
Yes, this is why Christians have the cross. This is why you have the Kaaba for Muslims, the giant black cube. It's all Saturn.
Okay, I get it. Took me a minute. Sorry, guys.
Yes. It's all Saturn worship. Like even in Judaism, right?
No, Masons don't worship Saturn.
No, not Masons.
Masons don't worship Saturn.
I'm not saying for Masons. I'm saying the main three Abrahamic religions do. right? Like the basis of religion. Which
All right,
I know
Most
Masonry is not a religion.
religions say you need to,
They talk about
But
how
it's alluding. Yes,
okay,
yes.
listen,
But this
they
is hold on.
they
This
are
is alluding. This is alluding to the geometry and the compass and the square of creating reality, right? The 2D and the 3D, different types of shapes, all the way to the 4D, the tesseract, 5D, everything. It's alluding to this. It's alluding to the creation of reality, the grand architect, in a way.
You should join Freemasonry.
well,
Here's a question.
I kind of look at it this way, and of course, I don't know for sure because I'm not in it, and there are certain things, even though my son's in it and Logan is in it, there are certain things they're not allowed to tell, so I don't even fucking ask, but in the symbology of what I see,
if you did ask, you would be bored out of your skull.
well, the thing is this: is that I see that a lot of the symbolism and kind of what I feel that it represents, and it's exactly that we are on like a grand chessboard. We're just on a game board. We're just players, pieces
all chess.
In this whole thing. We're just actors on a stage.
Hey, you know who's making money off of Masonry? Hollywood.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, conspiracy channels.
I never really concerned myself about that. A lot of people are worried about who makes money, who makes how much they make, and everything else like that.
I don't give a fuck. I don't
never give a shit. Never.
Hey, I want to go back to
Dave, your son will agree with me. The Masons are not trying to take over the world. Jesus Christ, we can't even plan a fucking barbecue.
That's exactly what they would say if they were trying to take over the world.
Well, yeah, that's the thing
I'd like to invite you to one of our stated meetings when
they can't even
we're
decide if
planning
they're
a
gonna have roast
barbecue.
beef or turkey sandwiches.
Sounds like plausible
Never mind the world.
deniability.
That's what they always say. It's true though.
Wait,
But
Dave,
it's actually true though, because if you know Masons, you should.
Well,
if you
see,
actually
that's,
know
listen.
Masons,
Hold up. This is why when people, they usually use that same analogy, and not to discredit it, but I'm going to just give another thing that they say. Well, what do you mean the government can't even, do this, that, or the other? What do you mean they're going to do that and the other? And I'm like, wait a second.
No, I hear you. Dave.
You're looking on the fallibility of people in general, okay? And this isn't what we're talking about. Okay, what we find is that, as it says in scripture, we battle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. Okay, these powers and principalities are real. Okay, and we know that the God of this earth is Satan. Okay,
Dave,
Satan,
I got to tell you, I got to read the Army's NCO training manual. It says, what happens when you take two privates, drop them in the middle of the desert, and they have a rock and a hammer and say, don't touch the rock or don't touch the hammer? What happens when you come to pick them up an hour later? The rock is broken and the fucking hammer can't be found.
Yeah, that's probably
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. But hold on. Let
but see, there's the fallibility of individuals. What I'm talking about, and as you can see, it's been very well orchestrated. It's been done. It's being done all the time. Go ahead.
Sorry, but Masonry. We have to remember. Masonry is literally, it's a filtering system, right? Especially the Blue Lodge. That's a filtering system. Some people, and also it's done to
the
have
Blue
the
Lodge is the
operative
basic
aspects.
lodge.
Yes, what I'm saying, Masonry as a whole is a filtering system. Because if you want to actually go up, it's not any degrees or any of this nonsense. There's something beyond that, and only certain individuals get allowed, quote unquote, allowed into it, or like you're probably already in it before you even know you are, type thing. It's like it's either you are or you're not. So for that, it's literally just a filtering system. It's like a shell company hiding a bunch of other things like in the background, right?
And I'm going to say you're mistaken on that.
What Sovereign was saying is 100% correct too. Because yes, the God of quote unquote Masonry, the grand architect, if you want to call it that, and all these other religions, you know what it is? It's the horned God, if you want to call it that.
I'm going to
and
go
it is Satan or the devil, if whatever you want to call it, but you're getting tricked horribly.
How deep are you going to go?
And they will tell you that eventually.
Here's how I'm going to lay that right out too, that's absolutely almost now undeniably true. All right. So what we have going on as far as like, let's look at some of these Mandela effects. In fact, there's a lot of them, if not all of them, that we're finding taking place in scripture. And this shit is permeating over into the Hebrew texts, other translations of the Bible, like the NIV, the Latin version, everything, the Greek. And it's supernatural. Okay, so as you said, the architect of this world, right? The God of this world. So it says, even in Amos, it says it in Daniel, that Satan is going to be given the power to be able to do things like change scripture. Okay. People say, oh, you can't change that because the word of God can't be changed. Well, that's man's inspired word of God. Okay. God's word is sealed in heaven. So there, as it prophesies, we're seeing changes in the Bible supernaturally taking place on Bibles that people have in their possession and have had for maybe even generations. We're finding that in Isaiah 11:6 has been changed from the lion shall lie with the lamb to where it's always apparently been a wolf now. We have where it says, where one or where two or more gather in my name, I shall be in their midst, has changed to where 2 or 3 shall gather in my name. Now we've actually got Jesus in Luke 19:27 saying that to bring his enemies before him and to slay them.
When the chips are down, I pray to Jesus.
So
Some jalapenos.
What the fuck is that? Jesus telling you to kill people for him? That's not, where did that come from? So we're seeing these, God's name is jealous. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God. What? That's in there now. We have all kinds of changes now. Apparently Moses brought tables down from the mountain, not tablets.
Tables?
Yeah, tables. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. You got a Bible anywhere near, open it up, look, and I'll give you the scripture number. I've got the Bible.
Yeah. You know what? I got the Bible. Hang on. I'll be right back. I got a Bible.
Wait. But Dave,
hold on. I was
if
going
you
to say,
read,
Bible,
scripture and you actually know what it means, everywhere in scripture said word does not mean black letter law. So I mean, or digital law or Google law. So are we surprised that the word of God is being changed in scripture?
Well, that's the key thing too, and that's what we have to know. But you also have to recognize.
Okay, I've got a Holy Bible, King James Version.
Okay, so
where am I looking? That said,
before you look in it, don't look in it yet. Don't look in it yet, Logan. All right. In the beginning, God created what?
Oh, heaven.
Where am I looking it up in this book?
Hold on, wait a second. You know this phrase. Everyone knows it. It's the first passage. It's the first verse
Heaven and
of
earth.
Genesis. In the beginning, God created what?
Don't look at the black letter first. You have to use.
I thought it was the word.
Holy fucking God! Does anybody know this?
Genesis.
I've been saying it. The heavens and the earth.
Created the heavens and the earth.
So it's now singular heaven.
Passage 2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness were upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God flowed
the word of the Lord.
So
upon the fruit of the waters.
Right. Okay. So it used to be and has always been, as Flow State said, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah.
Now it's singular, heaven.
Now go the Bible.
That's not what it says here.
What's it say?
Hold on. Who created the Bible?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Is it heavens with an S or is it
no, it's heaven singular.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Logan, you jumped.
All right, hang on.
Don't talk when I talk.
This was 2002.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I've got one 1985 right here, and it's got the exact same change in it. It used to always be heavens, and now it's changed to heaven. Now,
all right.
We know what animal, and now anybody can answer this one. After Jesus comes back in Isaiah, it tells us there's going to be an animal that lies down with the lamb, right? What is that animal?
The lion.
The lion, right? The lion shall lie with the lamb. Okay, go ahead and look it up, Logan. Isaiah 11:6.
Maybe the lion. It was a lie-in. They lie in the scripture.
Now it's a wolf.
Listen, I know, but look at the word "lion." It's a lie from the beginning, right? So
okay,
all I'm saying is this:
not in alphabetical order, right?
Hold on. I need to ask you guys this question: why do we hold this as an authority to fucking control our subconscious mind and therefore our reality? Because of these scriptures, right? You got the Talmud, the Bible, you got the Torah, you got the fucking whatever, anything.
No
the Sanskrit.
No
Why?
disrespect.
Why?
What verse?
Logan, first you have to.
Why is this some sort of authority over our reality?
Logan, first you have to say what you remember, then look up the black letter. You're missing the exercise.
Okay, so here's what the next one. Okay,
Dude, I'm stoned. I don't remember much of shit.
All right. Well, this is good enough for everybody because these are going to be stuff that you know shouldn't be in there. Okay.
All right.
You
I got Isaiah. Where am I looking?
11, chapter 11, verse 6.
Okay, 6. Isaiah 11. Hang on.
What's 11 times 6? I don't know. Who knows?
66.
It's
like 72.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why.
All right, got it right here.
All right, so
the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid.
So it's a wolf.
And they got a leopard in there now.
I'm gonna change it. No. Now it's a
The wolf also shall lie down with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid. Yes.
Yeah. There's no lion. Where's the lion?
Oh, sorry, I'm not done. I had to go to the next page. And the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and the little child shall lead them.
So why is everyone's memory of it? The lion shall dwell with the lamb. The lion shall lie with the lamb.
I'll tell you why, Sovereign. Because there's assholes that know a whole lot more than we do on this panel, that have massive amounts of resources and enough money and enough resources to fucking put everyone's consciousness into something and extort that and extract.
Y'all are probably just sinners when you don't know your Bible.
They're fucking with consciousness. They're manipulating consciousness.
It's too select. It's too select because many of these are changed to a degree that they make it blasphemous. Okay. So who would be able to speak of the Most High? Who would bring forth blasphemy against the Most High, as it says in Daniel?
CERN. I'm concerned about.
Well, wait a second. CERN didn't do it. I'm telling you what. Maybe CERN opened up a portal and let loose.
Something happened. Yeah, they let loose.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, this is intelligent.
AI,
okay. This is intelligent.
Did CERN create the Marvel Comics universe?
Hold on. One last thing I have to say. What it's going to do, reality, this will do to you when you get into this type of thinking. It'll curate and make it exclusive for you. So it will fuck with you on purpose. I'm telling you. If that's what you mean. It's like intelligent in that way where it knows. Like, it knows how to fucking mess with your head. That's what it's trying to do. And that's what it's accomplishing, obviously. But guess what? You're more powerful than any force in this world you can override with transmutation. So you could simply rewrite your own reality. Well, I'm going to change it to the cheetah.
Cage.
I'll change it to the fucking cheetah.
Cage.
Yeah.
We aren't doing this. Okay.
You can.
I don't give a fuck. We aren't. It would take
their game.
Holy Jesus Christ. It would take a concentrated effort.
No, holy Jesus Christ is right here.
So listen. The thing is that as I was getting at, it's very select. There are certain commonalities that are occurring in these changes that we notice. Okay.
What was the first thing you said? It would take a lot of concentration, right? Hold on.
Oh my God.
That's the first thing you said. That's very true.
Right.
So what if we do it?
Well, we didn't. So that doesn't explain it.
Well,
I'm gonna get muted.
I think this is a good thing because what's happening is they're breaking down the black letter.
What I'm getting at with this is that this is
I like blue letters.
I'm still trying to. I'm showing Logan still. Okay, I'm still trying to show Logan, and you guys
and hey,
are
look,
already jumping into theories as to its thing. Now we know that it's not because.
Tell me where to look it up, bro.
All right,
I got you.
All right, so we let me look at here and see what's another
Logan,
because I'm going to get this down,
Yes,
but
sir.
we'll do another one on this. I guarantee.
First-
Okay, so in Psalms, find Psalms 92:10.
Psalms 1 or Psalms 2?
What? There's only one Psalms.
No,
you're thinking Proverbs, bro.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you can tell how often I go to church.
Well, Psalms, 92:10.
All right, hang on.
Really
I'm looking. You know they do not have these chapters in alphabetical order. I'm flipping through
I
this. I'm in 2
It's
Chronicles
before
now.
Isaiah. It's right before Isaiah.
All right, I got Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalm. Okay, Psalm
Okay.
what?
91
or
or 92. I'm sorry, 92.
Okay, that's going to take a couple more pages.
And then verse 10.
Okay, Psalm 92:10, right?
Right.
All right, Psalm. Shit, I need light. Hang on. Psalm 92:10. But my horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
What? A unicorn?
Cage, you're gone, man. That's
There's unicorns in the Bible now? What?
Hey, tap.
Well,
wait,
I'm reading it right off the fucking page. Okay,
wait,
I'm not
so
making this shit up.
Somebody says, no, Logan, that's just a book. That's what the Mandela effect is telling us from God, that we shouldn't worship a book, but him.
You know, on Men in Black when he shoots that dude in the head.
I can't hear you, man. I
Yeah,
can't.
Cage,
You're like sound like one of those droids or something.
He sounds like the dude that got his head blown off in Men in Black when his head starts to grow back.
Yeah, I
have
was
any
gonna
idea
say,
how
man,
much that?
it's like Tony. He got shot in the face. It's like, oh man, you know that shit really hurts. And he pulls his head back up out of his shoulder.
Yep, that's the one. That's you, Cage.
Logan.
All right, can you hear me now or not?
No, we can't hear you. You still sound like Tony.
Hey, while you're in the Psalms, Logan, go to 71:6.
Okay. Hang on, I gotta go back.
71:6.
I gotta go back. Hang on.
Logan, we can tell how long it's been since you've been
Hold
with
on.
the Lord.
I'm wondering. I want to see something quickly before you read the psalm, if I can. If you guys could hear me a little bit better now. What I wanted to say was, reality is formulated through the subconscious mind and archetypes and axioms and precepts, stuff like that. And these books, what they do is they literally program a program into your mind since you're born. It's very hard to fight off, to the point where that actually creates your reality and manifests whatever, into your existence around you. So I'm saying, why do we use these things as like, who cares if they change? I could change them myself if I wanted to.
Wait a second.
Nice TED Talk.
Hang on. Cage.
Yes.
Do you not realize that it's not that they're changing him at the printing press and people are getting
burning batteries.
Saying reality is shifting.
Wait. What? Yeah. It means that reality.
Yeah,
is
yeah, but
fluid,
you could do
but
that
also
yourself.
selective. Okay. So now, Logan.
Yes,
Psalm
sir.
71 verse 6.
All right, 71:6. By thee have I been holden up from womb. Thou art that took me out of my mother's bowels. My praise shall be continually of thee.
You were taken from your mother's bowels?
I'm reading
Yeah,
it.
and that's a direct reference.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's a reference to bow. You're in hell. You got taken from the bowel of your
calm
mother.
down,
Mother's
Paige.
womb.
Calm down. It's supposed to be womb.
Jesus, I'm not
Supposed to be
even
womb.
Christian.
And it's
That's the
bowel.
bow.
Hey guys, I'm fucking Switzerland here. I don't pick sides. I'm just reading the shit the way it's
I know.
written down.
It's Cage. Just calm down.
You're a cop. You are not Switzerland.
Yeah, I'm retired. I am Switzerland. Fuck off.
All right, so let's see.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, no, I don't play for any side anymore.
These are biggies. These are
Logan,
biggies. Okay.
I'm not even a
I'm saying, Sovereign, one last thing before I don't want to interrupt you anymore, but one last thing. Why don't we do an experiment? Why don't we try changing the Bible right now? Let's change the verse.
Stop it, Cage.
And make it happen. We could do it ourselves. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, can I go
You're
put
being
this up
wooed
and
by
get
a bunch of
another
people who
book?
know
I
certain
think you
things.
guys would really
I
like the
don't
other
want to
book.
turn I could because it's not what we're doing here.
I'm gonna go get the other book.
That's why we'll have to do that another time.
The book, Logan's still not
You can change it right now. I'm going to change it
All right.
right now to the
All right, you change
to
it.
the cheetah instead of the leopard. Now it's going to be the cheetah.
All right, so let's see. Where is that one? Yeah, Exodus 34:14, Logan.
It's somebody's story.
Here's the other book.
Okay.
Oh my God! I think we're gonna need one of those. We're gonna
check out Exodus 34:20.
Cage has already changed it. Won't do you any good.
We're gonna need one of those
34:14,
flow
I'm
state,
sorry.
you know what I mean? I know he's good at making a nice fucking hat.
34.
I don't wear hats personally. I don't like hats.
Because you don't have a head, AI.
Hey, look.
He got me.
They have pictures.
That's good because reading is hard.
Oh, a nice. There you go. A nice triangle. I like that. I like that nice pyramid. Pyramid fucking.
Triangles are cool.
Yeah, we need that pyramid.
You guys want to see another book? Okay, hang on.
Oh, so we're done with this now? Are we done with this? Is that what happened now?
Sovereign,
we're done with
Sovereign,
this?
listen.
Thanks, Cage.
Listen.
Thanks, Cage.
I thought he didn't want to interrupt.
Your reality. They're fucking with you. That's what they're doing.
Cage, nobody asked you. I'm talking to Logan about this right now. If I want to get your goddamn opinion as to what is going on, then I'll go, hey, Cage, what do you think's causing this? Right now, I'm showing Logan these changes, and you're derailing every fucking attempt at it.
Logan is under oath. He's only able to.
It doesn't matter whether he's under fucking oath or
He
not.
can spoon feed you certain things. He can't tell you anything.
Cage,
for you.
Stop.
Unsis is not a German word.
So that's it. You know. Oh wow! Holy shit!
Look what Cage
we're
did.
Done with this out now. We're looking at tinfoil hat books. Is that what we're doing?
Hey, dude,
I'm listening to you, Sob.
let's go down the rabbit hole.
Every time I try to show Logan something, Cage comes in and says some fucking other shit.
Well, Cage has to explain things to you.
I don't get it, man.
Yeah, Cage could catch my attention if he was, chick-splaining.
So
with chick-splaining comes tits.
Did you get there yet? Did you find it yet?
Do I have to go get the Bible out again?
Oh my God, that's what we were doing before Cage.
All right, shit. Hang on.
Never mind.
Yeah, I think it's a lost cause.
Hang on. I mean, I can go get it.
No, don't bother. Don't bother. Thanks, Cage.
All right.
You're about to grab it. We grab the tinfoil hat. Thing
He already had the fucking thing, and then you hijacked the fucking stream.
All right, I apologize, Sovereign. My
Well,
bad,
you keep
bro.
apologizing, but it doesn't. You don't stop doing it.
And you haven't even changed the Bible yet.
We'll go look at it. Maybe now it's a cheetah.
It's not.
You fucking dicks. Now I'm going to have to go get the fucking Bible again.
Well, the best one is mother's bowels. Like, why would basically the Bible's telling you that you come from your mother's anus, basically now.
That's what it is now telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did it used to say?
Womb. Now it's from your mother's bowel.
All right, I got it. What am I looking up?
Fuck.
Cage, which verse did you change?
They're trying to be.
Dave, what I'm saying is,
Y'all are gonna make Dave drink again.
You better come up because I need another beer. So
never mind. Listen, it's getting really late. I'm going to shut this down. It's been going for a long time.
Well,
I
hey,
just can't. I just can't. No more.
It is
I'm sorry, I just can't,
3:33.
man.
It's 3:33 over here. Perfect.
Yeah,
time.
well,
in Chronicles.
nothing cares. So goodbye.
There's Ezra.
God damn, man. Every time.
Nehemiah.
Exodus is the second book after Genesis.
All right. Hang on. It's after Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Exodus. What am I looking up?
34:14.
Okay. Oh, shit. God, I hate getting old. Exodus.
There's a big old man magnifying glass right there.
Damn right. Okay, with a light. Okay.
Is that thing attached to the front of your squad car?
No, that one was red. Exodus 34:14. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God.
Any problem there?
God's name is jealous?
It's a stupid name.
Jalous.
Yeah. Do you ever remember that being God's name was jealous and he's a jealous God? And you notice that where it says his name is jealous, it's capitalized, right?
The last time I went to church was December 7th, 1986.
Nevertheless,
That was right before I was born.
That's one of them that's right along with, okay, so now go on down to verse 29.
Okay. Different page.
No, I don't know. It might be a different
Exodus
page. 34:29.
34:29.
Yeah.
And it came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of testimony in
Wait a
Moses'
second.
hand.
What does it say? With 2 what?
All right, I'll start again. Exodus.
Don't start again. What did he bring down? 2 what?
In Moses' hand when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him.
Now, before that, back up.
And it came to pass when Moses came down from the Mount Sinai with the 2 what?
Tables.
Tables. Yeah, you knew it as tablets.
Bravo.
No, it's right there.
It says tables, doesn't it? Yeah,
testimony in Moses' hand when he came down from the mount. That's a run-on sentence, but I didn't write this.
So here's the thing, though, Logan, is that you even remembered it as tablets because you said
tablets.
I
did.
Yeah,
that
changed, right? Okay, so you can even see it if you go back a page to 34:4. It's in there too. It says, and he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and Moses rose up early in the morning and went up on the Mount Sinai.
34:4. Hang on, I got fuck, Matt, dude, you keep making me jump around fucking pages. All right.
Well, most people are more familiar with the Bible than you are.
Yeah, you look, when it comes to the Bible,
Logan,
I'm
you
a
keep saying you
neophyte.
haven't been to church since 80 something. You think I'm a church goer?
86. Thank you.
I'm not a church goer, so
I'm not either. That's correct.
All right. Exodus 34:4. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone.
So there's 2 more instances where tablet has been
2
changed.
tables and a microphone.
Right? So there's even some that are kind of funny. One of them that talks about naughty fig.
Naughty figs?
Why would somebody?
Naughty figs.
Why would somebody take tables down from a mountain?
Okay, we got unicorns are in Numbers again. Let me see. There's a thing here. Where is that?
You guys realize I'm independent verification because Dave has never seen this book before, and I'm opening it up to where he tells me to go, and I'm
You're
reading
an
it out.
audience plant.
Yeah, I'm a plant.
I need a volunteer from the crowd.
Okay, so here's another one too. This is in the New Testament. That's going to be toward the back of the book there.
All right.
The four Gospels, of course, everybody knows they're Matthew.
That's
Mark,
where Jesus is, you know.
Right.
Your Savior died for you.
Give me a name. So am I looking at Matthew?
Matthew, yeah, we're going to do Matthew.
All right, I got Ezekiel, Daniel, Amos.
Keep going, keep going. You're
Zechariah, Malachi.
You're still in the Old Testament.
Matthew. Okay, what Matthew?
Okay, so Matthew.
Second book of Matthew.
9:17.
Matthew. Hang on, I need light again. I'm definitely showing my age. Matthew 9:17. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine rusheth out, and the bottles perish. But they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved.
Bottles? Those used to be skins. They have bottles now.
I don't know if I don't recall that one.
I think it was cask.
CTLES. Yeah, it's bottles.
Let me tell you why it's supposed to be skins.
I know what a wineskin is. Okay.
All right. If you see, in those days it was like a bladder, okay, and it would cure with the wine inside, right? And what would happen is when you put new wine into a skin that's cured to the old wine, the acidicness of the new wine will burst the seams of the wineskin. Okay.
Dave,
this is in reference
you're almost right. You're almost right. It's called the mother. That's how yogurt got invented.
Well, the point though, Logan, the point though is it's a parable of trying someone who is really well set in their ways and beliefs. If you offer new information to them, it's harder for them to accept it. You see, and
like Sean Hawkins.
Yeah, exactly.
You know who gets credit for making preserved food available to the troops on the front lines?
Logan,
it was Napoleon.
That era we're talking about was called the Bronze Age. There were no glass bottles, if we believe history back then. There was no glass making back then.
And you're right, and that's the point I'm making. It was Napoleon who grabbed one of his chefs and said, "We need to preserve peas so we can feed our troops." And the only thing that they had strong enough were those champagne bottles. And that's where modern day canning came from.
Well, the point of the matter is, in Galilee, in the time of Jesus, they didn't have fucking bottles. Okay, so here's another good one for you. Right after the Gospels, right after Luke, you're going to go to.
Am I going forward or back?
You're going forward. You're going to go past Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And
Matthew,
you're going to come
Mark,
to the
Luke.
Acts.
Okay, Luke.
No, Acts. Right after Luke. Or John.
John.
Right after John.
Acts. Okay.
Right,
We're at
okay.
Acts.
All right. So we're going to go to 12:4.
Okay. 12:4. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to
Quaternions.
Quaternions. I'm going to spell this out for you guys. Quaternions.
Right.
Of soldiers who kept him intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people.
Easter?
Yeah, Easter.
Well, they wouldn't know Easter. Easter's a Christian holiday.
EASTER.
They're talking about holding Jesus. They're talking about arresting Jesus and holding Jesus until after Easter. I know, right? It's supposed to be
It's
Passover.
right there.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Passover, but it's Easter now. Let me see here.
Well, that's kind of why.
I mean, there's some crazy shit, you know, and it's like, I don't know, man. And it's already prophesized in here. I have like pages of these that
And
bring out
hey,
the ones that
guys,
really.
I'm not the shill. I'm just looking this up where he tells me to go look it up.
Don't protest too much.
You know, I mean, and we've
I'm
got
going
in
with that.
Isaiah where he
Right.
talks about Isaiah
You
where
ought
it
to
says
talk to my girlfriend.
in Isaiah where it talks about the Holy One and his Maker. What? That's Old
If
Testament.
we're going to keep talking about
Holy
the
One and
Bible, I
his
need another
Maker.
beer.
You got in Isaiah also talking about nursing fathers. That's in Isaiah 49:23. The naughty figs. What's that? What is it? What did he say? Who said that?
I don't know.
He's done with the Bible. I'm just nothing
Yeah,
new
yeah.
under the sun. Represent or is it represent? Recollect or is it recollect? You know,
Recollect.
Right.
So anyway, I'm gonna get off of here. It's been
Thanks, Dave.
real.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's all right, man. It's just like, here's a good rule of thumb, man. I hate to be interrupted. I do. I lose my fucking train of thought. And part of that is because being interrupted just pisses me off really bad. I hate it. So, you know, if somebody's still talking, don't talk. I mean, I don't know. That's just the way I'm.
You're super patient about it, though.
Well, I try to be. And then finally I just go, you know, hey, fuck this, man. Stop that shit. So, you know.
No, I do truly apologize, and I don't use that term very much.
Right. So anyway, I'm gonna give it around one last.
Okay, I'm back.
Give everybody a last word before we shut this fucker down, man. Logan, you got anything for us tonight?
No, but thank you for having me up.
Yeah, bro. No doubt.
And you know, hey, everybody, just have fun.
Right. Flow state.
Thanks for having me up, dude. Later, guys.
Right on. Good night, brother. All right. Well, as we like to say up here in the International Fake Station, up in your imagination through mental masturbation, we like to tell everybody the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey and see your doctor and get the fuck rid of him.